What's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? Hopefully, you guys can hear me well. I don't know what's going on with StreamYards right now. It is not working for me the way it should. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Mr. Z is late and had to push the time back. We could not make this a reckless streams. Reckless streams, we could not make this a reckless streams the way we needed to. It's still reckless though. But yeah, that's number one. Number two, for all of my church folks, Dr. Thunder, all my Christians, we will be using profanity heavy on this monologue. You have been warned. We are going to be using profanity heavily. You have been warned. You have been warned because Mr. Z got the spirit in him today. Okay? So, because I got a channel, Mr. Z has to channel single black man energy, even though Mr. Z is in a relationship, a loving relationship, a happy relationship, to be fair. But we do have to channel a particular type of energy today. So yes, we will be cursing like a sailor because it warrants it. That is why. That is why. Okay, shout out to Coach Greg Adams. Coach Greg Adams, yeah, what he said. Okay, continuing. No, dear society. Yes, Mr. Z agrees with Coach Greg Adams. No, we fired them hoes long time ago. Oh, absolutely not. Mr. Z said it. Huh? Oh no, your little daughter, your bundle of joy, who's now 28 and she can't find a man that's on her level with her college degree. We don't give a fuck about your daughter's college degree, bro. She's a fucking asshole and a gold digger and mean and snarky and sassy. We do not care about your daughter's degree. Huh? We don't care she make 55, 60, 70 grand a year. We do not care. You raised an entitled brat. Huh? And if you wasn't subsidizing that hoe, I guarantee you she would be homeless. Goddamn, Z. I know y'all saw that 50% of millennials and Gen Z, their parents are looking out somehow with the bills. Mr. Z gonna do a whole different stream about that, about who's getting married and who's staying married overall in this society, and how it's a lot of the folks that their parents are handing down money. Uh-oh. It's not character flaw in you black men. It's a whole lot of people get to hide their character flaw behind mom and dad. Oops. And grandma and granddad. Oops. And not being black men. Yikes. Huh? So continuing. We don't owe your daughters being kick ass for them. Tell your daughters that when she was giving up the pussy to that same dude that got the pussy from the whole friend group, because that's how it go. Ooh, goddamn, Axie Hahino. Huh? Huh? She should have found a way to outcompete her friends and got him to marry her. Uh-oh. Huh? Oh no, your daughters gave up on marriage. Y'all always try to frame this thing in a way that's empowering to the women. No, the women gave up on marriage. No, Coach Greg Adams was right. No, we fired them hoes. You can't fire me. I quit, bitch. I wasn't checking for you like that. I just wanted to pipe. Huh? We know how it go. The Latino men, the white men, the black men, we all got it. She fine as hell. You want to pipe, and once you get that nut off 2, 3, 4 times, you run for your life. She is not wife material. Huh? The women think they're the only ones. No, let Mr. Z burst your bubble today. Oh, he gave me the ick. Oh, he tied his shoes like this. He gave me the ick. Oh, he walks like that. He gave me the ick. You think y'all don't give us the ick? No, we just be trying to pipe. No, dear, all of you middle class, working class, lower middle class, working poor folks, because the upper middle class and whatnot, their daughters are going to get married, even if they're assholes. Many of their daughters are still going to get married. It's a function of class and income and status. Huh? But all the rest of you, oh no, we're not marrying your asshole daughters. They gave up on marriage. No, we fired them hoes. You know what it is to turn down your biological urge to want a pipe, and you would rather use the Jergens lotion and stay home? Do you know how insufferable y'all have made y'all daughters over the past few generations? Over the past few decades? That the young men would rather pleasure themselves in the bathroom than take your daughter out? The young men would rather play video games with online friends that they don't know than take your daughters out? Your daughters are going to restaurants and it's tables full of women, no men in sight? Matchmaking events, speed dating events, mixers, and the men refuse to go? It's 80, 90 women and 5 and 10 men? Your daughters are insufferable assholes. Now they're insufferable assholes that can articulate themselves because they have top college degrees. We do not care. We're not trying to have sex with your daughter's degree. Oh, the women, they're so kick-ass, and look, she started her own business, and look, and she's doing well, and we do not care about that shit. Women gave up on marriage. Bitch, you wasn't checking for your asshole daughter that's fat and easy. Huh? Ain't nobody checking for your daughter like that. That's why Mr. Z says, let them go munch on themselves. Gave up on marriage. But every single time y'all mention men-women relations, the journalists can't help but say, the men are messing up, the men are jumping the ball, the women are so kick-ass. How about you marry your daughter then? Ooh, goddamn. There's a reason why you got divorced from her mom. There's a reason why that's your ex-wife, and your ex-wife had primary custody. What you think your daughter's like now? Huh? These men, the ex-wife filed for divorce on his ass, and him and the ex-wife trying to shirk off their asshole daughter onto you. Yeah, right. But hey, that bitch gonna be living at home with mom until mom dies. Huh? Every single time there's a conversation about the men and the women. Now y'all putting out the series Adolescence. I agree with Coach Greg Adams. It's done. Andrew Tate already got your son's mind. It's done. There's no quote unquote rehabilitation unless you could get your daughters not to be assholes. Oops. Have fun on that one. Huh? Tell your daughters, particularly your daughters of color, black daughters, they have choices. You could be the sexual plaything for the non-black men, probably white guy. Hope that he marries you. You could go munch on each other. You could get real comfortable with your rose toy. You could do the real talk with Yanny thing and pretend like you're perfectly okay being single, buzzing yourself to death, numbing yourself. Huh? And then you have the Jason Blacks pretty much saying, essentially chastising the men to be better. So what? No, Jason, nope, 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 nope. You and Dr. Umar to have all of them. Tell them hoes to try to convince Tariq Nasheed's wife to let him marry 3 and 4 and 5 of them. Huh? No. The lady said over 6 feet, we're going to make them mean that. They said over 6 figures, we're going to make them mean that. We're gonna make them mean. Oh, and as KMS said, y'all destroyed stepdaddy. The whole stepdaddy regime, y'all destroyed that. Dear women, your mothers destroyed that for you. So when you come back here in the dating market with a kid or two, all we got for you is pipe. And that's if you look good enough. Huh? Why? Let me get this right. Dear America, dear the West, why would you marry your asshole daughter that's $80,000 in student loan debt? That has a bad spending habit, retail therapy and whatnot. Why would we marry her? To her father, your ex-wife divorced you, player, and you think we're gonna marry your daughter who's your ex-wife 2.0? Huh? Why the hell would we do that? These black men, black women, white women, Latinas, Latinos are raising some of the Asians are raising some of the most insufferable white worshiping women the world has ever known. And then the women have given up on marriage. They didn't give up on marriage. Go ask those speed dating organizers. Go ask the mixer organizers. Go ask the matchmaking organizers if the women gave up on marriage. The women gave up on marriage, or the men are not showing up. The women gave up on marriage, or is she tired of being the Wednesday night booty call for the alpha dude that she finds attractive? He has Monday night, he has Tuesday night, he has Thursday morning, huh? Technology is whooping your daughter's ass. Technology allows for the men to play video games online and to have easily accessible, Mr. Z just gonna say it because this gonna get demonetized, porn. Huh? Cheap, easily accessible porn. He has video games that he could dump hours into. That's if he doesn't have other hobbies. In the grand scheme of things, relatively cheap travel from the West, from America in specific, relatively, once again, relatively cheap travel throughout the US. So why would the men marry your asshole daughter who's even worse than your ex-wife? Huh? That's a real question that deserves a real answer to all the men, particularly the black men. Why would we marry your daughter who's worse than your ex-wife? Why? Because she knows how to string along four-syllable words and she has a middle management job? Nobody's trying to follow after your daughter that went to PWI. It was the pass around for all the white jocks. Goddamn. Nobody wants to marry your daughter. Shout out to Chrissy's mom. Ooh, goddamn, Z. Nobody wants to marry your daughter that was out here getting pogo sticked in by the Asian dudes. Well, damn, Z. Huh? And at one point was out here smoked out and getting it, and now she's all buttoned up and she's luxurious life and luxury life. And no, man, nobody care about that. Bitch, go let one of them white boys pogo stick up and down your esophagus. We don't care what you're talking about. I have a marketing degree. Nobody can. Hey, apparently you can't market yourself into marriage, huh? Then you have the chronically single, broken ass, real talk with Yanni. I can get any man. I can get a man. And I don't give a fuck. And nobody gonna make me give a fuck. Shut your broken ass up. These are the women we're supposed to marry? Okay, yeah, that's it. Return to sender. Huh? Leaving them on the lot, returning them back to the manufacturer. Sending them back to the manufacturer, leaving them on the lot. Dear mom, it's a good thing that you're her best friend because that's about as far as it's going to go with her relationships. She barely got any friends, and she don't got a man worth a damn. There's a reason for that. Huh? Dear dad, you should have got primary custody because your ex-wife or your baby mama raised this insufferable brat, and then y'all expect somebody like Z to marry her? Send her to the white men. Huh? Send them to the white men. Send them to the Latinos. And by the way, the Latinos and the white guys got a shout out to May who said, oh, the black men bring us to a cruel tutelage. Talk to the white guy sideways and see how that end up. Yes, Mr. Z seen the video of the sister that was in the military. Homeboy spit on her afterward. God damn. Then y'all want to talk DV rates between black men and black women. Okay, yeah, that's it. Huh? I promise you, black men need to start writing up prenups and charging the family every time that bitch divorce your ass. Send it to her uncle. Dad wasn't in her life. Hey, Uncle Leroy, Uncle Alvin, huh? Uncle Cleophas, whatever the hell, huh? Oh no, here's the bill, huh? We need to start saddling mom and dad and uncle and aunt and grandma and grandpappy them. We need to start saddling them with the bill of what it costs to take care of this ungrateful asshole for the past 7 years before she filed for divorce on your ass. And here's the kicker. She ain't gonna do no better when she leaves. 9 times out of 10, those women be single as hell forever. Huh? Dear women writ large, black women specifically, you wanted your liberation, your freedom, you got it. There you go. You got it. You wanted your liberation, your freedom from the men, so you could be hyper consumers and the sexual plaything for your white boss. You got it. Enjoy it. The women gave up on marriage. Man, if you don't get the entire fuck, the women gave up on marriage. If every single time they can't help but frame it in a way that puts all the power in the women's hand. No, the women didn't give up on marriage. The men said, we ain't marrying these mean, ungrateful, catty, snarky, gonna divorce me within 5 to 8 to 10 to 12 years anyway ass women. We're not marrying them. And she gonna ruin your children. Absolutely not. Huh? Y'all can't help but frame this in a way that empowers the women and that bashes on men. No, send them to the elite man. Y'all better make polygamy legal. Let the white guys marry them 7 and 8 white women, and then a black woman that's not attractive, a couple of Asians, and 1 or 2 Latinas. Huh? And then the black man, the Michael B. Jordans of the world, could have him a bunch of white women of black token. Ooh, goddamn. Huh? And a couple of Latinas. Hopefully Tyrese could stop trying to pass off Latina women for black. Ooh, damn, Z. He's shooting at everybody today. Huh? Vince, that's hysterical. Nearest man clause. Nearest male clause. Yeah. Hit uncle, dad, granddad, whoever the hell. Oldest guy cousin. We hitting y'all with this bill. She get angry, she destroyed my car on some waiting to excel shit. Don't worry, we gonna send you the bill. Hey, this is how much the Beamer cost. Run me my money. Huh? These asshole women that they're standing right there. We're in the wedding, and do you the whole thing? I forgot. Do you promise to follow and obey whatever the hell? Mr. Z don't know. Mr. Z haven't been married, huh? And the women struggle to say that. Hey, y'all lucky y'all ain't married, Mr. Z. I don't care how much this wedding costs. Mr. Z will be turning his back and leaving you standing right there, and telling your dad, "Good luck, player," huh? And if that doesn't give you an idea of what you're gonna deal with in this marriage, then what will? She can't even give her vows the right way? Okay, yeah. Have fun in that marriage. See you in divorce court. Huh? See you in divorce court. Not Mr. Z. Huh? Your daughters gave up on marriage. Your daughters gave up on marriage. The men are not on our level. Then y'all go make polygamy legal and marry the men that are supposedly on your level. Be 20 women deep on the one man that's on y'all level. Y'all could all go share the 14% of over 6 feet men. Huh? The 18 or so, Media Man said it's 25% now. I don't know how much I believe those numbers, but he got them. Okay, fine. The 25% or so of men that earn over 100,000. Y'all go fight for those men, and then I guess y'all pick a number of who's wife number 1 through 20. Huh? Or y'all could just be out here single, pretending like you're perfectly okay with being single, while people like Z snicker behind your back because we know you're not. Real talk with Yanni. And I don't give a fuck. And ain't nobody gonna make me give a fuck. Yeah, because that's the sign of somebody that don't give a fuck. Huh? Oh boy. Y'all raise a bunch of loser ass women with middle management jobs and baby luxury cars, and then say, "Oh, they gave up on marriage." No, we been gave up on them. How do we know? Because our moms raised them. We knew our sister wasn't marriage material. God damn, see, huh? God damn. We knew the next door neighbor's daughter wasn't marriage material. These losers y'all raising, and then what y'all want us to do with them? Marry them? Have children with them? You think we're gonna let a woman have us by the balls because we had a kid with her for the next 18 to 22, 24 years? Absolutely not. If y'all were producing wives, then the men would marry the wives. America is not in the business of producing wives. America is in the business of producing wannabe business owner partners, but don't really mean it ass women. I'm looking for a partner. I'm not gay. I'm glad Kim Foster. I gotta go download that again. Make sure I have it fresh. I'm glad Kim Foster said it. No, you don't get a wife. You get a partner. I'm glad she said it. That means she knows exactly what Z is saying, and she agrees. Men with money don't deserve wives. You get a quote unquote partner. That sounds LGBTQ, ma'am. I'm straight. And I mean that literally and figuratively. Huh? I'm looking for my person? Ma'am, are you looking for a man or a woman? I'm looking for my person. That sounds LGBTQ, ma'am. If you're looking for a person, how about I give you the smorgasbord of male presenting, same sex loving women? You said person, you didn't say man. Has an assortment of male presenting women who also like women. Huh? You said person, ma'am. You did not specify man. All these people raising these asshole women and then want men to do what with them? Gave up on marriage. Oh, gave up on marriage. Yeah, because we're supposed to marry the Meg the Stallions of the world. Yeah, that's it. The city girls of the world are getting beat on. Okay, yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's who we're supposed to marry. The girls gone wild ass women. Yeah, that's it. Huh? Yeah. Hmm. Gave up on marriage, and every time the women talk, they sound like that white woman I covered a couple months ago. You know, we've done all the work. The men haven't done the work. We've done all the work. Yeah, but that sounds like you've done all the work. The women that have turned therapy language into a religion. Huh? That's who the men are supposed to marry. Women that don't say my man, women that don't say my husband, they say my person and my partner. And the men are supposed to marry those women, swapping in and out LGBTQ language. Huh? %23 of black women report some type of LGBTQ. Yep, yep, sounds about right. Huh? The women gave up. Mr. Z was out here in the dating scene some years ago. The women gave up on marriage? No, the women didn't give up on marriage. The men stopped showing up. The women have resigned themselves into potentially not being married. Huh? Because they're quote unquote not going to settle. And that's fine. Y'all go ahead and go on your girls' trips, munching on each other and get smashed out by the chisel chin Chad. Y'all take y'all ass to the Caribbean or to Italy or to France and get smashed out by the chisel chin Caribbean dude if you're in the Caribbean, or white Italian dude, white French dude if you go to Europe. And you could say, oh, I had the boyfriend experience. Man, you got smashed out by the same guy for a week. That's not a boyfriend experience. He kissed you and held your hand while y'all walked by the Louvre. That is not the boyfriend experience, ma'am. Stop it. Did he buy you something? Or did you give him the money to buy you something? Oh, goddamn. Huh? The boyfriend experience. Anything to make them feel better about their horrible decisions. Being horse, goddamn Z. Well, the second you present any one of these women with something sobering and real, they run from it, they reframe it, they try to make themselves feel good, and there's always some positive spin. There is always some positive spin. These got to be the weakest women in human history. I don't know why y'all, Mr. Z, doesn't know why y'all don't call these women weak and cowards. Well, see, we not, no. They're weak and cowards. And the white man's bitch, goddamn. And when Mr. Z says that, he really talking about elite white men, but I think any white men will do for these women, to be honest. Huh? To all my academics, I don't know if you want to be on this stream. Not this one. Y'all could disavow Z for this one. Huh? And thank you for that. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right? Yeah, Z cursing up a storm today with this weirdo stuff. Gave up on marriage. You imagine you fire someone and when they walk in, and I've made this analogy forever ago. I got to use it again. These women are the type of people that are way too loud at the house party and they're annoying and you could tell they're drunk. And so you kick them out. And so on their way out, they start flipping over tables, kicking chairs. They start cursing you out, right? They're trying to hold on to the door as they're getting pushed out the door. They jump in their car. They're trying to do a burnout in your grass. They're peeling off. They run the stop sign. Then they call you while they're driving to their house, trying to curse you out. You didn't even answer the phone. They're on the answering machine cursing you out. They call you the next morning, still cursing you out. They call you the next week, still cursing you out. They're emailing you, texting you, trying to get it anyway, DMing you, cursing you out. Huh? All they're saying is, I want to be there, no way. Okay, yeah, that's it. Huh? I didn't want to get married, no way. I didn't want to get married, no way. Y'all not on my level anyway. Okay, yeah, that's it. Ma'am, the men that you say are on your level, what do they think about you? Ooh. This is a question. Shout out to Lion. This is a question women never ask. The women, excuse me, it might be women. The men you find attractive, the men you think you should be with, what do they think about you? I went out with them before. I've been to this type of restaurant. Where's the wedding ring? Well, I broke up with him. Where is the wedding ring? Huh? The 6 feet over 6-figure guy. Where is the wedding ring from him? Huh? Wow. And Telescope says, saw that vid of the chick who vandalized her ex's vehicle getting T-boned at the first intersection she came after she sped off. There's a video of a woman destroying her car. It might have been an Altima, but of course, destroying her car, trying to hit her boyfriend. She kept on crashing into the wall. So every time she tried to hit him with the car, he jumped out the way and she just hit the wall. She tried to back into him. She hit the wall. She tried to hit him again. He hit, and he's laughing and mocking her the whole time. Huh? Of course, every time you turn around as a woman trying to hit a man with a car, especially a black woman. Huh? These women gave up on marriage. No, you didn't see men as human beings. You thought you could order a man after you got your degree and stuff. You thought that qualified you because y'all don't appreciate class. You thought this degree in this highfalutin way of talking qualified you for a certain lifestyle provided by a certain man. And yet he might pipe. And you didn't see men as human beings. So now you're $80,000 in student loan debt, $40,000 in student loan debt, no man in sight, and all you got to your name is a small ass dog and a Tesla Model 3. Huh? And a couple of luxury bags. Goddamn. Huh? And then every other second we turn around is another article, another news segment chastising the men, the young men under the age of like 50 for not marrying these mean, rude, entitled brats. No. No. Now tell them to go get it from each other. Ooh. Or the elite men they all covet. Huh? We do not owe your daughters. First of all, y'all put the thumb on the scales for them anyway. Then we're supposed to what, quote unquote, level up to their level. How about if we said no? Now what? Now we understand people owe society, but your daughters are not acting like that. So what about if the men said, yeah, no? Now what? We're not gonna put ourselves on the level that your daughters want us to be, or we're already on the level that your daughters want us to be. We just don't want her. Ooh, ooh, huh? Have you ever considered when you take everything into account, actually your daughter's the one not on the level? Have any of you ever okay, fine, your daughter has a middle management job and she earns $70,000 a year and she's a professional. Okay, cool. But she weighs 250 pounds. Huh? But she's petty. But she holds grudges. But she's mean. But she doesn't have good hygiene. But she wears too much makeup. We've been dating her for 6 months. We haven't seen her actual real hair. Huh? We do not owe your daughters, especially if they're mean, rude, snarky, entitled brats. We do not owe them marrying them. First of all, to everyone under the sound of Mr. Z's voice, what qualifies your daughter for marriage? What qualifies her? That's why those women love using that word deserve and worthy. Are you? First of all, you already know Mr. Z don't believe no one's worthy of that. You make yourself lovable. You don't just get to be in a relationship, intimate relationship with someone just because you exist as a woman. We all deserve it. No, we do not. America's raising some of the most entitled brats the world has ever known, and then turn around and let them actually say, "Oh, everybody deserves love." Ma'am, let's check your track record. Cheated on an ex-boyfriend. Uh, what else we got here? Said a lot of mean, nasty things to him. Oh, the last guy. Oh, you was really mean to him. Your ex-husband. You divorced him and took all the money out of the account on the way out the door. What else? And you were worthy of love? I don't know about that. Huh? Put coworker that you know like you in the friend zone? Huh? Flirts with mechanic to get a discount, but never gonna take him seriously. Has two dudes on the foodie call rotation. Then talk about deserve love. Man, if y'all don't get the entire hell out of here, huh? And y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. We gonna play this. Fair use, fair use, fair use. Let's actually do this before we do that. Fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. We gonna play this, and Mr. Z gonna talk about it because they talking about, oh, um, their daughters gave up on marriage. The women gave up on marriage. Okay, yeah, that's it. I don't know.
So fucking tired of being the strong, independent, resilient one all the time. It's fucking exhausting. It is so fucking exhausting and draining to act like everything is okay all the time when you are absolutely fucking breaking inside.
So sick of being told that I should be happy single. I don't want to be. I want to be in love. I want to be sickening to everyone around us. I want to adore them, and I want them to adore me. I want to find my person. I want to love them, and I want them to love me. I have so much of myself to pour into someone, and right now I feel empty. It shouldn't be this hard to find love, but all I find myself doing is scrolling through stupid dating apps, finding stupid men who just want sex, and I'm so sick of it. Why is it so hard to find love?
I can't stop crying. I'm happy and I love my life, but I feel so goddamn lonely, and it terrifies me. Everyone's getting married or having kids and starting a new chapter in their life with their friends and whatnot, and I'm just here on my own, in my own home, working and surviving. And I don't know what to do. I don't know if it's just me who's experiencing this, but I just feel so lonely and it's scary.
Fucking tired of this shit. I want my own man. Why the fuck am I fucking with somebody that fuck with somebody else? Why the fuck when you tell me that? Why the fuck when you tell me that? I want my own man.
I have reached my breaking point of having to do this life thing alone. I just want to be held, nurtured, loved, cared for, physically, emotionally, spiritually, mentally, in all aspects. I want my heart and soul to be seen and held. I just can't do it alone anymore, and I'm at my breaking point. I can do it physically alone. I've been doing it, but I don't want to. I don't deserve to, because I am worthy of companionship, of community, of love, of affection, of support, of someone lifting me up, motivating me, encouraging me. I am worthy of that, so I deserve to receive that. I don't want to do it alone anymore, and I've been crying all day.
So I know I said I wanted to take a break from dating, and I didn't need a man. I changed my mind. I'll take whoever. Just like get here ASAP. Please.
Is it just me, or am I like in the point of my life where like I'm so uninterested in men, but I also want a man so bad? Like I want a man so bad, but I'm so uninterested. Like every man that comes my way, I don't respond, I don't flirt back, I just don't care. Like I don't care to put forth the energy. Like I don't. A nice man has came my way and I still just been like, cool, because I'm good, but then I lay in my bed at night alone and I want a man so bad. So like, what's wrong with me?
Can we talk about how I crave to be cuddled? How I crave to just be like, can I just like kiss someone? Can I just like someone hold me? I need a big boy. But anyways, I just want to be held. And to be honest with you, like, I could go out and get that shit right now. Like, I could respond to a DM right now and be like, let's meet up, let's go Netflix and chill, and like, let me get it satisfied. But that's temporary satisfaction, and we are big girls and we don't do that. We don't fucking do that.
I've done really well for myself in my career, and I'm ambitious, and it seems to be something that is like desired because it's like, I don't know, I'm prized to be one. But then once I actually open up in like in the dating world and like let someone in, then they get bored or they don't see the value. And I was passed up on an opportunity this week as well. And then also the guy I was dating, it just, I guess, didn't work.
Us as humans need our little person, but I don't want temporary anymore. I'm done with temporary. I'm ready for long-term commitment, and that's what none of our generation is up for. No one in this shit, all right? Especially where I'm at, especially where I live. There's no one, and it fucking sucks. And then it makes me just think about like the shit that I've been through, and then it just makes me think about like how my sons, like, they don't have a legit family. I mean, they have a great family like of me, but I mean, like, they don't have the mom and dad in the same household is what I'm saying. And that sucks. That sucks a lot.
People meet people nowadays. Being a single gal in a single world, where do I go if I don't want to go on dating apps? Like, I don't like dating apps. I've had them. I've tried them. I get disappointed. I get discouraged. Let's be honest. Let's be real. Dating apps, if you're going to think this person is attractive, you're probably going to swipe yes. And if you don't find them attractive, you're going to swipe no. But sometimes people just aren't photogenic. They just don't present themselves well through photos. That's why I just feel like it's so much better to meet people in person. Also, just like with having dating apps, like, it just feels forced. And I don't want it to feel forced. I want to like go out in public, meet someone like in the wild, both just happen to bump into each other, and you're like, and then, you know, sparks fly. I just want to know where. Like, where do the single men go? Where are you going? Where are you hanging out? Like, if you're in the garage, like, come out. Like, are you at the lake? Are you snowmobiling? Are you fishing? It's wintertime. What are you doing right now? It's funny. How am I this amazing, like, and single? Like, are you kidding me? And like, for the longest time, I just like wasn't worried about it. At this point, I'm like, I'm 31. What is happening? Like, is there just no one left? Put me on a dating show. The Bachelor, The Bachelorette, Love Island. I don't even care. Just put me somewhere so I can actually like interact with the male race. I'm not interacting with males. Anyways,
love comes to you when you least expect it. Shut up. I have been trying to not expect it for like 6 years. And also, I was speaking to my friend the other day, and she was like, well, like, are you like trying to like go out of your way to meet people? I'm like, no, because people are fucking telling me that it comes when you least expect it. So here I am like trying to convince myself I don't want it, and I'm just not expecting it so I can get it, and it's not happening. But then even when I go out of my way to like go on dating apps, it just never works because these people that I'm meeting aren't my cup of tea, are not wanting what I want. They just want a casual thing. And like, as someone who's never been in any kind of romantic entanglement, my first relationship is not going to be a fucking casual relationship. And yeah, so like, what one is it? Should I put myself out there, or should I just pretend that I'm not like, oh, I don't want a boyfriend?
Alright guys, thank you so much for coming back to my channel. So on today's episode, these women are claiming to be single and lonely.
I'll put the link in the description box afterward. That sounds like a whole lot of women who don't care to be married, right? They've given up on marriage. That what you really saw there was from the US and the UK. That sounds like a whole lot of English-speaking women from the US and the UK that don't care to be married, right? They've given up on marriage. Yeah, that's it. Children, no children, young, a little bit older, they all look like they don't care to be married, right? They don't care to be married. No. That's no, right? Yeah, that's it, right? And y'all gives you a second because we having some technical difficulties. Y'all gives you a second. Let's see if we can fix this. And we're back. I don't know what's going on, but we're having some technical difficulties with some of the background of StreamYards, and I'm trying to fix it. But Starman says 64 likes, pump them numbers up. Let's see what we looking like. I'm gonna have to put you guys on mute again for a second. I'm trying to fix this thing, but I'm trying not to end the stream. To fix this issue. Let me see if I can fix it without ending the stream. Y'all gives you a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Okay, it looked like we fixed it. Oh, no, we didn't. No, we didn't. Got background. Okay, give me a second, y'all. Okay, let's see. Do we have an echo now? No, we do not. Haha, there we go. All right. We fixed it. We fixed it. At least it looks like we fixed it. Okay, looks like we fixed it, y'all. Look like we got something going now. Oh man, that was driving me crazy. So yeah, there's a technical difficulty going on. I don't know what the hell. Yeah, StreamYards was messing with Z. I think they said Z, this is not you, Z. You cursing too much, Z. We gonna tell Mama Z you cursing too much. You used to not curse. Shout out to all of us that remember that freestyle from Lil Wayne with Manny Fresh. Was it a Manny Fresh album? It might have been a Manny Fresh album. And like Wayne had a song where he freestyled on it, and then Manny Fresh like called at the end and was like, "Yo, I'm gonna tell your mama, you used to not curse." Somebody know the song Z talking about. But okay. Continuing. We do not owe your daughter's marriage. I'm not saying this is sustainable. Look at this, you can't pronounce sustainable. This is not sustainable. It is not. This is not sustainable. You can't continue a population like this. Your society is going to fracture even more than it already is. But let's be clear. America in the West has raised selfish brats in the women. We can acknowledge, and we're overly critical of the men and their negative proclivities. Mr. Z says this all the time. But when it comes time to critique the women, when it comes time to say, hey, why wouldn't the men want to get married? Everything boils down to it's the porn. It's the porn. It's the porn. Yeah, that's the issue. It's the porn. And they don't want to take manhood seriously. They don't want to grow up. No, could it possibly be that your daughter's an asshole? Could it possibly be that the things that make your daughter a great employee and maybe a great daughter, a great student, are not necessarily the things that the masses of men are looking for in a wife? Maybe, possibly. Is that possible? Or is it possible that your daughter reserves her respect for her boss? That might be piping, goddamn. But not for her boyfriend, one day possibly, probably not, husband. Huh. Is that possible? We do not want to marry your daughters. They're not marriage material. Train tracks. They are not marriage material. It's that simple. Your daughters did not give up on marriage. That's why Mr. Z played that, and Mr. Z got another one for y'all. Your daughters did not give up on marriage. The men gave up on your daughters. Call a thing a thing. And I'm gonna let y'all up. As a matter of fact, because I gotta do it now. So we're gonna do this. Y'all give me a second. Okay, that should go. And yeah. And we're gonna play this as y'all come up. So here we go.
This dating world that we're living in, I cannot. I'm so lonely.
Nothing actually prepares you for how lonely being an adult can be.
Super lonely. I don't have anyone. I just want to crawl in the black hole and not come back out.
I don't know how much longer I can stand being single, and it's not because I'm just super lonely. No, I'm pretty peaceful on my own. It's not because I'm like terrified of my eggs drying up, and I mean I do want kids. That is a part of it. And it's not because I see all these other couples and I'm like, oh, I want that. It's not because I need someone else to help me pay the bills. I do. I really do. But that none of the typical things that you would think of are the main reason that I don't know how much longer I can be single. The main reason? I'm tired. I can't go out anymore. I want to stay at home with a good book. My social battery has gone way down since hitting 30. I can't keep having these same conversations. It's painful. And I'm tired.
It's so hard sometimes watching so many of your friends fall in love and find their person and get pregnant, especially as I'm moving into my 30s. I feel like I'm watching everybody else live out their dream and wondering when my dream is going to happen for me.
Oh my God, it's so draining. Dating is draining. I just can't keep doing it.
Literally can't do this anymore. I don't want to do it anymore. But then I'm like, how am I gonna get a husband? I literally don't want to do this anymore. I'm done. I'm crashing out.
Myself personally, I'm looking for one person that I want to spend the rest of my life with. One person. And I do think it's possible to find your person or find someone that you want to choose to spend the rest of your life with. But think about it in terms of a game. And I think it will make a little bit more sense, and it will help you feel a little less like bogged down when you go on a date that's not great. The odds.
My birthday is this weekend. I'm turning 47. Okay. I'm getting a lot of people wishing me happy birthday, which I am very grateful for. Thank you so much for remembering and for thinking of me. And also they keep asking me, why am I single? What? And I think I could sum it up by saying I'm looking for a man who's willing to do the things that I'm willing to do to be in an adult grown relationship. And let me give you a couple examples. Be reliable, be trustworthy, be honest, be fun. The biggest problem I see is they say one thing and do another. They haven't learned how to appropriately express their wants and needs. And lastly, they try to rush relationships. So don't get me wrong, in 2025, I am definitely looking for a long-term committed relationship, and I am willing to do all of the things that I just said so that we can have two people working towards big goals all together. But until then, I'm gonna stay single.
I believe that you know if someone is your person like immediately. Within the first couple dates, like you have this overwhelming sense of connection to them, and like that you want to spend every waking moment with them. I have been in love with one person in my life. The second I met that person, I knew that I was going to fall in love with them.
Last man I met who was in their late 30s, early 40s, it ended with him being like, oh, I don't want anything serious. And I'm thinking like, you know what is serious? Your hairline under the hat that you won't take off your head. So you don't got a lot of time left. Like, what are we doing being at the right age of 40 and saying that you don't want anything serious? You're gonna die being unserious with women. Someone please explain it to me. I don't understand.
Not before your ex,
A younger gentleman started chatting me up at the bar. He was very nice, and we got on the topic of age, and I informed him that I was 35, to which he did not believe me, and he's like, no way, like, you're not 35. And I was like, no, I am. Like, I'm 35. I was born in 1989. And he was like, whoa,
you were born in 1900,
like, you're from like the late 1900s.
Okay, so I haven't dated anybody in 3 years. I finally decided I'm putting myself out there, start meeting people. These men are weak. These men are soft, okay? They don't text you. They don't call you. They like your Instagram posts. It is the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Not weaker than your brittle ass eggs.
Why are girls allowing men to act like this to them? Absolutely not. No, go waste your time with a 20-year-old. Like, they'll probably be happy to get your attention.
Quick question for any single women who are attempting to date men in Berlin via the apps. Are we okay? Because I feel like it's just getting worse for us. You know what I mean?
Convinced that we do not need reality TV anymore when you have already dating the same guy page in your hometown. Unpopular opinion here. That the age of social media and women nowadays are so quick to call a dude a narcissist. But they're forgetting, like, hey, same shit. Women are by far, in my opinion, that I'm watching on these pages, more narcissistic than some dudes are. Like, if you're looking for your person, it's an equal partnership. But now, this page that was supposed to make women safe has turned into just bashing men whenever they get the freaking chance. And it's supposed to be a secret thing. Well, it's 100% not. And I get the age of like, women will repress for a long time, whatever the hell. Women have this idea in their head, this Prince Charming is coming around. And when a man does not fit that exact mold, then they're the asshole. Instead of getting to know the man for who they are and what they are, they're pissed. They don't fit their mold they already had in their brain.
I feel like when it comes to dating, I've been very chill and calm when it comes to
my old like set of standards that I held for myself. I'm like, okay, I need like, what the fuck? I need like really high standards. I have high standards. I feel like with dating, like I've kind of like realized to calm down a little bit in certain areas where I've been so high and mighty and tight with like certain things you need to have. And I like been relaxed on that, and I'm still just like not seeing or like feeling how I feel like I'm supposed to be feeling. And it's just like kind of upsetting because I'm like, okay, not that I'm lowering my standards. I just feel like I'm like opening up a little bit more and like growing up, realizing that maybe certain things that I used to think were like negatives are actually positives, and don't know how to navigate it. I'm in this weird limbo of like trying to grow, trying to learn, and you don't even make excuses for someone in your head, and then you kind of calm yourself down, and then you're like, do I need to be making those excuses?
Shout out to whoever's gonna be her parachute.
Because it's really hard to like start over time and time again and again. You know, and open yourself emotionally up to dating.
You're a girl and you're feeling sorry for yourself about not having a boyfriend, or you're feeling single and you're like, oh, I just want a boyfriend. I have never, ever, ever been told by an adult, especially a female, even adult males. Like when I say adult, I mean like mum, dad age, like family, friends, uncles, aunties, that kind of vibe. I've never had one of them say you need a boyfriend. I only ever get told, no, stay away from boys, stay away from boys. To this day, I still get told, they're no good, don't, you're always better off without them, stay single as long as you can. I've never once.
Hello YouTube, thank you so much for coming back to my channel. So on to this episode.
Y'all go ahead.
200% tariffs. 200% tariffs. You know what?
Hey, we go out tariff Trump. We go out tariff Trump.
300% tariffs.
16 gigawatts. Go ahead.
Yo, that's so I had something else I completely wanted to say, but that last video before this one, I wanted to back up and actually, regardless what she said and key on what she said of inherent trauma and perception of points of views of how people receive other people about like it's a few things, man. I like looking at things dynamic, and you know, before I keep going, I want to make sure that I'm working on being more concise and I'm just not rambling and shit, right? But she said something about stay away from boys and everything she learned, stuff like that. So it's like, were you like receiving someone else's trauma? They didn't give you the whole objective thing about stuff that she started looking at things.
Hey, bro, I was just telling her to be in a relationship with one of her girlfriends.
Yeah. But
I mean, if your mom and if the quote unquote elders around you, because she sounded like a British a UK white woman, okay, UK white woman. If all your elders, including the men, are telling you to stay away from quote unquote boys, I don't know how old she is, but she looks like she's an adult, a young adult. Fine, then stay away from them. And you know, I really think that was like it's not even thinking. That was a sneak diss. The boys are not good enough. The men are not good enough. Stay away from this as long as you can. How about we do that forever?
But it's also forever.
Right? Exactly.
But it's confirmation bias, right? It's
like exactly.
Like a lot of what I was saying yesterday, right? I think there's a part two of what was going on yesterday, honestly, right? But like, we have to keep in mind, like one of the things I was basically trying to say is that there's a bias. Women make a bias, and then when they realize that their bias wasn't working, they kind of like, you know, hit reverse in their bias. They're like, okay, it's like you push the grain all the way this way, and now you mad when you go against the grain that everything's kind of all messy. So that goes into, you know, the other aspect. I'm looking at things as components. So my bad.
Wait, Vince, are you saying you can't Uno reverse life?
What? You know what? I didn't think about that.
I think you're saying you can't put Uno reverse on life. That these things have consequences. Your quote unquote elders telling you to stay away from boys as an adult, it has consequences. Right? And all the other women that are a little bit older than you that's crying on the same video that I showed, they're the consequence. They're showing you with the consequences.
Let's understand what the word consequence mean by definition. I mean, I'm from the hood, right? Consequence means get your ass whipped, right? But that's not really what it means, right? We have a misinterpretation of it. It means a sequence of things that follow.
Yes.
So if you're looking at the sequence of things that follow, you can't wonder why you get some results if you do the things that lead up to that result.
You know who? My bad, Vince. I'm gonna let you land with that. You know who? I so regret. I think these brothers. It was genius. Their goddamn channel title, "Single by Choices."
Oh yeah.
Now say what you said again for me, please. What does consequence mean again?
The sequence of things that follow.
Single by choices. When I saw their channel name, I was like, God damn, them niggas got it.
You
Single by choices. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I mean, it's an open dialogue, man. But like, it's you can't go your 9, 10, like you can't go your pre-adolescent years, your adolescent years, rewarding and choosing a certain type of person, and then when you get older,
Lon, you might have to mute up while Vince talking because I'm getting some echo. And then we got KMS after that.
Yeah, you can't go rewarding a certain type of behavior, and then all the guys, all the young men are conforming to a certain type of behavior for reward. We reprogram the culture, and then you're upset when, like how you said, all the stepdaddies, and even though I'm subjecting her, but like you can't be upset that you diminished a role, you eradicated a role, you pretty much not omitted a role, but you kind of like. You wore down the road, and you wonder why everything our behavior shapes culture, and then we change towards things.
This is my problem, Vince. This is my problem with the technocrats, with the social designers, with the pundits. Everybody's acting stupid. Y'all priced, and I'm saying it like this for a reason. Y'all priced working class folks out of performing marriage. Y'all priced lower middle class folks, working poor folks out of, particularly the men, out of performing marriage. Y'all that's why Dr. Richard Reeve said dream hoarders. Fine. If that's the game, then tell your daughters that shit. And stop having them bullshit and try to protect their little ego and we gave up on marriage. No, bitch. Neither one of us could play this game, and that's why they're telling you to get comfortable being single. That's why they keep on telling you find peace in yourself and love yourself and invest in your friendships. Go ahead.
It's actually simpler than that. Let me go before you can mess, because I'm gonna be shorter than you can mess, and you got it all day, bro. Women suck at hypergamy. It's two things. One, women suck at hypergamy, and two, hypergamy doesn't care about women either.
Yeah.
Hypergamy doesn't care if he's married. Hypergamy doesn't care that you have a good heart. Hypergamy doesn't care if you just want to cuddle. Hypergamy doesn't care if you're just looking for your person. So is that other chick. And she's probably a better chick than you.
Yeah.
It's a system. The system don't have feelings.
Hypergamy don't care. Hypergamy doesn't care if your macaroni and cheese is the bomb. Hypergamy doesn't care.
That's funny. It's not fair. I got y'all.
Fair. That's not fair. That is not fair.
That's one of my fucking favorite sound clips. I think that might be my favorite sound clip out of all of my sound clips.
Hypergamous failures, all of them. Put the 200% tariffs on them.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna find a way. I'm gonna find a way to not get copyright strike. I'm gonna find a tariff sound clip, or maybe video clip, better yet. I'm gonna find one, especially of the 140 whatever % tariff shit that Trump didn't put on China. I'm gonna find one. We'll find one.
Yo, Lion, we need to put the nearest mail clause in the
Y'all heard it here. Y'all heard it here. Look, we need to start taxing all of them. Look, your uncle, bitch, you divorced me. That Benz that I paid off before you divorced me, your uncle paying for that shit.
Honestly, we just gonna
your dad paying for that shit.
You know what? Fuck it. We just put it like this. You unsufferable chicks' fathers, y'all gonna have to pay the dowry.
Say that.
Y'all gonna have to pay the dowry.
Go ahead. No, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, you good. You good. Go ahead, Kevin.
No, I disagree on that, but let me just give me some rope to explain. Once again, Mr. Z, thanks so much for having me on your channel.
Definitely, always.
I thought you came over to the dark side. I was like, oh wow, man, this dude could
No, I still ain't signed the paperwork yet. I'm just angry. I'm throwing furniture around in the office. That's all.
Okay, all right. Well, paperwork's there for the time, brother. But I want to say,
you and Edward standing in the corner. You and Ed, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say that I think we're all collectively going through a hero's journey, and to me personally, it's sort of like martial arts. You start off with a white belt, and your white belt's like, okay, kick, punch, block. You just worry about that. Then you go through the progression of the belts. You learn, you can kick this way, you can punch that way. You start sparring, you start competing. You learn about the philosophies of whatever martial arts you're doing. Then you finally reach your black belt, and all your black belt is that it's really much just kick, punch, block. But now you got the context and the history behind it on why you're kicking, punching, and blocking in certain scenarios. As it comes back to women, when I initially started being involved with women, it was the late 1990s. My uncles and cousins who were women, who were ladies' men more or less, came to me and said, "Hey, these bitches ain't shit." I'm like, that's kind of a lot to tell me. I really don't understand the context of it. And they're like, "Well, these bitches ain't shit because they just ain't." They were hood dudes, so they really couldn't, explain why it was. But
they ain't know what it was, but they knew what it looked like.
Yeah. It's like pornography. I don't know what it is, but I don't know. I can't explain, but I know when I see it. So, anyways, I go through my, adult years and dealing with women to certain levels, degrees, and then thanks to the manosphere, learning more of the context behind, why women act their ways. And now I finally got my black belt, and my black belt is more or less this: is that these bitches ain't shit. Society allows them not to be shit, but still, these bitches ain't shit. And what it really comes down to, ultimately, and I'm going to tie this in a bow. What it ultimately comes down to is this: these chicks do not want to be accountable or responsible. These chicks are more or less people without a country. What I mean by accountable and responsible is this: they want to be in leadership roles. Well, to be a leader, you have to be accountable. These chicks do not want to be accountable. That makes them horrible leaders, just off rip. Okay, they decide, fine, I don't want to be a leader. I want to be in my soft girl era. I want to follow. Okay, to follow, you have to be responsible to execute on the actions the leader gives. And most of these chicks know that because most of these chicks work in elementary school. They have rules in place in elementary school because most of the ways the teacher protects the students is from preventative care, not palliative. If you follow the rules, I won't have to. If you follow the rules, you'll be fine because the rules are there to do that. These chicks are not responsible because they don't want to follow the rules. They don't want to listen to any man. So you have a situation where you have a group of women who can't be good leaders. I mean, even like, to quote BGS. BGS said, I would have no problem with maternity in the black community if it fucking worked. It don't, because these bitches don't want to be accountable, so they can't be leaders. And then
I was actually going to tell you were citing BGS earlier. Keep going. I was saying, like, you get real close to what I've heard BGS say. Yeah, go ahead.
So you can't lean on to be leaders because these hoes don't want to be accountable. On the other hand, you can't guarantee these bitches gonna follow you because you can't be told shit. So because they're not responsible. So you have people who are literally out of country. So at this point, I mean, these bitches really ain't shit. What can you do with them? What can you do with a person? It's like this. Now, land my plane. You're a coach of a basketball team. You run a play. Now, if they run the play and the shot does not go in, that's on the coach. But if you have them set up a play and this stupid motherfucker wants to throw the ball from half court, then it's on them. We're at the point to where you literally cannot do anything with most of these women. You can't put them in leadership roles because they refuse accountability. You can't put them in subservient roles because these bitches don't want to be responsible for anything. And I've noticed that the only time a woman wants to deal with a man is either if the man is irrelevant and disposable, or she's put in a situation where she's irrelevant or disposable. If you notice, that's why these chicks either deal with dudes who are insanely rich, insanely wealthy, or this nigga got a neck tattoo or got a face tattoo and he just got out of pants. because that's what they're extremists. Because she deals with face tattoo man. All right, he can't tell her shit because she gonna be like, because if anything goes left, I'm gonna look at you, nigga, your shit ain't right. But on the other hand, if she is with the dude who has his shit all the way together to the point to where she is literally irrelevant to the point of to the portion of a child. If he takes me, all I have to do is just sit up and wait for him to fuck me. So, but between that, you have an ocean.
I don't like how you talk about Young Miami. I don't like how you talking about my fellow Dade County person. I don't like how you go ahead.
Hey, the shoe fits.
Right.
But so now you have an ocean of men who can't do nothing with these women because a lot of the most majority of men, we're not wealthy. but the most majority of men, we're not absolutely disposable. We would like someone to be on our team as a teammate. But here's the problem. I can't tell you shit because you don't want to be responsible. What good are you to me? You're not. I'm almost there. I'm almost there.
And KMS, when you done, read Trell's comment when you're done, please.
Okay, so at that, so where we are now is that these bitches ain't shit. We all know that. It's almost to the point now we can openly say that and almost have no pushback. Not even from the women at this point. The problem is that these bitches ain't shit because society allows these bitches to be shit at this point. It's not even an individual. Oh, that's an individual ain't shit bitch. You have swamps of ain't shit bitches to the point where it's actually a systemic problem. They want to be in leadership roles, but they don't want to be accountable. They want to live in soccer era, but you can't tell the broad shit. So until society,
you said beehive in a different way. Go ahead.
yeah. So until society deals with these chicks, the technocrats, this place is going to fall apart. The men are going to leave. They're going to go to women who will be responsible. America, I mean, fuck this shit about America not making wives. America don't make responsible or accountable women. That's the goddamn problem. That's what it is. So let me tie my black belt and take a bow. These bitches ain't shit, and it's because of society. And it took me about 30 years to get there. And I'll land my plane there.
Let me say, read this comment from me because I think that you'll hear. By the way, hear. But read this comment.
No country for old hoes. You goddamn right.
Right. Number one. Number two. I will say this. I'm not going to say this person's name so they can give themselves plausible deniability. There is a philosopher brother who does not claim this space, so it's not the person y'all initially thought. It's the other one. And we'll say he has an African surname, but he can still play plausible deniability. He says it in a far more articulate way, no offense to KMS, what KMS says, especially the societal part, especially concerning white women, which is what all these women are trying to achieve, white womanhood. And he says essentially exactly what KMS says, which is society has allowed for them and encouraged them to not be responsible, not be accountable, and essentially has spoiled generations of women and aspiring wannabe white women, which is all of these other non-rich white women, which is working class white women, poor white women, black women, Latina women, Asian women, all the women in America. And essentially, this brother says exactly what KMS said. And I'm not going to say his name, but it's probably who y'all thinking about. Go ahead.
It probably is. But and let me put a cherry on top on why I said you can't tax the other men. Because they can't correct them either. It is a societal systemic issue. You gonna send a bill to her uncle or her dad that hasn't seen her older brother. He gonna look at you and say, "Nigga, I've been trying to fix this bitch for years. I can't."
I think you're right. I think you're right. Yeah. That's scary.
I gotta go, but God bless you all. I greatly appreciate the channel. Keep doing what you're doing, Mr. Z. You do excellent work.
Look, I ranted today. Look, Mr. Z was in rare form today because I listened to Coach Greg Adams. I was like, shout out to Coach Greg Adams. I don't agree with the brother on everything, but he's older than me and he showed more discipline and he still got his jokes in. And Mr. Z I'm pretty much behind Coach Greg Adams. Like, fuck that. No, we ain't showing no discipline. Tell them hoes go eat each other out. Go munch on each other. No, and y'all gives you a.
And put on OnlyFans.
Just like the women are just. But here's the thing: what's gonna happen to KMS's point is that now you're going to see you have a society that is gone so out of control. Now you're going to see a society that women are disposable too. You're gonna have to dispose of with.
That's a little. Okay, so this is the chimpanzee. You're right, and that's scary because that means we gonna see their ass. Okay, I'll give you a problem. I'll give you an example. I have a really close friend. I don't want to put him out there. Let's just say I know someone that's close to me, and he had a situation with a homeless pregnant black woman who was dirty and when she gave birth to the baby, they had to take the baby. She couldn't take care of herself. You see what I'm saying? And she just was out here and like, pregnant black woman. And so, and like and I'm tying that to what you just said, Line, is by like saying like that's a scary thought. That's a scary thought. Not because
reality. But
not because
But
Go ahead.
not
I'm
just
sorry.
the women you just mentioned, but also these women out here like those women over online complaining, talking about, well, they ain't gonna have. Oh, these women talking about they ain't gonna have no kids. Fine, you'll be replaced.
Yeah.
That's just going to have to be. That's just going to have to be the language. That's just going to have to be agreement. Fine, don't. Fine, don't have kids. We'll find women who will.
So damn, I'm KMS, if you're still listening, I actually want to address what you were saying earlier, and Lion just reminded me. That's what makes this even worse. See, I think the system was willing to deal with they shit as long as they were still producing children.
Nope.
Y'all really think what y'all doing with the economy makes up for you not having kids and being married? No. Y'all, I don't think they really appreciate y'all fucking up the entire game. Because y'all not even having kids. So the system's like, y'all not even having kids. Like, there's bad and then there's worse. Y'all not even having kids out of wedlock. Y'all bitches really fucking up the entire game.
Fine. But it'll just have to be and the response is just going to have to be fine. We'll find women who will. Yeah. Y'all just going to have to go. Y'all just
make it worse.
Go ahead and be aunties.
Or make it, and that's when Leon comes in. That's why Leon be like, Z, stop talking to him. Look, I need rich auntie to help push the baby stroller in the park for me while I'm dealing with my lady. That's like not Lion. Leon. That's why he has the Joker as his thumbnail, because I understand what he be saying when he say. I just don't want to entertain this shit at the time. But that's what Leon is saying. Exactly what you just said. Is like, fine, we'll have other use for you. You'll be the nanny for cheap for me and the Asian woman that I'm married, or the Latina or the African sister that I bought in that I'm married. Thank you for being the nanny.
We'll just let you go ahead and build your little side hustle, be in child care.
Oh man, hey, you said you want to be rich, auntie. We got a place for you.
Fine, we'll make use of you here. Babysit these snot nosed ass kids while the husband and wife go ahead to Maui.
The system.
Yeah, right.
Go ahead and babysit. That'll be your use. Fine.
That's so messed up. Hey, ladies, we got a place for you. Hey, say that. We got a place for you. We got a place. Or you could be the teacher, but no, I don't know if I want them being teacher because they're gonna be resentful and they're gonna be taxing the boys. But you could be teacher. You could be the single rich auntie teacher. There you go. Yeah. The preschool teacher. We'll make you the preschool teacher.
We'll make you the preschool teacher. We'll make it a preschool teacher, and when everybody especially when summertime comes and parents want to get away from their kids, we'll drop you off.
Yeah, with
the dog.
Hey, look,
drop off the kids and the dog with you.
Right. Hey, when we want to look, especially for the couples that don't live in their hometown, right? So they could drop the kids off at grandma's house. No. Or one of their siblings' house, auntie house, uncle house. So we'll just drop the kids off to you when we want to go on our date. When we want to go on our date and we married and we haven't had date night for a couple weeks, we'll drop the kids off to you for about 3 hours. We'll see you in about 3 hours.
Y'all will be the new child. It will be the new child care. The child care operators.
Okay. And don't turn your nose up at it either, because Trump firing y'all left and right. So you gonna have to make money.
Y'all need some money anyway, right? Y'all want to make some side hustles, right? Here's your side hustle.
Here we go.
Go ahead and stock up on diapers and Similac.
Right.
Stock up.
Look, the reason why I'm laughing, but it's no joking matter, is because we're talking about the entire human species right now. We are talking these ladies done fucked up so bad that we don't want to date them. They messed up so bad that guys are like, if you have a propensity to chase after the chisel chin jock, I'm not following behind him. I'd rather live in this apartment with a couple of roommates, save a couple of dollars, and go get my thrills in Thailand or in the Philippines.
Put it to you like this. I want everybody to listen to me. Campfire. Can you just imagine, but before a second, all my gamers, imagine if Grand Theft Auto 6 gets pushed back to Valentine's Day.
Ooh. Oh, there's gonna be a lot of salty, dry women that day. Ooh, good Lord.
Oh man, let me read this real quick, and then you got an AB.
Bottle 6 gets pushed back to Valentine's Day.
Hey, no place on this is 8-ish, 8-ish bitch, pandemic, red pill vacation.
Vaccination.
I'm sorry. Oh, he said vaccination. Look, yeah, I couldn't do it today. I tried. I really was like, I'll do a standard stream and not, be disciplined like I usually am and make my little sexual puns and innuendos, and we just gonna leave it at that. But then I was like, no. I think I've done a really good job at not using profanity and leaving it at the juvenile 12-year-old jokes. But today we going full on cursing. Go ahead.
But this is what I was telling you, Z. This right here, those videos, this right here is women's worst fear, living in a world where men only engage in sex with you but won't marry you. That is the worst reality. The worst reality. You getting piped and that's it. That's all you're getting. That is not an ideal reality for most women.
This is the thing for me. I've said this. Look, women are. You have to understand. Mr. Z has a older female sibling and a younger female sibling. So I've never looked at women as like necessarily weaker. Like physically, yeah, I get it, but like, and I know the neuroticism. I know these things, right? Train tracks. With that, women can be responsible if you hold them responsible. They can be accountable. You got to make them accountable. I agree with like this chase of upper middle class and rich white womanhood where you could call the cops on somebody hoping they get deleted, but then act like you didn't. Oh, that's not what I want. When something goes left, right? That's not what I wanted. Right? There's all this thing that all of these women are trying to aspire for. Is why they're not held accountable.
Mm-hmm.
This is the issue. So what I'm saying with this is. I'm not gonna let women slide with the. Oh, we don't want to get married. We don't want. No. You don't qualify for marriage. No, even if you wanted it, which you do, you don't qualify, and your degree does not qualify you.
Hey, can we
you being a career woman does not qualify you. Go ahead.
Can we? Did you talk about the?
And after this, we got to get AB, and then we got AL up here, and we got Zulu up here. Go ahead.
We talk about the accountability of women and things like that. How this country and stuff. The Western world make women that's accountable. Can we charge that to the philosophy of the birth of a nation?
You mean because in the movie, if I remember correctly, homegirl jumped off the edge of the mountain and deleted herself rather than letting the black man do whatever he was supposed to do to her.
It's not that. It's the subcontext of pretty much the how can I say the damsel.
The damsel in distress. Yeah. Well, they want to play that game. Yeah.
It's not just that, but like more so like the whole idea about agency. The agency had rested with, the quote unquote white knight.
There's something to be said about that, right? There's something. I think that's accurate. I think that white knight. I think that has more than one meaning. That's definitely a double, if not a triple entendre.
Yeah. So that was just a thought because we talk about the inherited undercurrent of aspects of our society, and that's one of them. You say we have this aspect, this toxic underbelly, this ugly aspect of our culture, and that's pretty much like the source code of it, right?
Well, look, so now that we're getting more and more confirmation, that's why I played what I played yesterday. That these people know. So appreciate something. Foreign has I think 2 master's degrees. I think FD was working on his PhD. You saw FD describe accurately with T Noir, and shout out to Leon for that. Accurately what we say here. Foreign described accurately on waving the red flag what we say here. They know. So everybody's been playing with black men for decades, not years, decades. They know what the outcome is. And this is why I'm saying, then when the women complain
Tell them the truth. Look, man, we done spoiled you. The men don't want y'all because we made y'all insufferable assholes. So you might want to end up with your girlfriend and make her a literal girlfriend.
You
Tell the
gotta
women the
get,
truth. Good.
you gotta get that concussion snippet where with Will Smith say, "Tell them the truth."
I'll look for it. I'll look for it.
Nah, you hoes gonna have to couple together. Y'all gonna have to get together and buy a house and turn it into a daycare center.
Oh boy.
Because y'all gonna be the new babysitter.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Go ahead, AB. Go ahead. What's going on with you?
Regarding your title, I knew it was over when they called Felicia Rashad of all people a pick me.
Yep.
I knew it was. I was like, okay, it's over. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I saw that too.
If Felicia Rashad can't talk to him, there's no point in
the
talking to him.
archetype, the archetype of the gynocrat.
If she can't talk to him, you know,
go ahead.
There's no point in talking to these bitches. You know, let them eat cake. Fuck them.
The issue, real quick, Vince. And this is AB. Let me know what you think about this, and definitely AO also. The issue that they have with Felicia Rashad is the same issue they had with Iyanla Vanzant. You're not supposed to give black men in particular any empathy, no sympathy, no understanding. You're supposed to stomp on black men's neck in the middle of the street in public. The issue they had with Felicia Rashad is that she was considering, oh, you're mad, you don't want to embarrass your man. They're like, fuck what that nigga think.
Time out. I don't know why y'all surprised. Did y'all forget about Monique? When Monique was telling them? And it had nothing to do with relationships? It had absolutely nothing to do with men.
Yeah, that's true. And they had an issue with them.
They responded. Y'all are surprised by this? I'm not.
Going back to Iyanla Vanzant, not even the whole Ebony K. Williams bust thing, but they also had an issue with Iyanla Vanzant, and I'm glad her show got canceled, but she was too busy yelling at people, and they meant women. And so that was her issue. It wasn't that she was holding y'all accountable, is that she was yelling too much. Get the fuck, bruh. This is why y'all single as fuck. Anything that doesn't affirm me, anything that doesn't justify this, shut the fuck up, bro.
Yeah,
this is why y'all single as shit.
That's why I say shut the fuck up. I'm not even mad at the women. I'm mad at the guys. Why y'all put up with this shit?
I don't.
I'm mad at the men. I'm mad at the men. You look at the Chinese, man. The Chinese have less women. They got more men. Okay, they have a much stricter society, and the Chinese men will not put up with this shit. No, bitch, I'd rather live alone for the rest of my life than put up with your silly ass. Okay, if you do not meet my standard, I'll be alone. Okay, with black men,
right now,
black men, we go back and forth with this bullshit. Okay, why we go back and forth with bitches, man? We have the least, probably about the least. Even with the Asians, we have the least amount of men.
Yeah.
Okay. You only got what 10 million single black men. There's in a country of 300 million people. Okay, it ain't that hard. It ain't that hard.
I still think you need to put this on a T-shirt, BJS.
What?
There are 4 billion other coochies in the world. Why are we putting up with your?
Why are you putting up with them? And then they imported. They imported 4 million Venezuelan chicks in the past 3 years. Okay.
Yep.
You only got 10 million black men. You got plenty of women. Why you listening to these dumb broads?
Look, y'all know Mr. Z live in South Florida. I done met them Venezuelan women. Some of them is cutie.
They got a backside. It's nothing else.
Yeah, I'm saying, dear black women, these niggas deal with one Venezuelan woman worth of damn. It's over. It's probably over before that, but it's definitely over.
Got plenty of nurses out here in Atlanta now, so you starting to see them slowly but surely. They creeping in.
They spread them out. They spread them out on purpose because when Biden put because they were putting them in Texas and Florida, and them two governors said, no, hell no, you're gonna have to spread these people out. So they had to spread them out. What I'm saying is that what happens when they deport people, they don't deport the women.
Yeah.
They don't deport when they deport people. How many women do you see get deported?
Almost none.
I don't see that many. I don't look, so I don't know. So.
Now they did try to extract the woman out her car a few weeks ago or a few days ago, But I don't know if she was getting deported. I don't know for sure everything. I'm just stating my observation.
I live in a border state, man. Okay, I live in a border state, and I've been down there, and I see tons of guys that got deported, man. So where your family at? Well, they left the wife. The wife, my daughter's up there. So you got tons of coochies that detached. Okay, tons of coochies. Because why you think there's so many black guys getting with Latina women, man? They deport the guys. What they left with?
Hey, let's be honest. Here we go. If she cooperative,
on behalf of the at the pursuit of Latina women, yes, sir.
Here we go. If she's cooperative and she only got one kid young and the man is gone, he ain't coming back.
Yeah.
Hey, let's be honest. A lot. Well, if she's cute, black men is signing up. They're gonna sign up for that.
And she cooks and cleans and says, "Yes, Poppy."
Yeah, the yes, Poppy get niggas every time. That get niggas.
Yes, Poppy. Yeah. Oh, yes, sir. I would wake up to that. Yes, sir.
They ain't shipping no damn Latinos up there in goddamn Indiana. Nobody care about you. Ain't nobody care about that state. Now, BJs, don't save them. I'm messing with AB. Ain't nobody care about that state. Exactly. Ain't nobody care about Indiana since the Jacksons left. Ain't nobody care about them goddamn.
Now, the Indiana get Haitians.
Oh, do they?
Yes.
Y'all got Haitians up there, AB?
Yes, we do.
Haitians are everywhere.
Got my fellow Haitians.
Now, Z, our question.
Haitians are like Chinese. They're everywhere.
We really are. No, that's Jamaicans. Jamaicans got us beat. We second. Jamaican brothers got us beat. Yeah, they got us beat. They definitely everywhere.
A lot of times I mistake Haitians for Jamaicans.
Really?
Yes.
No, we stopped faking the funk back in the 80s. Haitians own it now.
Hey, BGS.
Yes, sir.
My wife right now.
Wait, Tunnel Runner, I gotta cut you off right now. Tunnel Runner, because I ain't gonna let you brag about nothing up here, Tunnel Runner. You ain't bragging today. No, I'm messing with you. Go ahead.
Hey, as far as this Tunnel Runner?
Yeah, that's Tunnel Runner. Go ahead.
With the, preparing a nice meal for me after the gym.
As far as teaching your wife English, buy Hooked on Phonics and started with that.
Okay, let's start that. She's in classes now. Actually, she actually going to classes.
You better not teach her shit about no fucking English. Remember the last nigga that taught about some English? Coonie cuckoo, I won't have. Next time you teach her English, the next thing she gonna be telling you is, I won't have. You better not do it, nigga. Don't do
it. Hey, you Texas motherfucker, sit the fuck down and shut up for a second, all right?
Okay, only because you asked me, boss. But anybody else, I'm gonna keep running my mouth. Because you asked me, I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
Look.
And what sit your Texas ass down, Negro. Okay.
No, it was very helpful for her not speaking English for the first couple of years, but I think she's okay. The first couple of years, you don't want nobody speaking English right away. You want her to be, me not speak English.
Yeah, but she got to be functional at some point. Depending on where you stay, though. If she's in California, she don't need to.
And if you move down here in South Florida, she could spend her last days and still not know how to speak English.
Yeah, I mean, we have the community in Atlanta. We got some Mexicans, but she needs to speak English.
She needs English to get around. Get Hooked on Phonics and start her with Hooked on Phonics, and it'll speed her up.
Okay,
I just want Tunnel Runner to know hashtag I'm his #1 hater, because every time Tunnel Runner come up here, he talking about his life and his wife, and it sounds like paradise. And Mr. Z out here working 70 hours a week, almost now. But yeah,
I'm hearing Colombianas are the best, man. Afro-Colombianas, yeah, they're the best. Is she Afro-Colombiana?
No. She's a Rubia.
Okay.
What?
She's blonde.
And she look white. Oh, them sisters super hating. Oh, they hating.
In Atlanta,
they be doing in Atlanta. We've been together in Atlanta, and like she'll walk in. I let her walk in first. They be like, "Are y'all together?" Yes, we're together.
Hey, black women never ask that question. If they asking you, they hating.
Yeah, they be trying to separate. I like, no, we together.
Like Snowman's dance. Dun dun dun.
He got him, and excuse me for saying it like that. He got him in Latin. He got him a Spanish. Every time they go over son.
No. Like
she's Latino. She's white. She mixed. She's white.
Yeah. She's white. She's white.
She's Latino.
Yeah. Did you see Tunner running with his bitch ass?
Yeah, who that blind? Ain't walk in with that blind bitch.
Who's that? Who's that nigga on that nag?
Who that nigga on that nag?
You know what? That's the next clip right there. Who's that? Every time black women are hating, that's what we're going. Who's that nigga on that nag? That's what. There we go.
Hey, every time I see Snowman, who's that nigga on that nag?
Who's that nigga on that? Exactly.
That girl that got punched when she went to the hood doing interviews. That was him.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Tunnel running.
Yeah. Big Bertha them punch strippers. Big Bertha said, "I want to be able to abort my babies." Ain't nobody trying to have no babies with you, Bertha.
I hope that didn't seem like I was trying to take things on a tangent, but it also shows that contempt for different women with different phenotypes. They try to project that on us.
Yeah. Well, you know what that is. Well, but no, but to be fair to Bertha, homegirl was making the little slick jibes and everything like that. So yeah.
Hey, Z, I played this last night for AB, but I got one for you.
Okay, give me a second. Let me. Whenever you're ready. Oh, damn! I got 9 people up already. Oh, there. Okay. Oh, there we go. Oh,
how reckless are you? How reckless are you?
No, we good. We good for a while.
You good? Okay. Mm-hmm. You'll love this one. I played this for AB last night.
Okay, you a sugar mama, right?
What do you define a sugar mama though? We got
sugar mama. Sugar mama is a cougar with a bag.
No, it don't have to be cougar.
Okay.
See?
Well, okay,
a sugar woman with a bag. Right.
Okay, a woman with a bag, right?
Who's willing to share.
Who's willing to share
her resources, which is all black women share. The numbers are the numbers. If black women have the most degrees, if we have the most home ownership, if we have the most education, and black men who I love, I rock with, will never date outside my race. But the bottom line is the stats are the stats. It shows the less amount of degrees, the less ownership. So every black woman in her
y'all gotta get y'all money up. We gotta stop. We gotta stop.
Y'all gotta get y'all money
up. This is the ball episode.
Yeah, whether you like it or not.
I'm looking at these statistics. Hey, brother. Y'all gotta get y'all money up.
Yeah. But if you're not getting it up, who been helping your black ass? Your woman? No, but we got to make sure, we got to be clear. Your woman, your mama, your auntie. So the audacity to sit up here and talk about what you don't like about black women getting it when it's been a black woman that's getting it, that's been putting you in position your entire life. So when I say sugar mama, I'm not talking about I'm saying black women have been able to sustain. This is what the numbers show. To sustain.
I agree with that.
Only black women. Then I'm not talking about criminalizing 100%. Us. I'm talking about the whole thing. If it's a black woman put their house up to get your ass out of jail, if it's a black woman helping you study at college, if it's a black woman giving you your keys so you can go do your job, if it's a black woman that's having your children. No, the bottom line is we have been the sugar mamas of the black community, of the culture. So for men to sit up and act like it's a bad thing when we've been holding it down.
Yeah, this is
to act like it's a bad thing because we wanted to agree so you can focus on your trade or you can go to act like it's a bad thing when I walk in the room as a virtue.
Is this Marcella talking shit?
We got to change that conversation.
No, it's Teslin. That's Teslin. That's Teslin. I could tell Teslin's voice from a million miles away. That's Teslin.
We even all. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I saw the clip already, BGS. I saw it. I already know. Yeah, I saw
it. Teslin ass. Way the fuck out of here.
Say
that bullshit. All the way the fuck out of here.
Dear Teslin, we do not care what y'all. First of all, what men are you speaking about? You're not speaking about upperly mobile black men. You're not speaking about even stable black men. You're talking about the brothers that's struggling. If you're talking about getting bailed out and stuff like that, what are you talking about, bro?
She's talking about.
You mean
she's talking about the men that don't have a job at all in the black community, the very, very bottom of the barrel of the men who are in jail. That's what she's talking about.
Yeah.
She's not talking about the majority of black men.
Let me ask a question.
No, she's talking about the majority of black men. That's what she's trying to say.
That's her stereotype. Yeah, that's her ideal.
Yes, her ideal. Yep.
Let me ask this question.
She's on drugs. I got it.
I don't know if we know. Does anyone know if Teslin is in a relationship?
Ooh, I don't
care.
Okay.
No. There's a reason. There's a reason for that because we could judge whether she's virtue signaling off of whether she's in a relationship and who she's in a relationship with. But she's full of shit. If she's in a relationship with one of these attorney niggas on the low or something like that, then she's full of crap. Now, if we know she's just getting banged out by one of these brothers that got a record or something like that, then she could talk like that. But anything short of that, then she's anything short of that, she's low-key pulling a Fannie Willis. I see This is Fannie Willis 2.0. Tesla is just Fannie Willis. That's all. I don't even see the difference. They look like they could be sisters, low key.
Yeah,
like
Fannie
her
Willis.
love language is holding down compromised niggas.
No,
yeah,
she don't hold on to.
But what were you?
They
Don't be talking about Gorilla Grip. He gonna get mad.
They can have a dude like KMS and he'll still be talking the same shit.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. I agree.
And that's why
okay, but that's cool. You can talk that. You can talk that shit, but it's a difference in between reality and the shit you talk.
Right,
right?
Wait a minute. Wait. PK, black women in reality? Really?
That's just
I don't give a fuck about the dysfunction or the dimness.
Yeah.
Go ahead, PK. Go ahead.
Man,
I mean, if you just because a bitch is dim doesn't mean that I have to discount what is and isn't real. Like, bitch, you just stupid. Oh, I'm not supposed to curse. My bad, Z. Woman, you just
No. You good. Mr. Z started the stream off with a look. As a matter of fact, if you don't mind, PK, read the super chat when you're done, because Vince will tell you everything with the super chat when you get.
I can't. The reason it took me so long to come and get on the panel was because I was going through the cornfields, bro. I can't right now. I'm at work.
Okay. Let's do this.
Wish it to the cornfields, then, PK. Swear bomb tax. Say it like Samuel motherfucking Jackson.
Thank you, BGS. Thank you. And look, I started off the street. Y'all know my monologues. I stay away from the profanity. I do my little 12-year-old sexual innuendos, but that's about as far as I go. But no, I started it off because shout out to Coach Greg Adams. Just like he said, these women didn't give up on marriage. We fired their ass. But you know they have to always frame it in a way that's empowering to the women. The women gave up on marriage because the men are not good enough, and the men we don't know. We gave up on your daughters decades ago. When we were back when we were 20, 18. Wait a minute, that bitch don't live. Oh nope.
But these
shout out to that birth rate
niggas sitting here like he's spewing that bullshit, and these compromised ass niggas ain't even like they owning it. They're like,
no. It's worse. The nigga that said, "Oh, we need to step our game up, and we need ladies, fellas, I need us to step our money and game up." Man, shut the fuck up. Thank you, baby. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Money up, man. Nigga, shut up.
Every time one of these women flex one goddamn pinky toe, yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. God damn.
No, the fuck y'all don't own the most houses. No, the fuck y'all don't.
To be fair with you,
no.
I think
they say they that's why they actually you have to listen to what they're saying. Single women, okay?
Yeah.
They don't know most houses, but single women do, because single men don't normally buy houses, okay?
And here's the question. BJ, I gotta ask the most.
Hold on. And most times, a man, if he owns a house, not gonna be single for very long, because the woman's gonna move in and marry his ass, okay?
Yeah. So this is the question. It's the most simple question in the world to the whole entire panel. Why the fuck am I buying a house without a family?
That's the way a man thinks, but women don't think that way.
Yeah. There you go.
Women, when they grow up wanting a house of their own.
Yeah.
So, like my sister's in her mid 50s. Okay, she bought a house, her first house in her mid 50s. Why are you buying a house this late? You getting ready to retire?
Hey, yo, could I be because they've been conditioned to do that?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. It's the American dream thing.
No, it's two things. Okay, it's two things. You got to remember, women are built to do what? Nest, right? It's internal to them. They want their own nest. All women want their own nest. Okay, it's internal to them, and then they condition on top of that. That's why men do not nest. That's like they don't care.
They build the house.
We build houses, but thing is, why do even me, right? Why come, why do I not need a house? It's because I don't have a family. I need a house for a family. I don't need a house by myself. Okay, that's way men think. Women don't think that way.
Hey, do me a favor. Let me have Vince read this one. Vince, read the super chat for me, please, and thank you.
Thank you, KMS, for the super chat. Thank you, KMS, for the $5 super chat. And KMS said, Mr. Z ain't with the shifts today. I fucking love it.
We ain't shit today. Okay.
Yeah, look, I'm scumbag today. I am full on scumbag.
Yeah,
Mr.
Z done took the muffler off the tailpipe. Okay, today.
The baffle that opens. Yeah, that's hysterical. That's hysterical. Well, that's good.
Nah, he not only did that.
I came here on behalf of Edward Anderson to ask if you signed the paperwork. Did you sign the paperwork?
No, I didn't sign the paperwork. No, KMS asked me earlier. Nah, he said the paperwork will be right here waiting for you when you're ready.
Nah,
I said you and Ed waiting.
Yeah, Mr. Z today without the baffler, he said, "Who the fuck is that driving down the goddamn street?"
Right, who's that nigga on that nag? That's what we see right now. But no,
Z doing 60 in the 35 right now.
Hey, by the way, I've done it. I've done way more less in a 35. I've done way more than 60. But anyway,
I know, like 85,
right?
Yeah.
Look, BJ, see, look, I'm not incriminating myself, but but no, you know why? Because it's the framing. That's what enraged Z. It's the framing. Look, I put up the post about atomization. It affects the men. It affects the women. But I don't see who's fighting against it. This is my inner BGS saying this. What y'all gonna do about it, right? Okay, number one. Number two. So if the women are feeling this too, why do we continue to frame their misbehavior and being insufferable asshole brats as the women gave up on marriage? No, the men fired their ass 2 decades ago. Mr. Z is in his late 30s. We fired them when we were 18, goddamn. We walked out of high school and said, "Oh, you're fired." We already knew there wasn't marriage material.
Well, the issue is the society for the longest time, up until the very recent, like, I don't know, give or take 4 to 10 years, not what we've been talking about here in these spaces, but the general society has started to pick up on it, recently, is that women are arguably in this current rendition of what we're doing in this social experiment are accountable to and responsible for absolutely nothing.
Exactly.
So when you ask what it is a woman is supposed to be doing, even, for society itself or for a man or for anything, no one can give you an answer anymore. That's how far gone we are.
I gotta prove a point right now. Real quick. PK, how long you been listening to this stream? When did you come in? How long would you say you were listening in?
About 45 minutes ago.
Okay, so that's around the time. Okay, cool. I don't think you heard KMS say that, and you said exactly what KMS just said. I'm saying that for a reason. We're not making this shit up.
No, I said that 30 years ago. They did this shit on purpose. I know it because I heard. I was arguing with these kind of people, these psychologists and these intersectional feminists about getting rid of gender roles and figuring it out when you get grown, that kind of shit. I said, okay, I said we're gonna run the experiment and see how well it works. Now we run the experiment. The shit don't work. Okay. They did this shit on
I remember you saying this before. I would pay to hear that damn radio interview. I would pay to hear that shit. Oh my God! Exactly.
Well,
no, you're right.
It'll be okay. They'll get together and they'll figure it out and they'll negotiate. That partnership. That's what a partnership. That's why I can't stand that partnership. Okay.
I mentioned it earlier too. When I hear partner, I hear LGBTQ, and I know I know they're trying to be all inclusive. And I'm glad that Kim Foster said what she said when she was reviewing. So before the election, she was reviewing. I think it was not PBS, but oh my God, it wasn't P. What's the radio one?
NPR.
NPR, thank you. NPR, she was listening to a segment where they were speaking to different people about who they're going to vote for and why. And I guess a younger white man, he was engaged and he was like, "Hey, I want to make my wife a stay-at-home wife and blah, blah, blah." And, he didn't have the money or the class to do that. And Kim Foster said, "Oh, no, you don't get to have a wife. You get to have a partner." And when she said I said, exactly. In other words, y'all not using it interchangeably. My whole thing was always trying to figure out if y'all trying to use it interchangeably. No. Y'all trying to say no. Us elites get to be wives and husbands. All the rest of y'all do that partner mix shit.
Yeah.
And we'll pretend like it's the same thing.
And they forced that idea down on the lower class because lower class didn't have a problem.
Exactly.
The lower classes were getting married and becoming wives and wives because they had to, right? So they were way more married than the upper classes. Okay, they've reversed this whole shit. Now the lower class is down here struggling and bumping into each other because you've been fed this bullshit from above that doesn't work.
When FD popped up on my stream the first time, the reason he popped up on my stream is because I was saying exactly what you just said, BGS. He was like, no, that's not it. No, that's not it. I was like, oh, I'll send you the link. And then we did the stream afterward. It's exactly what you just said. And that's what I was saying, exactly what you just said. So we don't get to get married. We get this little hodgepodge, whatever the fuck. Mixed families and whatever the hell. Yeah.
So you're 20 years old, living like the Golden Girls because you don't want to basically submit to the formation of marriage. Okay.
Nothing wrong with that. Didn't do that.
For black women, most black women, marriage was a beautiful thing for most black women. That's why they did it. They had to make you back then. A black one had to make you get married. Black women. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. BGS, read the screen for me, please. What that say?
I said Kangaroo with the $4.99 canvas. I'm here for the turned up Z.
No, not that. No, the screen. No, read that. Yeah, read that. What does that say?
It said Black and Latina women who never marry are the least wealthy in the United States.
And that's what your freedom cost you.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense.
There you go.
I mean, you know what? Buy all the houses you want. Buy all the houses in which we gonna turn them. Y'all gonna turn them into daycare centers because the men are gonna get with other women from other races, and we're gonna turn them into wives. And guess who gets the babysit?
I mean,
shout out to Leon.
Not because women, but they buy houses now. They have to get a rotation to help pay for it.
Yes.
Well, childcare. Here you go.
No,
hey,
did you say rotation, BGS, or did you say rotation? I didn't hear you correctly.
Well, what do they call that? What do they call that when you get a squad of guys? What do they call that now? They call it, what do they call it?
Rotation.
A roster.
Oh, roster. Yeah, the roster. Yeah.
That's it, bitch. Why don't you?
That's their way of trying to be braggadocious about not having no goddamn man.
Yeah,
I hear them.
They can have four. The thing is basically you're basically a village wife for four guys. Just say so. Hey,
cool.
This is. I get this guy on Monday and Tuesday. Get this other guy on Wednesday and Thursday, and I got my weekend dude.
What did you say about village bicycles?
Yeah, that's a village wife.
That's fine. That's if that's the way they want to play it, fine. We will find other use for them. You don't want to be a wife. You don't want to have no kids because you suck at hypergamy. Fine, we'll find other use for you.
Well, I mean, I made a statement not too long ago. You know, sluts and whores have a place in this society, man. Like,
absolutely,
I believe they serve a function, but they're not wives, like not individually, right? So
I wish guys would go ahead and piece up on a bitch, man.
Hey, they're pimping ass BGS. That's like some pimping ass shit.
Me and my partner, he was married. I wasn't, right. We had a chick. He said, man, he said, okay, why don't we just go ahead and piece up on this chick, man? Because I got to be home on the weekend, okay?
I love it. Look, hey, there's a place for you, ladies. There is a place for you. Let me read these right now because BGS is on fire right now. And MS Delta guy, what's going on? MS Delta guy says BGS tax, right? Adrian says, and thank you for the super chat also. Adrian says, my BGS for billion women on Earth tax, 4 billion women on Earth tax, and thank you for that.
And if I was in the incel community, hey, why don't we just start piecing up on chicks, man? You know.
Let me continue. And Abe O says, BGS tax, we need BGS in this space as long as possible. Look, we try to keep BGS, Black Uru, and a couple of other older Xers and boomers alive as long as possible. All the rest of them, we try to push off the edge of the cliff. We need that life insurance money.
If the real BGS came out, man, YouTube would kick my ass off in a heartbeat, man. Because I'd be like pimp guy.
We try to protect you. We try to protect you with our lives in BGS. All the rest of your fellow boomer brethren could fall off the edge of the cliff while we can.
Because they always talk about the 4B shit. That's it. Black dudes just need to piece up on a chick, man. Piece up on a bitch.
There you go.
Hey, you know what, man? We ain't got no money. We only earn this amount of money. Hey, why don't we just go ahead and go in? Because we only gonna get sex once a week anyway. So why don't we just piece up and get sex twice a week? Okay.
And let me actually shout out Compassionate real quick. Compassionate, shout out to you. This brother did the ultimate solid. He clipped out a part where I was talking about the secretly DL black women.
Yeah.
And what occurs, and he put it on TikTok, and apparently it's doing numbers. So shout out to Compassionate for that. Y'all clapping it for Compassionate, and he been sending me like texts and screenshots of different things. And yeah, I'm eventually gonna. I still don't trust TikTok because the red, white, and blue in me, the stars and bars in me, doesn't trust the whole Chinese server thing. So the second one of these other spying ass corporate oligarchs buys TikTok, however it's supposed to work, and the servers get transferred over here, however it's supposed to work, yeah, I'll get a TikTok. But I don't know. It's that's the stars and bars and bald eagle and Z don't trust it. I don't trust it. But yeah, not yet. I'll get it eventually.
Yes, we will find use for hoes. That absolutely. We will find use for them. They don't want to be wives. They don't want to have children. Cool. We'll put them in another slot. We'll find something for them.
That's why I always say that like the women will serve one way or another. They will serve as wives. They will serve
shout out to Zulu
as pleasure women, regardless. That's why I always say you will serve regardless. You just choose your position that you.
Let me. Here's a question for everyone. Real quick line before you go, but I think this is the add-on to what you said. How the fuck you think you're gonna live in a society and just be selfish and all you're gonna do is what? Buy a couple of luxury bags and some luxury in a luxury car, and that's your contribution to society? You think you're gonna live in America and not contribute? You're not gonna have no kids. You're not gonna get married. Exactly. You're not gonna buy like you think what you think you're doing?
I got the 2-piece for you. You better pray Congress don't add to make women sign up for selective service. You better pray they don't make y'all.
Oh, that shit happen. So that shit happen. It's a wrap.
You better pray Congress don't do it. Because then that's it.
Hey, bro, they going to the front line. I mean, ain't like we gonna be missing them though. I mean, really not gonna miss them at that point, really. So I mean,
we gonna find use for you. You gonna hold this baby or hold this gun? Make a choice.
That's really the hold this baby. Hey, shout out to Lion for that. I'm bringing that back. But no, seriously, what I said earlier, y'all not even having kids. Like, I don't think they appreciate how egregious that is. You're not even having children. So the system really is like, what use are you now then? You think you're doing something with your middle management position? Not even middle. Let's stop. I do too much when I say that. Not even middle management position. What you think what are you contributing to the society? And like when JD Vance said childless cat ladies, do you not understand what the hell he was saying?
I mean, she's giving you her presence. She's giving you her presence. Man.
You're right.
Like,
exactly.
That,
exactly.
A real man would understand. She giving you her presence, and you need to be paying for that top dollar. Ain't that right, BGS?
As a matter of fact, let me ask BGS this. BGS, if you don't mind clicking that link that Compassionate put up, and I'll play it when you're able to bring it up on the guest or the background or whatever, however that works. But yeah. Okay. And yeah, look, that's my only thing. I covered this. I actually wanted to cover I think who covered it? Somebody else covered it too. Oh yeah, the Ask a Old Man, the Caribbean brother, out of the UK. He might be in Dubai now. But I wanted to cover the. Oh, it's up.
Dubai.
Oh yeah. I think he might be in Dubai, but I wanted to cover that feminist, the older feminist lady. I think she's a professor, and she was speaking about like the folly of feminism. I listened to it a couple of days ago, but I haven't gotten around to covering it yet. And then I want to also cover it's another professor. She's a black woman, PhD, and she was speaking about essentially how female empowerment, especially directed towards black women, was essentially a counterinsurgency movement. Yeah. And she didn't like and like it's stuff that we already knew. And shout out to Obsidian who says we say what we say and then we wait for the facts to catch up. It's stuff that we already knew, but like I'm not saying she perfectly connected the dots, but she's as a PhD, she's saying this is a black woman saying what we already knew. Like this was counterintelligence.
They know. You know why I know it? Because I heard too many of the guy PhDs talk about when they bring this shit up, they push them to the side. Okay, no, they know.
Yeah,
they know. That's the problem. That they do know. Like I didn't think they knew about Pauli Murray, but the thing is, what's her name? The Professor Kronk. What's the big fat chick's name?
Yeah, that's her. Yeah, Brittany Cooper. Brittany
Cooper is.
Brittany the Hut.
Yeah, Brittany Hut. In fact, I'm when I finish, I'm actually going to read the whole section where she actually it's in her thesis, her PhD thesis, right? She made a book into it where a whole chapter is on Pauli Murray. So they know. They know. They just can't. They just won't say it out loud. They will now because we're actually going to bring it to the forefront. Now they have to account for it. But go ahead. Okay, you want me to play it?
Yeah, you can play it. Yes.
You have to reprogram men. I think you have to reprogram women.
No, you have to reprogram the man so that he will forcefully take what belongs to him, because you know women, as long as we can get, we're gonna get, and it's part of our being. We're going to do anything to you that you let us, whether we want to or not.
And you can hate me, you can be disgusted, you can feel whatever it is you want to feel, because frankly, I'm beyond caring. But without me, you are nothing. You're right. This office has one chair, and you have always known that from the very beginning. And if you now can't stomach that, well, then I'm a fool for having married you in the first place. But I don't have time to be a fool. I'm doing my job. Doug is out there doing his job, and it's time now for you to do yours. You want me to take charge? Fine, I will take charge. You will get on that plane tomorrow. You will come to New Hampshire. You will smile and shake hands and kiss babies. And you will stand with me on a stage. And you will be the first lady. And you do all that. I don't give a damn if you vomit on your own time.
Oof.
Damn.
Oh.
I don't think you have to reprogram.
That sounds Barack Obama in the White House.
He might have said that. He might have said that.
Yeah.
He might have said that. But let me shout out to one of our fallen soldiers. This is Kevin Samuels. Rest in peace. Your duty.
Yeah.
Your duty.
This is what you signed up for.
That's it.
Yeah.
Your duty. Why would men marry women who's not gonna ride or die? That's why they mock it. I'm not gonna be a ride or die chick. Then bitch, you don't deserve marriage.
It basically, if you go back into the series when he first got canned, right? She pushed him back into this, okay? And now you're gonna bitch up after this? No, you know what the hell was going on in the first place.
Yeah.
You have the stomach for it.
I can't remember which Transformers it was where Shia LaBeouf was like, "You signed up for this." Right, like this is what you wanted. Like this is exactly.
Yeah,
the second one. Yeah, like this is what you signed up for. This is
stopping you.
Exactly. That's what he was saying. Yeah, like this is what it is. And so the women are throwing a fit, right? And they writing these articles, and they have their lame ass dads writing these articles. Fuck y'all niggas, right? And no, we're not marrying your asshole daughters, bro. If you raised an insufferable, but if she's cute, we'll pipe. But we're not marrying. As a matter of fact, let's be fair. If she's not cute, we still might pipe on a desperate night. But we're not marrying her, bro. We're not married. You're not walking your daughter down the aisle if she's an asshole. It's just not happening.
These young guys are not with it. Okay, they're not. I don't care what you do them. They're not with it.
No. I think somebody said earlier. I don't know who it was. They're gonna have to pay me a bride price. Yeah. If you pay me a bride like they do in India,
I said it. Your punk ass gynocrat dads are gonna have to pay the dowry.
Yeah. So if you pay me about $400K, I'll take your daughter.
Pay me to get the house. I guess you pay me to get the house.
No. I'm pocketing half that money now. She living in a trailer.
Oh shit! There you go.
The buck, bro. Now, see what I'm saying? I'm gonna put. My money is my money, and your money is gonna be my money. See what I'm saying? That's how we running it, right? But I'll put it in a nice little trailer, a double wide trailer, and I'm gonna pocket, see what I'm saying, most of that money. I would work it that way, bro. But other than that, bro, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
And let me read this. And Inspired Truth says, and thank you for the super chat. This was a little while ago. He says, only 1.5 speed today, Z in chat, right? Because he came in a little late, so he had to catch up. And thank you for the super chat, Inspired Truth. Thank you for the super chat. And look, shout out to all of the accomplished brothers and the professional brothers, y'all could disavow Z for this stream today because I was using profanity and I said bitch a lot and fuck and all the other stuff that I don't usually say on this channel, at least not on my monologues. But I think it warranted it. We are not marrying your dear America. The women you've produced, especially under the age of 50, goddamn, these are the worst. We not marrying them. You could keep them. We're not. And you can write whatever articles you want. We're not marrying them. We're not.
Zulu, you gotta know who your daddy is before you can get a bride price out of it.
There you go.
Always the problem.
Whoa. Stormbreaker comes into Wakanda.
Hey, no.
Flag on the play.
Hey. Aim for the head, not for the nuts. Okay?
Aim for the head.
Man.
Damn.
Yeah,
And let me read this. And the brother says,
you gotta know who he is before you can get a bride price out of him.
Yeah, you
right. And the brother says, oh, but like, share, subscribe.
Reckless.
What happened there?
Reckless.
Okay.
Reckless caught up to him.
The cause of being reckless.
He'll be back.
Hey, man.
Yeah. He had a swerve, so he had. Oh.
Hey, PGS.
Yes, sir.
You reminded me of something.
Okay.
I was talking to my aunt, one of my aunts still around last year of 4th of July or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And this woman's 80-something years old.
Okay.
Right. Got great, just about grown or almost grown great-grandchildren, right?
Yes. Uh-huh.
And you know what she was complaining about, or somehow we got on the subject of her complaining about?
What?
My grandparents forcing her to marry my uncle.
Wow.
Did she get pregnant by him?
No.
Okay.
No. But as we had the conversation,
okay.
As it turns out, they thought she was looking like she was kind of fast in the tail.
Oh, okay. Okay. Got to marry her off.
We better hurry and marry her off before she get into some trouble.
You know what? You ever read or seen the movie Their Eyes Are Watching God?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why the grandmother married her granddaughter off. Is because she was fast in the tail. She was looking at the so-called no good boy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we get her married before she fuck up.
Yeah, because my aunt, she was kind of she was kind of fine, had a big ass, all that kind of stuff. Very voluptuous.
Yes.
So that plus her being a little bit fast, that was a bad formula. Back in the late
it's called being a single mother. You know, single mother meant death back then.
Oh no, that wasn't gonna work at all. So yeah, they pretty much walked him right down to City Hall. Really? It was like it wasn't even it was no debate. No, none of that. Okay. They walked her right down, and dude worked his ass off. For her. She hardly ever had to work. I don't think she ever had to work.
Okay.
And he's still around too, praise God. He's still around too.
So she like Jada Pinkett.
Octogenarians.
Okay. So she like Jada Pinkett crying at her wedding day, huh?
A little bit of that. A little bit of that.
Because Jada's mama.
She wasn't pregnant, but yeah, she was like
Jada Pinkett's mama made her marry Will Smith.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Wait! Before anybody say anything, and how much better is Jada for that? And Black how much better is your aunt for that?
I mean, he did everything for that woman.
Mm-hmm.
He did everything for her.
Yeah, but it don't matter.
How is Will's life? So that's the real question.
All three of the children to graduate college, and I mean, he did everything for her. She could not have gotten a better husband.
Let me say this real quick to what Zulu said. Real quick, Zulu. If it wasn't for Will, Jada would have been one of those other women from a different world that would be like, "Oh yeah, remember Jada? Oh yeah. You remember she was in the? Oh yeah, she was in that movie too. Yeah. That would be it.
A 90s afterthought. She'd have been
Thank
a
you.
90s afterthought.
That's my point.
That's why if you haven't read or seen the movie Their Eyes Are Watching God, go look at it, read it and look at it, because the original guy that she really wanted, just like she did, that it was her imprint, she got him at the end, right? Okay, he's the one that gambled and lost money. They lived in this little shack. You know, he could barely work and stuff like that. He died at the end.
Tea cake.
Tea cake, yeah. Yep. And at the end, when he died, what'd she do? She walked back. She walked back home to her mansion that her husband got her.
Yeah, that's the plan.
That's the plan. So
that's the plan. Nah.
But
I mean, it's a bad setup for you youngsters, man. It really is. Well, but you know, I don't know. It just depends on how, you know, if the white man gonna let y'all handle him.
Yeah,
the white man.
If the white man gonna let y'all handle him, there's a chance.
Yeah,
it's gonna be rough.
But even though she didn't want to get married to the dude, she never loved the dude. Guess what? She did her job.
That's true. But see, you do your job in the environment in which you are compelled to do your job.
Compelled to do it,
and everybody around you are doing their job.
Yeah.
And everybody around you are making sure you do your job, and part of your job is making sure they do their job.
Now I'm gonna ask you.
Community work.
I'm gonna ask you this, because I said this a long time ago. Okay, he married her, and then was she smiling for him?
You talking about my aunt?
Your aunt.
Oh no, she was good. She was a good wife for him, as best I can tell. I mean, obviously, you know, so much you can know a married couple.
Yeah.
But she was not at all a mean or recalcitrant wife.
No.
At all.
I'm not saying that she's mean, but the thing is, she ain't gonna be happy to be with you. But then guess what she did? She did her job.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
You never would have thought by just seeing them together.
Yeah.
That she was, you know, had any treacherous or
no.
You know.
For the one time, I might have a story. I might have a story above Black Uru. My dad went to his uncle's funeral in Canada. This had to be maybe a decade ago. Now, mind you, the uncle is my dad's biological.
Yeah. Okay.
His wife told my dad after the funeral, pulled him to the side, did not say this in front of her kids who are grown as hell, around my dad's age, right? And said, I never loved your uncle. I was forced to marry him. I stayed with him. This is going exactly to
the Johnny O'Neill on his ass.
Right, like I never was in love. I never loved that man. And she had 3 kids from this man.
Yes.
Stayed married to him until he died in his like late 70s or something like that in Canada, right?
Yeah.
Moved from Haiti to Canada and raised kids there. Go ahead.
The question would have been how, you know, I mean, I guess it's kind of hard. If a woman truly, truly hates you, I think you would have to know.
Yeah.
But I guess it depends on the degree to which, well, you know, maybe your great uncle, I guess it's your great or great great uncle. Maybe, you know, some dudes tolerate their wives hating them. In fact, a lot of men have historically tolerated their wives hating them. And they only require a certain level of decorum in terms of the behavior of the women.
The secret is, bitch, I settle for you too.
Yeah.
That part.
Yeah, and you hate me, I hate your ass too.
Yes, but we're going to make this shit work.
And here's the other part you don't know about the story is, hell, Unc might be loving somebody else out there.
He was.
True. No, that's what I was going to say. This is the thing. Are you doing your duty? And if the person I'm in love with is not good for me, and the person you're in love with is not good for you, and we making this work in this thing that we're kind of at best mad about each other, then I don't know I don't really see I think every type of married situation could work, right? Like that's what marriage is. Your marriage is not going to be the same as mine. It's not going to be the same as this next person. It's not going to be the same as that person. And it may not be all lovey-dovey.
It's not.
Some people stay married for death. As a matter of fact, if you have a kind of stale, not really passionate marriage, but you've been married for 4 decades, 5 decades, and neither one of y'all ever stepped out on each other, I don't even know where's the complaint.
Marriage is not built for passion. It's not about raising children.
What happens in the marriage is the duties of the marriage, the duties of the children, the taking care of the house. What happens is the duties of a marriage in the family kind of take over your focus. And so how emotionally you feel about somebody, look, I mean, obviously people want to be loved and they want passion and whatever, but that's not really what, over time really sustains the relationship and even what you even focus on. You just, other things take precedent over that.
I mean, because you walk in after working 10 hours, man, and you got the kids bouncing on you, and you got to take care of them, and you dead tired, man. You don't care about passion. You don't care about being romantic, man. You want sleep, and you want her to do her job.
Look,
she's running.
Minus the kids, Z knows what you're talking about. BGS. Minus the kids, but the dead tired and all that other stuff, man. Walking in and being like, "Oh, where's my?"
Add two little ones that you have to pay attention to and take care of and be emotionally supportive of and all the other kind of crap, man. On top of it, okay.
But I still be kissing up and loving up. Go ahead. I already know. Go ahead.
After I hit that shower and come to bed, you got 30 minutes.
Let's be
I
real.
knew he was gonna say something like that.
You got a good solid 6 minutes. The rest of that 24 is prep time.
Ooh, can tell you when you walk through that door, all you want to know is, are things running the way they're supposed to be running? Is they're running the way
what's the problem? What's the problem?
If it ain't no problem, that's a good day, man. Whether you get pussy or not, that's better than pussy. Okay, I ain't got no problems today. Okay.
Facts.
I'm telling you, that's better than pussy. I walk in, I got food. The kids are clean. They're happy. They're not. There's no problems. That's better than pussy. When you in a relationship like that, it's better than pussy. Bills are paid. All that kind of shit. I ain't got no headaches. Okay.
And what I got to eat.
What I got to eat. Yeah.
But no, the problem that you guys have is the. Because look, women say all kinds of shit. My grandmother say wild shit. Women say all kinds of shit. Like a lot of this stuff that all this talking these females you see doing. I mean, it's bothersome. But to me, what's more bothersome is whether you have the ability to control the behavior. Mm-hmm. Because it's one thing for them to be saying all kinds of wild shit. But in the end, like you say, if they're gonna do what they're supposed to do, while they're bitching and complaining or not bitching and complaining, I would rather you go bitch and complain to your friends, really, or your mama or somebody. If you have any sort of decency, that's what you would probably do. So, but to the extent you do, I can ensure you're gonna do your job as I do my job, and we're gonna help try to keep things in order. To me, that's the real issue, the unruliness of the women, the inability to control, and then the broader society enabling the misbehavior. That's the part that is just unmanageable and makes no sense at all, marrying the vast majority of it because of the problem, because you cannot predict and control what they're going to do. Or you can pretty much predict they're going to sabotage your ass.
Oh, that's sabotage.
Oh no, that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen.
No,
I think it would. I think most of these dudes would take these women if there was some kind of punishment. Like, okay, you do this, well then I know for a fact this is gonna happen to you, and this is gonna happen, and then I'll be. But there's none of that. That's the problem.
I could tell you, Uru, most guys would not be upset about marrying these chicks except for one thing: if you fuck up, you're on your own, right? Okay. The thing is, I don't want to be paying for you for the next 5 years.
Exactly.
That's the problem. If you decide you wasn't happy, you want to walk that way and let me go, as long as I have to carry you with me, I'm fine.
Exactly.
I'll be okay.
If you want to leave like in the middle of the night, hey, cool. I'm cool with that. Necessarily.
Cool with
I keep my stuff and all my kids and my wealth and stuff. Hey, if you want to do it, then do that. But the problem is they want to.
Yeah, the things I heard many times, boy, where in the old days where a chick would just pack up and take the furniture and move and leave. You don't know where she went. Okay, the guy might cry for a couple of days, but then he just moves on. Right? He don't give a shit. Because she's gone. I have to worry about him or her or the kids. Okay.
Yeah, abolishing alimony and mandatory paternity testing would solve a lot of problems.
Yeah,
that would solve a lot of problems. So that's why they're not doing it.
Yeah. Zulu, when you get a chance, read this super chat for me, please, and thank you.
Okay. He says, cooking with fish grease tax.
Oh, KMS is loving. KMS has come over to the dark side. Okay.
Yeah, he does. I was cursing up a storm earlier, and I felt like KMS was like good, tapping on his fingers like good.
Let the hate
flow.
We're going back
let
to
the dust flow through you.
Right, exactly. Like Sidious, like yes, let the dark side consume you.
What you were saying, BTS. There's my frat brother's grandmother.
I'll say,
yeah,
that was literally her story. She talked to me and my frat brother one day because we went over there and she adopted me as like one of her own and would talk with us whenever we go help out.
Yeah.
And he would often say, like, yeah, she left. And I was just thinking, like, oh, whatever, like they divorced or whatever. And she got to smoking that Newport. She told the story. She was like, yeah, we got married. Said I married him because there wasn't really no other way to make it. He said I found a way to kind of make some ends meet on my own. He said he was a good man, did everything that he was supposed to do as a husband. Loved the hell out of me. He's like, I just ain't like his ass.
Yeah.
Said one day I had the first kid. It was 2 and 1.
Yeah.
Well, about to be 1. Said
yeah.
Got a car, packed up.
Yeah, and left.
Yeah.
Left
Never
in
came
Kentucky.
back.
Don't know what happened to him.
Yeah.
Okay, my only question is, I would be cool person if these women would just just leave personally. But my thing is like, all right, cool. The kids need to stay with me. That's my only issue though, because I pay for these kids, right? Because I pay for these kids in my time. I pay for.
Oh,
you
really African? You really African now? You've been
that goes back to the point of the
that's how I look at it. So I guess
no, nigga, you've been in Africa too long. Okay, that's the way you look at it.
That is
no. I'm saying the reason why they won't let you have them. Like even if they will screw them up, even if the kids die, like the woman who had the kids in the car and like they all froze to death. Like even if the kids will not be here, they can't let you have them. Even if they would be better.
Yeah, not. Basically, that's why I keep reading that thing from what's his name? He said it right. Okay, the worst thing for a black woman in America, Ado's black woman, is giving up her kids. She is shamed. She is shamed for giving up her kids. That's something she won't do.
The self-image is the queen mother. Like the queen mother self-image is like drilled into them from birth. From birth, they see it. They see their grandmothers. They see their mothers. They say, "Okay, this is what you do. You have kids. These are your kids. You the mother bear. You're all of this stuff."
Yeah. That's what. But it's a patriarchy,
a black woman. As I think about it, a black woman walking, not having her children, and people knowing that she has children. That especially if she was forced to give them up, or even if she gave them up. In fact, it might be even worse if she voluntarily gave them up in some ways.
The worst.
But a black woman not having her children, especially if they're young children, is almost like tantamount to her walking around naked. In terms of the sense of
she got a scarlet letter on her.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you're seen everywhere you go, kind of thing. It's you're right. It's like a scarlet letter. It's a thing. If to the extent that people know you, that's like the number one thing they think and know about you, and will even speak about you. Well, she ain't got her kids. You'll hear people say stuff like that. I don't know why she ain't got her kids. And people imply all kinds of things about a black woman not having it. And they may not even be true. Like people will know you. Let me finish. People will know you indirectly and don't know much about you. But if they know you are a woman who have young children, that will be the first thing they think and speak about you. And they'll speculate on what it says about you that you don't have your children. That's how a black woman not having her children, that's how she's viewed and treated.
Uru, what's so funny? Actually, in my hometown, I'm from a small town in North Carolina, right? There's the neighborhood crackhead. Like everybody know every neighborhood got a crackhead. I don't care. Big neighborhood, small neighborhood, right? The one thing, she's been there for some years now, Marianne. Everybody knew when Marianne walked down the street, just hobbling down and mumbling to herself, whatever. The one thing that always came out, hey, what her son doing? Like, forget the fact that she's a crackhead and she probably turns tricks for money. Forget that. But it's like, oh yeah, her son, like knowing I went to school with her son. Like that's what people cared more about than the fact that she smoked like she did hard drugs.
That's what maybe BGS. Well, maybe I've probably been in Africa too long but how I look at it personally, I can't see I can't see me being with a woman and she doesn't understand. No, those are my kids. Like if for me in my mindset, if those gonna need to be her kids, then cool. I need to be sitting at the house. You know what I mean? She need to be out here working 15, 20 hours a day. I sit home and watch them kids. Now I'm probably gonna cheat on the milk woman with her.
You sure you're raised in Atlanta, man?
Bro, I am raised in Atlanta. Bro, when I tell you, when I tell you my dad was a vicious person, bro, like my dad didn't even give me that kind of thing. And me traveling to Africa on a routine basis, I'm just not going.
Yeah, like I said, in Africa, the children for most societies, the children belong to the husband. Okay, that's why I say you've been in Africa too long, because you're in Atlanta, man. You know Atlanta is gynocratic, gynocracy central.
Oh,
They
bro,
they don't play that shit. You can't have my kids.
There is a non-zero amount of women who will kill their kids in order to make sure you don't have them.
BGS. I know necessarily how they view me differently, because now they say, "Oh, you look like you date white women." Now I take that as a sense of pride. I'd be like, "Oh yeah, I probably do. Yeah, I do now."
Yeah. I'll tell you, you probably date white women because you don't qualify, baby.
Yeah, you don't qualify. So
yeah.
Come back next year.
Yeah, and leave the bat lift at home, okay?
That's how I knew I was doing something right at that point in time. When I started getting down on a consistent basis, it was like, "Oh, you must definitely date white women." I was like, "Yeah, I'm doing."
Yeah, I used to get that all the time. Yeah,
I still get it.
I felt.
I wonder why, Mr. Z.
And yet, that's all I did.
You see all those. You see all those women on your videos complaining and crying and all that harangue about their loneliness and whatever. And it's almost like, from a distance, it's almost like somebody played a terrible game of musical chairs with all these women, right? Where it was a lot of music, everybody was running around the chairs, and then they stopped that shit, and there wasn't no chairs. I look at all those women, ain't no chairs for them hoes, ain't no chairs for them women. You know,
that might be one of the better analogies.
Where's my chair? Where's my chair?
I used to say it all the time.
Chairs
musical
are gone.
Yep, musical chairs.
They're trying to negotiate seats. It's like, hey, like the game's over. No, it's not over yet. Like give me 5 minutes to try to figure out if I can if he'll let me sit in his lap.
The game
like,
is over.
Why that white girl sitting in my seat?
Yeah. The white girls sitting in the wrong chairs. The Latina girls are sitting in the wrong chairs. Some of them they sitting in tunnel runners chairs.
Better watch out. That Latina might put that knife in your chest. Okay.
Hey, somebody sitting in line chair right now. One of them Latinas sitting in line chair right now.
I said, what is soul brother on my arm, no soul brother on your arm.
On your arm.
Hey.
But it's real dangerous now for black women, because now you got these white girls complaining. So it's the level of competitiveness and desperation.
Oh yes,
it's gonna be crazy, man. It's gonna be a gladiator sport.
Yes, it's only gonna get worse.
And remember when
Kevin?
Kevin?
Have you seen what happened to Atlanta yet? Have you seen?
So what?
No.
All right, now we're starting to get, like, I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden, like, we're starting to get a lot of Japanese women to come to Atlanta for some reason. And it's starting to get real kind of funny out here, because like also I go into like I call it the Asian part of of Georgia or whatever, right? Okay. And like I'm actually starting to see parents now. Like
where are they coming from? Do you know?
From Japan.
Really?
You know,
that's
interesting.
That's strange.
I'm down the road in Augusta.
She's like 27 years old. Like this, she's like 27.
You got after this better. You.
Yeah, she's 27, 26 years old. Like she's like, all right, cool. If I'm not gonna make it in Japan, right? Like they own the same thing the Japanese, the Chinese dudes is on. So basically, they're trying to run. They're trying to make a little.
So they're in H1. They're coming in as H1B visas.
Yeah. I don't know how they're doing it, but they're doing it. I didn't think to ask.
And Atlanta's an international city now. So
yeah, it's a hub.
It's the hub now. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
but go ahead, Billy.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, because I've been noticing over the last month or two, like I'm in Augusta, which is like right down from Atlanta, a couple hours, or down I-20. But I'm seeing more Asians like in the suburb areas now, in particular Vietnamese. Like there's a lot of Vietnamese people just popping up since the beginning of the year.
Well, the Vietnamese have been in the South because that's where they brought them to in the first place, like in Texas and Louisiana, places like that. So they've been in the South. They probably just growing. So, but they've been there. Because the original boat people were sent to San Francisco, and they were also sent to the South.
Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. We're about to hit 200. We're about to hit 200 viewers, y'all. Ooh,
that was back in the 70s. So that they probably have relatives that they're bringing over from Vietnam.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, because I've been seeing them, and I've been seeing like a lot of these Asian shops and tea houses popping up and everything, and it's like, damn, we went from a barbecue house to a tea house. Like,
No. Like down here in Atlanta, they got like this little Asian lady. My name was like Joni or something like that. Now she got her little commercial that's down here. It's like Joni's Pancakes. And like it was like, don't look at her in the eye necessarily. As soon as you look at her in the eye, all of a sudden she always pop up in the car and she's offering you pancakes. But they got their own commercials like now specifically to black people. Like, hey, come down here and buy these pancakes. And I'm sitting here like, oh yeah, it's about to be real serious out here soon, man. And she said with a full country accent.
Wait. Are they selling pancakes or are they selling pancakes?
They selling pancakes, regular pancakes. But down here in Atlanta, bro, they got a lot of massage parlors, so they also selling pancakes.
Probably, I'm saying.
You see that video from Sergeant Willie Pete with them Asians that sound like they country ratchets?
Yeah, that's just the hell out of me, bro. That's just the hell out of me.
Hold on, let me find it for you.
If you don't get, if you don't mind, let me see. Better you read the super chat for me when you get a chance.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull over real quick.
I got LOL. Becky sitting in my chair, and Miss Delta with the $5. What's that white chick on that nag?
So, gentlemen, I just have a plate of rice, some beans, some chicken, broccoli, okra, and some onions.
Negro, is you gloating?
Homemade juice.
Yes, he's gloating.
He's gloating on us, bro.
Exactly what I'm doing.
Hey, you don't get to stun on us, man.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're not. You're not sorry.
I'm sorry.
Every single time.
He's
like clockwork. Clockwork.
Stunting on us.
No, and over in Buford Highway, where the Asians are, they're also a big Latino off of Buford Highway. That's where a lot of Asian restaurants are Asian people and Spanish people. So you have that mix.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Atlanta's becoming an international city, so it's becoming more like Los Angeles.
Yeah, it started a little bit, man. I don't know.
All right, I gotta enjoy my food. I'll talk to you later.
I hope you drop that plate. Real talk. I hope my just fall out his hand. You know, he just got to look at it.
Onto his shirt too. Onto your shirt.
God damn, that's crazy.
Hey, Zulu, read the super chat for me when you get a chance.
All right, hold on 1 second. Becky sitting in my chair.
Becky sitting in your chair. It's an African sister sitting in Zulu chair. It's an African sister sitting in Zulu chair.
Oh yeah, but hey, man, they take up the whole chair, but when they sit in it, bro, I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
I think I know what you're trying to say. Wait a minute. Yep, Coke bottle shape. I hear you.
Oh man, you talking Coke bottles? Now we talking about them. We got some evil pears out there, bro. I ain't never seen some things. It's some new species of black women out there. That's what I'm starting to discover. So the farther I go, the more I'm learning.
I heard that.
Oh man, like hey, all I'm gonna say is I ran into like a half, like it was a South Sudanese, half Ugandan chick. So she was like 5'10", but then she was like built like the average. Like, I was like, oh, bro.
Oh, she's 5'10" with ass, huh?
Yeah, she was 5'10" with a hella.
Yeah,
was like,
yeah,
where the
it's a
fuck they make
hybrid.
them at, bro?
It's a hybrid.
Yeah, man.
That's
So
some high grade breeding stock there, boy. You better get on that. There's high
That's that
grade
yes
breeding
Lord
stock.
right there.
But he's already involved. That's why he said, "Damn."
Oh no, I'm still out here
Foiled
personally
again.
looking, bro. I'm still
Hey,
out here
try to
personally
work out a
looking, bro.
sister wife combo,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, sister wife combo. Yeah.
Now that's what I'm trying to
Black
get.
Uru, when you
I'm
get a
trying to
chance,
get me
read this
too.
super chat for me.
Sure.
Well, that's me or somebody else.
Emerald Edge, thanks for the super chat. Get Tunnel Runner out of here. Right? What's that? Right. Oh, rice
I
and
don't know what he was
beans.
trying to.
Damn.
Yeah, rice and
beans.
beans. Damn.
Oh, rice and beans.
Yeah.
That shit was confusing.
Look,
I was like,
we all hating on.
beans?
We all hating on you. We all hating on you,
I'm
Tunnel
telling
Runner.
you,
We all hating.
Tunnel Run, but hey, I got shit like half of my cousin's sons, man, got that Tunnel Runner package, man.
Yeah, the package is the package.
I see the little Venezuelans and Nicaraguas all
Yeah,
over. I'm like,
they
what the hell?
got a
Where
bigger
y'all
variety.
find these girls at, man, in Chicago?
They imported them, man. Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they imported. Shout out to Joe Biden. Okay.
Yeah.
Judge, that ain't fair.
Yeah. Although they got these women
I saw
though
the
well before
Okay.
before Biden even got in there. So
Yeah, but
they
Chicago,
went,
but
and
Chicago
when I
got a big
talked to
Latino
them,
section though. So
yes, I mean it is. I think what's interesting is not them having the women, but them having the actual sort of mentality to go get the women. Because I think what surprises me is how, because they're so much younger than me. You're talking about guys who are, close to 30 years whatever younger than me.
Yeah.
And they are so much removed from a lot of what we talk about, because they just like, look, I'm getting a wife. I'm not, dealing with, Keisha, and so to some degree it kind of surprises me. But they were raised in stable families and whatever, and I think because of that, and they also were in the church as well, so they just weren't tolerant at all of any misbehavior. They went to college, they grew up with black girls, they went to high school with a few of them, went to college, dated a few in college, that kind of thing, but never, it was clear to them that the black women my age are not wives.
No,
it was like just that plain and clear, that matter of fact, and that really surprises me that they are so removed from any kind of consideration about dealing, or we're so removed from any consideration about dealing.
A lot of black women these days that roll around, especially young ones, would be considered dysfunctional 20 years ago.
Oh yeah,
they're dysfunctional now.
Well, they're normal now because they're all dysfunctional. Okay, so they're now they're normal.
But
they
like,
prefer
to your point is like it is so bad for me personally. Like when I'm down here, like I used to be like, oh my god, maybe that's an African shit. Like me, like I'm so like shell shocked when I'm here. I be like, if it's that, I don't even care, bro. I do not care. Until I leave this place, I don't even check for no black woman.
Because that's a big leap, man, coming from an ancient traditional society back to this crap we call America, man. It's a big jump. Pull it up when you get ready. I'm only gonna play like a minute of this because I just want you to hear this shit, man, because it's funny as hell. This is Sergeant Willie Pete, okay? Yeah, check this out, man. Check out the language and the looks of these people, okay?
Stop the cap.
Why is she taking everything?
She can't have the sweet relish because she acting so. I take some of that home because who come over eat all my stuff? That big one right there, the green pea. Look,
go get it.
Who is that? Crystal. No.
No, not you. She's blocking it. No, you get out of there.
Right here.
Oh yeah, I did see this.
No, that ain't.
Yes, it is.
You didn't bring that one. We already
I did. No.
You don't need.
How the hell you know which one is
You don't need that. You don't need that. You don't need that.
Dude, get
man. Like y'all all be begging.
Where's my shot?
Girl, get on my face. I asked who wanted a shot.
He's sweating.
Who's sweating? I took a shot. Sleep next to you. Cause that right up. You need to go get that check.
Stop, Amy. Yeah, baby girl, I'm not the one that came on my period. Who? She did? Yeah. Who? Yeah. Oh, baby girl, I don't get them. What you got then? A thing?
I don't know when I'm gonna post these videos up.
When I first saw it, BGS, I thought it was lip syncing. I didn't think they were that was really them.
Oh yeah, I've heard them before. Okay.
I didn't think it was really that. I was like, what the hell? But I do recall one time I went to this car show up in Helena, Georgia, which is like this. It's style like an old German town, and it was like a German car show and whatever. And we met this white dude, and chubby white dude, and he sounded like Cat Williams, and he wasn't joking. He really sounded. I'm like, God damn, like he really sounded like Cat Williams. This is like a 6 foot tall, chubby white guy that sounds like Cat. I'm like, okay, all right, I get it. All right, whatever. All right. Yeah. So no, yeah, I guess.
Tangled pathology, bro.
Yep.
Yep. You know, in terms of the not being considered for wives, I actually saw probably the boldest thing ever yesterday when I was picking up orders. There was a black guy. He had a white wife, and his daughter was there. Daughter didn't look mixed, but she was dating a white guy. And the waitress comes up and is complimenting her, saying how beautiful she is and all that shit. And she looks at the white dude. It's a white lady. That's the waitress too. She's like, yeah, you know, are you considering, it's like, are you going to propose to her pretty soon? This your fiance? He's like, nah, we not engaged or anything like that. Yeah, just my girl. He's like, oh, you going to propose to her soon? And he's like, nah, you know, I got stuff to figure out right now. Like, you know, we just having fun.
It's my concubine, yeah.
And I was like, nigga, that is bold as fuck. Her dad is 2 feet from you. Like, say, we just living life having fun right now.
No,
Like,
she know what this is.
Single.
No, they know what it is.
Life.
And then once she breaks up with him, she'll never speak of him again. Like I never had a white guy.
Yeah. Talking about that to all real quick, Betty, to everybody who sent me the clip of what happened to the military, to the sister that was in the military. I seen it. That shit was heartbreaking. But hey, bro, we know what world we live in. You know what the risks are. Okay, you know.
Here's the thing. This is my thing with, because I'm you know,
and after this we get better. You can go ahead.
I'm pro SYSBM, pro passport, but I have a caveat against white Americans. Because my issue with white Americans, you know, you might love them, they might love you, but there is a white supremacist American in every Caucasian in this country. And it may be active, it may be dormant. That person may love you, may love everything about you. But when things go bad, it's a flip of the coin. It's like the Targaryens in the Game of Thrones. They're either wonderful or their motherfuckers are demonic, right? And I just think with white people in America, there's always that potential that they just gonna remember they white and you black, and how dare you such and such and such and such, and you end up getting shot up. And I think that can happen on both sides of the aisle on that shit. So I'm just like,
I agree.
White people, I'm always a little bit, you know, we got to do some serious quality control and vetting before, you know, and especially people military, they got guns, you know, so you know you had an extra kind of element of already accustomed to a certain level of violence anyway.
Like he spit on her afterward. He spit on her after. That shit's crazy.
After that shooting?
Ain't right.
Yeah.
Man, that shit was crazy, dude.
Yeah, bro. God damn. I'm like, hey, when you see him walk away and try to like fix it and then go and do the next couple shots and then man. Yep.
No. What happened was I can't I can't believe this black bitch have the nerve to not do what I want her to do.
Yeah.
I lowered myself to marry this nigga, and I'm gonna say it just to emphasize the point. And how dare she not do something that I told her to do or want her to do? And I just think that, and I think that exists on the other side too, fellas.
I agree.
I think that exists on the other side too. So I'm always a little bit, and I'm not trying to tell nobody what to do. I don't believe in telling people what to do. I'm just saying with them in particular, as pro,
Move cautiously.
expanding of opportunities as I am, with them, I put them in a different category.
I think most black men know that walking around with a white woman is dangerous on its face, and the white women know that they have to do more for you is because they are dangerous to walk around with. So I think it's a little different.
But but I think what Black Guru is saying is not only are they dangerous to walk around with, they themselves are dangerous.
She can get you killed.
Yeah.
Because she loves you. I mean, that's the thing with them. She might love you, and you might try to leave, and she don't want you to go, and you go back and forth, and the police arrive, and she's trying to protect you while they're trying to shoot.
Hey, so, go back to Get Out, right? He was in the passenger seat, okay?
Yeah.
And she had to step up and protect him from that cop. He's in the passenger seat, not doing anything.
So, like I said, with the white supremacy, that demon, the specter of that demon, just kind of hovers over there.
Yeah.
Oh well.
So let me read this real quick too. And Trell says, "Stop inviting them to the cookout, bro. There's nothing that annoys me more.
I swear, bro. That
I don't care if y'all married to them or not. Stop inviting them to the cookout, y'all. Once a nigga knows
spouse to the cookout,
bro. No, look, man. This is my problem, Black Room. Once a white dude or a Latino, but definitely a white dude, if he know how to do a two-step, if he got a little sway in his tips, she bringing him to the cookout. She gonna let everybody know. And it's just so desperate. It's so cringe. It's so desperate, bro. It screams inferiority complex. Loser.
Now, when I was telling you about those little new hybrid women that I was telling you about, that's the Instagram I was telling you about. She is literally from Uganda and South Sudan, man. South Sudan, exactly. So when I tell you, I ran into some real exotic looks out there, bro. It's something different, man. I'm just gonna let that be. I'll put it in the back chat. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you know, I call it the John Travolta effect. For you young folks, John Travolta is this white guy, but the thing with him is he was this white guy who could dance, right? So there was a lot of hoopla about him going all the way back to the 70s because he was a white guy who could, put a few steps together. And so, then they had you remember Danny Ontario, and they had the Dance Fever, so you had disco, right? super black phenomenon. And then they were parading around a bunch of Italians, trying to make them the face of it. And so this thing with anytime you have white people around, they hold together a few notes, or they can string together a few steps. You Negroes start crawling all over them, man. Y'all got to stop that.
Facts.
Oh, got silent. Radio silence. What's going on?
Yeah. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, so like Trail Bentley say, stop inviting them to the cookouts, man. In fact, I'll be honest with you. And the Colonel's up, of course, he can speak whenever he wants to. I think now's a good time to kind of begin to evaluate your general dealings with white people.
Oh yeah.
In the Trump thing, I think it's a good time for a retrospective. How you should be dealing with these people. Maybe it should be more on an as needed basis. Let me put it that way.
No, that's true. But the thing is, say if you're going to deal, say with men, I'm not even speak for women. for black men, it's called ROI, return on investment.
Return on investment. Indeed.
You have to get double out of that white woman to be with her, and white women know that.
No, I agree. If you're gonna deal with that white woman, you definitely need to get as much of any real productivity out of her as you can, and keep your head on a swivel.
Yep.
You know, be looking around for some bullshit. You know, because you know.
Now when you go into in the military, when you go to a combat zone, they pay you what I forget what the term is, right? For they pay you extra, right? For going into a danger
combat
zone.
pay.
Combat pay, right? Okay. So basically, when you get with a white woman, she got to pay you combat pay because you're going into a hostile environment. The black woman don't. Being with a white man is a flex for a black woman. Okay. You see, it's a dangerous proposition for a black man. Donald Sharp could tell you that. He said when he goes with his white wife any place, right, in a car, right? He said everything's got to be on point. He checks the lights, he checks the registration, he checks everything, right? Because he knows he'll get stopped. Because he got a white woman in the car. It's gonna draw attention.
Especially if she's a blonde or something like that, where you can kind of see, you know, as a white woman, then you definitely that guy's definitely looking for some bad tags or broken tail light or whatever kind of bullshit to just change lanes without using the signal, that kind of thing. Definitely looking for that.
Yeah.
And let me lighten the mood a little bit with this super chat. And no place though, this says F your homemade juice tunnel. I got drink ninja. Look, we all hate. Exactly. Look, every time he come up here, he flexing every single time.
Tunnel Runner can tell you, boy, he get them looks all the time.
I bet. Especially you say a white Latina. He said white Latina. Oh yeah, definitely.
With blonde hair.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, wow.
Ooh,
I didn't know she was a blonde.
Yeah,
oh,
he said she's a blonde.
That's
Yeah.
great.
No, he said blonde. He said blonde.
Yeah, he's blonde in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Woo! All those single black women in Atlanta. Oh, you better believe it.
I hope he's in good stead with the women folks in this family. Cause man, that's a sabotage situation.
Well, you know, in the family, when she comes in, she don't speak English, right? And they say, "Oh, she ain't from here." Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
And Aisha says, and thank you for the super chat. We needed SWP Sarge Willie Pete on a panel. Guys, look, if Sarge ever listen in, he is definitely welcome to come up on a panel whenever. Look,
to pop up on
I don't think he gonna come on, bro.
Yeah, me neither. Because like
he's a comedian, man. He doesn't do that.
No, because I remember he was in the chat when Dr. T did a couple of his streams and I saw Sarge was in there, but you know, he would make comments, but he was just listening in. Go ahead.
I to him on a random ass live of these guys from New York, Black Dot and his son on the podcast. He was in there. I'm like, hold up, this is Sergeant Willie P. You from Philadelphia? Like, yeah. I'm like, yo, I kind of nudged him this direction, but I don't know if he came this way. But
no, he'll respond to me on video form, but he'll never come up on a live.
Yeah.
Soup can't leave the soup.
Yep. BGS. He goes in on me all the time. We've been going back and forth for like 10 years.
Shout out to Sarge. Sarge, I only charge Sarge with one thing. You messed up only one thing, Sarge. You know what it is, Sarge. You done made this chick low-key YouTube famous, bro.
Sarge is like
with her colorism bullshit. Go ahead.
Sarge is like a legendary Pokemon.
Yeah,
no, I'm messing with him when I say that. She was gonna still have her channel anyway, but yeah.
No, he was responsible for putting her on. That's
I was here for that. I was here. I was around.
He knows. So he got to hold that L.
Yeah.
I mentioned her actually. Is he apologetic about it?
Hell no, he don't. It never happened. Okay.
No, so he doesn't.
He really do. He don't. I don't know what happened, but neither one of them ever mention each other. Ever. No. Let me take it back. He don't mention her, but he'll imply something sometimes, and she she don't mention him at all. And maybe once in a while you'll think she's trying to say something about him, but she never even get close enough for you to get any type of confirmation.
Yeah.
But what were you gonna say, Zulu? Real quick. What were you gonna say, Zulu, about that?
I was saying I was watching like Wallace. I was watching it with the XWP when he was going through that conversation with her, like back in when he first had that conversation. So now he don't even mention her no more. I thought you were about to say earlier, like at this point he just said it's like the person who
something happened personal.
Did they ever
Something
have
happened.
any live exchanges?
Not live, but they definitely do like video back to back. Like he'll drop the
Yeah,
video
yeah.
that day.
They were cool. They were cool.
They were like all
See,
cool.
I
So
mean,
I'm pretty
my
sure they had, like,
problem. My problem with both of them is they do their monologues. They don't have any live exchanges, and I just if you're gonna do this kind of talk, I just think you should have some dialogue in the environment in which other people are having those same conversations. So that's I don't I'm subscribed to SWP, but I don't really listen very much to his videos because he's been in this environment too much for him to not have any active real-time engagement with, especially with guys like BGS,
he knows.
T, and those
He's a curmudgeon. That's who he is.
Well, I mean, this is what, but this environment.
He doesn't want to come out.
Let me finish. This environment is very tolerant of Angry Man is a curmudgeon.
Yeah, he is.
Obsidian's a curmudgeon. I mean, brothers are pretty tolerant of brothers disagreeing and having whatever. I don't think anybody would require him to necessarily agree with anything that anybody says here, and I think people would be respectful of his historical presence here, just on the strength of that alone. But I think he would benefit from some active engagement with
I think it has that. He's a curmudgeon, plus he's got a high profile job, but he's a doctor, so I think that's probably the two things that keep him from doing it.
Okay. Well, I mean, obviously, if it's a time thing, then maybe
no, it's not even time. I think people that
professional
level,
thing,
professional level, they have to do the calculus. It is worth it for me to actually engage in certain activities that might
risk my career.
On my career, yeah.
Well, I get that, and certainly to some extent. I mean, I guess I could see.
Yeah.
Look, if he had some limited exchange, I'm not saying he should spend hours on the panel or anything. I'm just saying if he has some limited exchange or some scheduled or whatever, I'm going to appear on Dr. T's channel, for a half an hour or whatever, one particular week or month or whatever. I just think it would be a good thing for him to do. And I think it would, I think just being live and being received live gives a different kind of energy to what you do and a different kind of regard for what you do. For me, it kind of reads as a monologue, and I'm just like, it's too many smart guys in this area for you to just be talking by yourself in a room somewhere. That's just kind of how I
He's always been strange like that, and because I think the last time I think it was he used to be on Blog Talk all the time where he would engage. He hasn't done that in, got to be what 12 years, something like that. So he just stopped. Yeah.
Yeah. But I do respect his historical contribution to.
Oh yeah.
I mean that you can't take that away from him.
He's evolved. It's slow, but he's evolved.
Yeah, I think you in particular. I think you forced him to evolve. I think you kind of upped the ante a little bit in the area.
We old school, man. We don't spare the belt. Okay.
Yeah. I think he was forced to respect. And I guess I'm often never entirely clear on these versions, but I think he was compelled to respect the contributions that you guys did. I guess the 2.0 maybe brought to the dialogue, because there was more in-depth conversation. You brought in a lot of research. You even brought in researchers. So I think it kind of forced him to, instead of just sort of, because it seemed like at a point he kind of had this sort of condescending view of the environment, but I think that has changed now. Yeah.
I think Sarge had to learn. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say Passport Bros really broke him.
Oh, when brothers start leaving,
and bringing back the evidence, right? Okay.
Oh yeah,
it ain't us. It's them. Okay.
And I think I don't know what if I'll dig a little bit, I'll figure it out. But I don't know when the transition happened. But when Sarge realized that it wasn't a lack of resources, it simply had to do with and when black women they had to get to that next level of being so overt and say, no, we want you to buy the Ferrari, give us the keys, sit in the passenger side, and smile.
I'll tell you where it was.
Kevin impacted him?
No, I'll tell you exactly what it was, right? We went back and forth about what he called fresh off the boat or just over the border chicks, right? I was telling him that I said when I was in Guatemala, okay, in Tunnel Runner can tell you, okay, I saw women that live with their husbands in 10 shacks and gave them way more respect than women that live in mansions get black dudes, okay?
That's facts. That's what broke him because like I used to go over there and tell him he his whole thing wasn't necessarily okay. Once black men got the money, necessarily everything else will fall in place.
Exactly.
Like, money, right? But then when I would go over there and tell him I'm in Uganda, I'm seeing women that literally like BGS said live in their shacks, bro.
Yeah.
That I'm like that man get more respect than necessarily than you do over here, and I'm like, and you did greater stuff than most men on the planet. I'm sitting here like, oh no, ain't no way in hell. When I saw that, that's not shit for me. I had to go ahead and do. I just mentally let him go.
Yeah, that's why I said it's the way the woman is raised. It's not how much money you have. The money that you have, the money that you have is not going to change her. Okay, Cam Meskin said the money that you have.
Justin Brown said six figures. You got 8 figures, and they still talk shit to you.
And they still talk shit to you. And that's the problem. So when the Passport Bros came back with evidence that that what he was saying is bullshit, he had to change his stance. He hadn't talked about it since.
Let me. God damn it, just went down a little bit. Let me say, just a second ago, it went down a little bit, but we had 209 viewers. Yeah. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Shout out to y'all. Thank you for coming through.
Before you go, hit the like and peace up on a bitch, okay?
Right? That got me when I first heard you say it, BJ. I was like, God damn. Let me read this real quick, and then you got it, Vince. You got it. And what's going on, Louis? And Louis says hazard pay.
Yep.
Louis, you getting hazard pay or is it? Well,
in other words, basically, when I said if a black dude's gonna be with a white chick, okay, it's hazardous. So if you go into a hostile environment, they have to pay you hazard pay. So
hazard pay.
A white chick has to do way more for you than a black chick because a black chick ain't gonna give you shit. Okay. And what's her name? Said that thing to me, right? Well, I was going to a white school and when
the girls from the breakdown, y'all remember that?
Yeah. The Concrete Rose was saying that, and my brothers were going with white chicks. They're giving them let them drive their car and they're letting them use their credit cards. And I said, okay, how come you didn't do the same thing? I ain't doing that for no black.
Yep, that's why.
That's why. Yeah. Do you blame them?
And let me read this from Bruce Owen Wayne. And Bruce Owen Wayne says he doesn't want the BGS smoke. He doesn't want the BGS smoke. Oh, man.
I think that's some of it too. I think that's
Sarge has gone back. I was here for Sarge going back and forth with Avenue Rants. Did he go back and forth with Tactician? I don't remember.
No,
I don't know. But yeah, I've been here for a minute. Listen, Sarge don't really run from beef. You don't. Yeah, right. But maybe he don't want. Yeah, maybe he just don't want to engage with BGS.
I mean, it's in your face, man.
Yeah, yeah. You don't want me to destroying his argument.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Like, hey, stop. But here's one of the things I absolutely love when BGS and Christy were going back and forth about what's his name off of Insecure and whether he would be a 10 or not, or his looks where he would rank. And BGS was like, yo, he's a tall brother, he's good looking, blah, 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 blah. And she kept on playing down his looks. A couple years later, they find out he got a whole white wife, and they fucking cried.
Yeah, cried. Yeah, he did.
And he said, why would you cast him? He has a white wife.
I mean, exactly. He's 6'3". He's got curly hair. He's educated. Yada yada yada. And on the show, he's a STEM guy. Okay.
Yeah,
And
when I was watching that show, how do I say this?
just say it.
There was implausibility in that coupling because he
Yeah.
looked better than her.
Well,
So it was kind of
the only thing that made sense is at the end of the last season when they showed they all went to Stanford. And then it made sense, okay? Because
they all went to Stanford.
The 4 women went to Stanford. Yeah, that's where they met.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you go back. If you go back and look at the beginning of the first show of the last season, okay, where they talked about going back for a reunion, okay, they're Stanford. So
Well,
then,
then that does. I mean, Stanford obviously has a kind of status thing. I guess. That does kind of change it a little bit.
Yeah, because on the surface it doesn't make sense why they're together because she doesn't look that good. She don't make no
Because
money.
if I recall, he went to Georgetown, right?
He did go to Georgetown. Yeah.
And let me read this real quick. And Chef Butter Biscuit says, "Dave Z, you missed my crash out super chat." Nope, I got you. And here we go. And Chef Butter Biscuit says, and thank you for the super chat and the other super chat. And he says, "Listen, Z, Florida man to Florida man, 98% are to be effed on until proven otherwise, or until he can SYSBM or passport bro. If non-black men get to have fun with black women and nothing more, then so can we." Ooh.
I mean, if you're in Florida and the DR and all these other little islands are right there with what $150 ticket, I don't know why most of y'all ain't passport bros already. Don't make no sense.
No, they here. They're already here. They're here.
They're getting there. They're like they're learning slowly.
Them being here in America and them being there in their own country, 2 different things.
Yeah, I mean, what in Florida, in South Florida, what would compel you to be especially faithful to those women, given the environment? I would think
socialization.
But I'm just saying, I guess I just kind of assume that there's more the barriers are more porous than they would be elsewhere because of all of the international humanity. I would just.
I mean, my cousin married a Haitian, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's
but are you saying the neighborhoods or the communities are more restricted?
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little. So they're mixed-ish with between. What often happens is like the neighborhoods are mixed-ish when it comes to like Jamaican, Haitians, Puerto Ricans, Cubans.
Yeah. Islanders.
They're mixed-ish with that. Yeah, with that and Bahamians.
All island culture. Yeah.
All island people are just a gumbo of.
Yeah, but there are particular enclaves that are more Haitian, or more Cuban, and then you'll have a splattering of Puerto Rican and Dominican and whatnot. But
they all have the little enclaves, but they're all if they're all in the same area, just like the Latinos here, Guatemalans, El Salvadorians, Mexicans, Colombians, Peruvians. They're all in the same enclave. They have their own little sections, but it's all in the same enclave.
Yeah,
but I guess I just would assume that like just regular ADOS people, you be just mixing with the Haitians and the Jamaicans, and you'd all be kind of flowing together.
No, we are. Yeah, we are. As a matter of fact, when it comes to the black diaspora, like everybody's mixing with everybody in the black diaspora in South Florida. Yeah. Everybody's mixing with everyone.
That's what I would assume.
Yeah. I'm with an ADOS woman. My younger sister's with a Jamaican cat. My older sister is dated whatever, and she was married to a Haitian guy. They're divorced, but so we're go ahead.
That's like that where I'm at now. I mean, I think I share with y'all I'm Caribbean and black too. So my dad did it too. He reverse passported to America, but yeah, that's how it is even in my area too, DMV and stuff like that, where Caribbeans, Africans, and stuff like that is just all in the mix.
All I have to say is prepare for my arrival, worm. I am here. That's all I got to say.
What's going on,
What's his name?
Officer
Colonel Brad. What's his name?
What is he calling it right now? Let me see. I even check.
What's his name? The
Conquest. What?
Yeah, Colonel Conquest. Filter mic.
Colonel Conquest. Okay.
AKA Officer the goddamn law.
on the goddamn law. And Lion says, and thank you for the super chat. A lot of women don't have friends, and thank you for the super chat once again. A lot of women don't have friends because hypergamy doesn't. I think you meant to say care. Doesn't care about women either. Hypergamy doesn't care that he's married.
Yeah, that's true.
She definitely gonna try to steal them, or at least get some of them funds from
money and status. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. It's basically it's lifestyle, it's status, and then it's money.
Oh, so that's why she probably
lifestyles of the rich and famous. Oh, anyway, go ahead.
If you go back to what women really want, what they care about, lifestyles first, okay, status is second, and money third.
Inspired True says, thank you for the super chat. He says, $254K a year, bro, still get BS. Goddamn.
Yeah. I hear it all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, no way in hell.
You imagine you making $40 million a year and she's still talking crazy? Oh, not me.
You know why do you think Robert Smith left his divorced his black wife?
Goddamn. What you said about Lionel Richie?
But it's
what you said about OJ? What you said? Oh, goddamn. I'm playing. Go ahead.
Super chat said hypergamy don't care, man.
No.
It don't care. It don't care. Hypergamy don't care. I mean, and you know what would happen would be, you know, various generations, elder generations or whatever would check a lot of that. Yeah. Older women would check a lot of that fuckery, especially as you moved up socially, because socially all this shit's we all supposed to be rising, maintaining and rising together as a community. So we can't afford for you to be on some bullshit, because your bullshit is going to affect our standing in this community, in this system. So the women used to regulate a lot of that mischief. But this whole liberation and feminism.
So did ass whooping.
I can be this separate woman onto myself bullshit.
Yeah, that's
really neutralized a lot of the oversight of the women that would come from other women. Ironically, feminism not only liberated women from men, it liberated from women from other women, from particularly from elderly.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Let me do this. Charles, read the super chat for me. I gotta have Charles read it.
Not a partner, not a person. I'm a man raised woman. What the hell? Oh.
No, he's saying, because no, you know, the women be like, I'm looking for my partner, I'm looking for my person, right? And he's like, no, I'm not no partner, no person, bro. Raise these women, raise women to be women.
And that's why I tell people I am so lonely. Like, my God, I'm so lonely. Like, I had to tell one of my exes, I said, this is the reason why in the past 15, 20 years, I used to think women were intelligent, but I think they were just dumb as fuck. And she's like, why? I'm going to tell you the difference between women logic and men logic. A man would tell his daughter, well, the closest,
I'm messing with you, Charles.
the closest remnants, it's the closest remnants that you can call it. I like to simplify stupidity in such a way that men would actually, okay, we get it. If I had a daughter and I went to her school, and I will point out something. Point to me all the nerds and all the people who's going to go to college and most likely be successful. And she'll point them out. I said, why don't y'all ever fuck the brains out of those nerds? Make them so whipped that they'll do anything you want to please you. But no, you get with the absolute worst individuals, have children by them.
The garbage man in the dating pool.
And then think somebody's gonna pity you. And people say, Charles, you're not that blunt. So my friends actually heard me say worse shit in real life than on YouTube. And I had to tell one woman, I don't feel sorry for you. As a matter of fact, I think 80% of you ought to stop dating. You need to hang it up for the next 20, 30 years. Raise your goddamn kids. But I'm still pretty. And look what that got you. No husband and 3 kids by 3 different men. Every time you open up your door to look at your kids, it looks like a United Nations meeting.
But Charles, what are they supposed to do if they're not dating men? What are they supposed to be doing? Like, how are they supposed to get their pleasure on?
Raise your damn kids. Go get that.
I'm playing something on the screen though, Charles. Look at the screen. I'm playing something on the screen.
Yeah,
What are they supposed to do?
It's technology now. They can get the one they plug up into the wall. That sounds like a Jedi lightsaber.
Apparently, they got a quiet one now, so we ain't gonna be able to hear it.
It's sad because you look at this, and I'm working security at the Apple store, and my partners will say every time, "What kid is running out the store? Whose kid is it?" And even the black female who I work with, she said, "Is the mother black? Yeah. No father? Yeah. Oh, you know that kid's gonna tear this motherfucker apart." And she's like, "It's a damn shame that I used to be married for at least 10 years, and I'm the only one of my friends and my sisters to ever be married." I said, "Now you understand what conquest meant. I am so lonely." And see, this is why black men are victims of their own success. You're so good at being garbage men that even other races of women will come and give you their trash. Think about it. You are so successful at being garbage men that all the women who can't get the men of their race will say, "I will bring my obsolescence to you." And I'm like, do me a favor, stop that shit. I think I feel bad when I see like a 400-pound white woman trying to talk to me. No, we got nothing in common.
He said no.
You know you let her sit on your face, Charles. Stop playing. You know you let her sit on your face.
No, see, we gotta think about this, right? From what I heard in Florida, you're the BBW superhero.
I don't see what the problem is. I don't know what you're trying to say.
That you said that the fact that you like to stick it in any crest because you said it's wet no matter where you go.
I know Baltimore ain't talking about BBWs, by the way.
Oh damn!
I know Baltimore.
Trust me.
People. Baltimore bros is built like boats, nigga. Titanic, nigga. Goddamn submarines.
First of all, I've been in Miami. If it wasn't for the fact that y'all got more plastic than let's not talk about them. Let's not talk about y'all with that fix it flat asses. Damn.
I would much rather have fix it flat than Planet Jupiter.
But guess what? Like, here's the point. If it wasn't for Dr. Miami, a lot of your bitches be worse off than us. Matter of fact,
at least they got the money to do it. Precious built ass bros.
They don't even have the money. How the hell you gonna take out your little student loan just to get a fix it flat?
I'll take that better than Precious and them and Monique and them.
We don't have Precious. Even Monique lost the weight. So
in Baltimore, you got fat chicks running down the street with a bucket of chicken. Is that what you're saying?
Actually, we don't.
Exactly.
Actually, we don't. And here's the part about it, right? And we got these chicks up there in Miami in the damn Everglades hunting crocs and shit, barehanded.
Look, Baltimore should have been DC, but it's not.
No, yeah, it's better.
Baltimore should have been Philly anyway.
No, we don't want to be Philly. We don't want to have a street that's only big enough for one car. That's your downtown. But anyway, and then two, we don't want to be DC. The only reason DC's happening is because they got tired of Baltimore taking the party like for 20 years. Damn, y'all just started the party like 10 years ago. Come on now. Now, Miami could have been something if it was the only reason Miami's famous is because of drug money. And also,
Wait. Charles, you say that as if it's a bad thing. He's a cop, but yeah, you say that like it's a bad thing. I don't understand what you're saying. So what if it was getting the world tie? How is that a bad thing?
That number
My
one.
point exactly.
That number. It's a bad thing because number one, I wouldn't eat Chinese food in Miami because we already know, and number two. Number
Just
two,
if you ever smoke weed from anybody in Miami, make sure it's all weed. That's all I'm saying. Just make sure it's all weed. It's only weed. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, y'all got more roach spray in the weed than y'all do with the goddamn calves. I mean, so here's my joint. Here's my joint about the whole thing. Dating, no matter who you date in this day and age, is so frustrating that men should be crying, but like Conquest said, not a damn person in the universe would care. Why? I've never seen a group of young men so soft. I don't want to be alone. Dude, you're 21. I'm gonna get married. I'm gonna get engaged. You met the chick at Meps. Y'all really only seen each other for like what? 2-3 months. Y'all went to basic and AIT, and you're in love. You know, I had to tell a couple of young men, your 21 is a lot different than my 21. And then you get broken hearted at 23 when you find out she been throwing around her joint like Captain America's mighty shield.
Look, Charles.
Y'all took
Mm-hmm.
a gander at that gal that Zulu posted in the back chat. Good God.
Oh
Man,
yeah, bro.
what?
Oh yeah, y'all was slipping when I y'all thought I was playing.
Good Lord, man.
when I tell you, bro,
That's a Pegasus. That's not a stallion.
Hey, yo, you saw from the side, didn't you?
That's a Pegasus.
Bro, if you would have seen what I was out there with, man, y'all would see what I'll be out there with, man. You'd be surprised,
man. Oh yeah.
Wait, you talking about the one with the sister with the glasses?
Back out there,
oh
man.
yeah, bro.
You need to go back
Yeah.
out.
Mm-hmm.
Bro,
You know what the saddest part about?
Come back to this shit, it's like, nah, bro, I can't cope, bro. I can't cope.
You know what the saddest part about it is? I became kind of a curmudgeon and also an elitist when I look at a bunch of fat chicks. Because I'm like, I've known women who had 4 kids, worked out and kept their figure. And I know chicks who had no kids and blew up like Biggie Smalls on a mixtape. And I'm like, what's going on here?
Man, see, Charles, you just don't want to go ahead and admit and just say overseas is better, bro. Like once you just go ahead, I take you on one African trip, man. You ain't coming back, bro.
And I'm gonna put it to you. I'm gonna put it to you this way. I takes none of them seriously. I could literally be married to a woman and not even take her seriously. Oh, you're leaving? Go ahead. Okay. Well, you don't want to hear about my day? No, I don't. I take none of them seriously.
Tonight on Ejectocito, cuz.
I'm gonna take Charles to Uganda one time, and Charles would never be the same.
Take Charles over there. Charles go over there and take over a village, and each of y'all have like about 15 wives.
Charles definitely has the I conquered this village built vibes. Charles is definitely built like the nigga that runs. No, he definitely has. Charles is definitely built like the nigga that runs maybe a village of 200,000 people. Like Charles definitely has that build.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it now. There will be no challenge today.
Right?
I can see it now. Like,
hey,
it's like
Charles over here ending the fight to see who's gonna rule Wakanda after him. Look, Charles like, no.
It's kind of hard to entice me with women since I've been with so many that it's like, shorty, can you do taxes? Can you tap dance? Can you make blueberry waffles? Like, do something out the ordinary. Like, it's.
Alexa, play T.I.'s I Can't Be Your... Wait, I got you, Charles. I got you. Alexa, please play T.I. I Can't Be Your Man, please. Go ahead, Charles.
No, let's play Alexa. Let's just call... let's play Maze feature Frankie Beverly, Golden Time of Day. You know, it's funny because, like, some of my friends in the department, they'll tell me about their numbers, right? And I tell them mine, and they're just like, my God, I don't even know those many people. Exactly. Exactly. And I slowed down just for other people to catch up. I said, dude, I was hitting the Hall of Fame numbers in my 20s.
Hey, let's just say, hey, if y'all want to know who all the hoes fucking is, Charles. We gotta murk Charles, y'all. We got throw Charles off the edge of the cliff. It's gonna need about 50 of us, but we gotta throw Charles off the edge of the cliff. Charles
You
fucking
know,
all the hoes. He's the one.
when you ever heard of Black Panther? Like
Of course.
my code name would be Platinum Dick. So I mean, shit, it's gonna be happening to me.
Charles be Jet Li at the end of the one. Is that who Charles?
You know, my name's Faulkner. I am nobody's bitch. It's one of those things where it's my struggle to look at this shit, and I tell a lot of young men. See, there's a reason why I can talk like this because I'm a man of experience, and I'm looking at these 21-year-olds. I said, you know, one of the beautiful things about having so many bodies under your belt, it's not to brag about. It's the fact that you built up an immunity. Nobody's special, so it's like kryptonite after a while to Superman. It stings, but it doesn't kill it like it would at the first time. You got to build up the immunity. That's why so many of these guys will flip out, cry, damn near take a cannonball off of a building and shit. No, that's why you keep going. It's a built up immunity. If you don't build up that immunity, huh?
No, Charles, when you get a chance, read the super chat. Finish your statement and read the super chat for me, please. You go get the reference.
Chronic tracks. Shut up, boy. The chronic track 16 tax. Jesus Christ. Oh man, it's the fact of the matter that you got to build up your immunity for these relationships. You shouldn't be 21 trying to plan your future with a broad, and especially I keep telling dudes, you try to plan your broad with a fucking military woman. I said, you silly Negro. She's outnumbered 9-1, and you think she's on a ship or she's on a base, and she may see some of the most handsome men she ever seen in her life. You think she ain't gonna be tempted to try, and especially when alcohol's involved? Oh God! Oh,
I tripped, slipped, and landed on his anyway. Go ahead.
Alexa, play. They play the theme song of Shawn Michaels. She knows I'm cute, and she thinks I'm sexy. You know, I'm sorry. There's many a times I've been that guy that the chick told me she's single, and next thing you know, she's going to the bathroom giving a Jimmy Swagger conference to some poor, unfortunate soul who's taking the repercussions of her iniquities.
Hey, Faulkner, who's Jimmy Swagger?
Huh?
Who's Jimmy Swagger?
Oh boy, I keep forgetting that y'all
wrong for that. You wrong for that.
I have seen.
You know, I think you're trying to say you old, Charles.
No, I really don't know. I really don't know what that reference means.
I mean, it's not
Charles,
my
you gotta
fault.
remember, we the old niggas now. We the old niggas now, bro.
It's not my fault. Well, I mean, Black Uber. It's not my fault. It's nuts didn't drop. So I mean, it's fair.
We look, Charles, you literally are though. You literally and figuratively are unks.
He still got that Similac behind his ears.
Right.
Hey, I got back pain. Hey.
He said he got what?
Back pain. Leave me alone.
You got back pains? What?
Yeah.
You're like 20.
I'm getting old too, man.
No, Jimmy Swagger was this preacher that got caught. He was this big evangelical preacher back in the day.
And,
he was part of that whole moral majority, good white Christian brigade.
Good white Christian.
Popular politically, and he got caught up with some hoes in a hotel room.
In a hotel.
And so he has to explain this to the congregation, right? So in this congregation, he has this rather tearful
apology to his congregation. I'm sure you can find it out there on YouTube.
Oh no!
And part of it, he tearfully throws his head back. He says, "I have sinned," and it became this sort of popular reference. In
Oh,
part
that shit's been popular. That shit's been popular for 40 years, but
yeah, it was,
I have
well,
seen.
and part of the reason why it was so popular was because these were these Republican, conservative, evangelical, shitting on black folks, that kind of thing. So you basically had I would say, racist, or symbol of racism. I don't know if the man himself was racist, but I would say he
I'll call it.
kind
I
of
don't even know it.
represented a political side of things during that
Well,
time that appeared
apparently he's not.
to be
Apparently he's not
very,
racist to black people.
very racist, appeared to be very judgmental. Although, ironically, Jimmy Swaggart probably had a lot of black people in his congregation.
Well, he had a lot of black people back then.
Let's say this too.
But I'm
Also,
saying
about
he was, that's why I'm saying I don't know if he himself was racist. I'm saying he was kind of used politically as this kind of conservative, moral majority shit, And so it was just the irony of someone with his particular background getting caught with some hoes. It was a big deal back in the day. Today it would just be another Tuesday. But
Jerry Falwell, who was the other?
it was a big deal.
Jerry Falwell and
Hey, Z.
Wait, real quick. Let AL get that in you. You got to turn around. Go ahead.
AL seems a little faint. AL, you seem a little faint.
Okay. I was just piggybacking off what you said. Falwell, Swaggart, and Graham. All two of the three.
Baker, don't forget your boy.
Yeah. No, it was Baker and Swaggart. It was Baker and Swaggart who was sleeping on their wives. The other two was just peddling cash. That's what they was doing. All four of them was peddling for cash, but
I'm disappointed. Wait a minute. I'm disappointed. You just named off a bunch of moral majority Republicans, and you ain't saying nothing about any of them being in the man's bathroom stall. You ain't saying nothing about that.
Anglo-Saxon Caucasians, to be exact.
Yeah, true, but you missed what I was trying to say, El. But you ain't saying nothing about them and other dudes. I'm disappointed. The one thing they always do.
They keep that on the hush hush. They not like Bishop Eddie Long.
There was a big preacher that got caught in the stall, playing swapping swords in the stall. I forget his name. Back in the day. But yeah, and because he not only was a big preacher, but he was also like the head of this religious.
I don't know if those are the words you want to be using right now, though, Black Guru. I'm messing with you, but I'm just saying.
Hold on, Black Guru. Are you speaking to Jim Jones?
Yeah. I think that's what it was.
Yeah, you forgot what he did to his flock. He Kool-Aid all them to death.
No, not
you
him.
gave them what?
Not him.
Not Jim Jones. Not Jim Jones.
It was another guy.
You talking about Daddy Grace?
Who got caught in the stall? I forget his name.
The Minnesota, Minnesota senator got caught in the stall.
We talking about religious people, but see, hold on. With that being said, the ones who do more than getting caught in the stalls are those Catholic priests. Those are the ones that do it. Them Baptists.
I thought those were with the kids, but yeah, go ahead. It's funny where we at right now.
Getting caught in the stalls. That's what the Baptists do. But them Baptists, they mess with the females. That's what they do. White and black. It don't matter. But then you got the uprisings of folks like Eddie Long. He's one of them nasty. He don't care.
I don't know if that's the word you want to use either, AL.
I think it's such an oxymoronic statement. I think it's such an oxymoronic statement that his name had to be like that, and especially with all the stuff.
Bro, we've been making fun of this dude since the story broke. Exactly what Charles just said. Exactly.
That wasn't
unfortunate.
Apparently, that wasn't the only thing broken either. But
are you talking about Eddie Long?
Yeah, he is. Yes.
That's one of the great corn names ever, man.
Oh my goodness.
That
you know what?
Corn name.
You know what? You know what the greatest corn name would have been, but the exception is that You know, unfortunately, when you hear the man's background and what happened to him, it kind of be like, oh no. I think it was such a waste to use the word Magic Johnson. So I mean, hey, let's just put it out there.
Good point. I mean, apparently, look. Apparently, that's why Magic Johnson got the itchy scratchy. It's because
Magic was on them streets hard, man.
Hey, and rumor has it. I don't know how true this is, Black Roo, but rumor has it that Magic wasn't only out here with the ladies. I'm just saying. Rumor has it. I don't know how true that is. But yeah.
They don't talk about it, but that's why him and Isaiah fell out. Because when it was revealed that Magic's medical status was revealed, I guess today you can't even do that kind of thing. But when his medical status was revealed and they were asking all of his peers about it, apparently Isaiah allegedly essentially kind of speculated as to that being how he might have acquired it. And that's why they fell out. Now, people never really talked about it. In fact, we're kind of going way off topic here, but I maintain that the reason why Isaiah Thomas was not on that '92 Dream Team was not because of Michael Jordan. It was because of Magic Johnson. Because that was the same year or around that same time where it was less than a year later that they had that Dream Team thing where his status had been revealed. It had been revealed like in September or October of '91, and then you had the Dream Team the summer of '92. And I think that that MJ took the blame for something that was really about Magic. That's what I think happened.
Hey, Black Guru, let Z know that the wife is at the sink washing the dishes.
Look at this nigga. Look.
She's
I'm about to eject those Tito's, turn around right out of here.
He kicks back watching TV while his wife clean things up after his
right. Listen to this bragging. I can't take it.
He's telling y'all, he's showing y'all,
drinking lemonade or whiskey, sitting on his goddamn rocking chair, chilling.
The homemade juice, Z. Remember, she made the homemade juice with the blender.
He literally got a real fresh squeezed lemonade, sitting down watching the game while the wife fucking cleans up
and practicing English.
Turn around and say, "Is there any other kind?"
And he got the wife out here saying yes, daddy, and no, daddy to fucking learning English. This is the first word she learned. You hear this? This is the foolishness.
You gotta raise them up right the first time, Tony.
Right.
You gotta raise them up right the first time.
I got a friend who makes $500,000 a year. His wife does not work. She will not cook for him 7 days a week. She refuses. You know why? She said it's slavery. And the man makes $500,000. Everything that women say they want, he's over 6 foot tall, he's making that kind of money. And he's not ugly. And but he cannot get her to cook for him 7 days a week. He can hardly gets 5 days, but that's it. She said it's slavery. Anything after that.
You know what? Right. Look, you know what?
$500,000.
Yeah, but I was about to say, because Z is less than 6 feet and doesn't make 500,000, I'll take that. I'll take 5 times a week. I'll take 5 times. I'll take 3 times a week, to be fair with you. I'll take 3 times a week. But no cooking now. No, but here's the thing. The average brother is not getting no cooked food ever.
If you're making 500 grand a year, and and just that, we can talk about other stuff. Now, look, if you're the kind of guy who likes to, dine out, or maybe you yourself like to occasionally cook, which some men do. I like to cook a little bit myself. Wow, I'm actually a better cook than my wife. Holy shit. So, if you're not a guy who cooks,
You sure didn't say that with a whole lot of bass in your voice, talking about you a better cook than she is. That was kind of low.
That's crazy.
Well, I mean, she knows
Holy
that.
cow!
I don't see. There's no
I
controversy.
don't see anything wrong with that. No, I don't. Yeah, no,
Ain't
I
nothing
know
wrong
a
with
couple
that.
of men that are better cooks than their wives. Yeah.
I come from an environment, AL, where the men pride themselves on cooking. You know, my uncles, my great uncles. It's just a cultural environment I came from. You know, so it's just it's a thing we do. It's not in fact, it's a competitive thing we do. It's a who's got the best chili, who's got the best prime rib, who who does the best, who does the best ribs. That's the
This
environment
27th
I came
annual
from.
Black Uru grill off versus him and his uncles. No, I'm playing. Go ahead.
Yeah,
And
they're
he
all
ain't
over the
saying
city of
nothing.
Chicago.
He ain't saying nothing slick to a can of grease because I'm from Texas and that's all we've been doing. Ain't nothing new,
This
nothing
was
What
one of
are
the.
you
old.
talking
Wait a
about?
minute. Wait.
Man, you should know what I'm talking about.
Wait a minute, Black Uru. I can't let him slide with that. Say that phrase again. That is a southern ass phrase. Say that one more again, Ayo. Say it again. He
Yeah,
didn't say what?
he ain't saying nothing slick to a can of grease. He really ain't. He's not.
Yes, sir.
He's not. Nigga, I smoke you. I don't say barbecue because that's burning meat in my opinion. We smoke meat in the Lone Star State. No, anybody that barbecues, you
That should
burning.
do. That should do taste good. I don't want to describe what I like about it because we get into LGBTQ territory. And I didn't hurt myself enough on this, but no, like yeah.
Ribs,
Anyway,
brisket, and sausage. Oh, I'll kill you all day.
brisket is the shit.
But can I say something real quick? I was
Go
saying
ahead.
that the virtue of knowing how to cook as a man is probably also associated with being able to hunt. Because after that, while you're out, you still gotta eat. So it's like, who cooking tonight? And that type of shit. So
Yeah, but like the dude being able to cook better than his wife is like definitely a very southern thing. Like a lot of guys down here can burn a lot better than their women
that's
do.
where
Like,
the
that's a
hunt
common
be
thing.
going on.
It's super
Yeah,
common.
no, yep. I've been invited to a few AOS barbecues, and well, damn,
The ladies,
yeah.
the ladies
You
sit there and don't do
almost
nothing.
for the most. No, I mean, like you're right. I can't even say it any different. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. They
Well,
powwow with each
when you
other
think
under
about
the
it,
umbrella in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
cooking can take a certain level of physical exertion. So
Yeah.
some certain kinds of cooking, men are just better suited at doing just because of the effort to do it.
Hell yeah.
The ladies don't be
Facts.
barbecuing like that.
We
Facts.
in my family, right?
Let me read this real quick, better you, and then you got it. You got it. And Detroit says, congratulations, Black Manosphere, you made it to CNN. Now CNN is addressing the Manosphere. I mean, they've been doing that on and off for the past couple of years with Scott
Yeah, but
Galloway.
how
I
are they
think,
dressing it?
yeah. See,
Is
yeah,
it an earnest conversation or is it like calling the Marines?
yeah. No, it is that. It is calling the Marines. It is calling the Marines. It is that. But yeah, go ahead, better you.
Yeah, I was gonna say like in my family we cook different things. So more often the women are doing like the greens, like the mac and cheese, the rice, the things
The
like that.
fixins. Those are
Yeah,
the fixins.
Yep.
and we and me and my uncles we're honestly me and my cousins we're helping them because like my uncle he always throws a hog
Somebody's
on,
background is killing me right now.
and another uncle he always does crab boils and all kinds of seafood, and the one in particular that does that hog and those ribs and everything, like bruh,
Yeah.
even just getting that motherfucker on the grill sometimes because
Yeah,
he
you don't
does it
want a
whole.
woman doing all that. You don't want a woman doing all that. You don't want a woman even anywhere around that.
Nope.
But what about
First time I did it.
What about saving her, making her work, and all that domestic bullshit that they be
Nah, bro. Hey, some of these halls big as people, bro. I don't think a woman could do that shit.
No, what you do is you get her to stir up your sauces and put all that kind of stuff together. She can do all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
But the actual handling of the meat and the cooking,
Yeah,
and
don't touch the
turning,
grill now.
nothing like that. No, that's crazy.
Oh no.
You
Touch the
gotta teach her
grill.
how to handle the meat. But
It'll
all
take
I'm
like
saying is like it speaks to how like some of the things that women say about us as men and how we're callous and like make them slave over things and make them do all this extra shit when, you know, the other side of it is like, no, not really. You know what I mean?
I mean, if you're on the grill, if you're lifting the heavy lift, because what Better You was communicating is like you talking about hogs. You talking they can't do it. That's not it's not possible. Or it's gonna take all of them like moving it like they moving furniture type shit, right? So like if we're gonna talk about quote unquote slaving, then that's definitely a sign that the men are the ones slaving. Go ahead, Better You.
The thing of it is you have a lot of women who they want the benefit of roles without participating in roles. And my aunt broke it down best to one of my nieces because they went to college, came back on some bullshit like why do we always fix the guys their plate first before any of us eat? I find
Is that me? Better You breaking up a little bit.
Better You borging like hell.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you Borgin. I thought it was me at first. Okay, yeah, better you in the guts, you in the middle of nowhere. You in the look.
She asked
No, but
why.
yeah, black men
Can you
will
hear me?
do the most for any other type of woman. So we are the ones who do the most. We will
Yeah,
do a
but
whole lot of
well,
things for women.
Yeah.
And when you
going.
hop around different guys, when I go to South America, those guys ain't doing too much of anything in the kitchen.
Let me
They
say this. Going to what you're saying, Tunnel Runner. There's a clip that I was sent of by a few of y'all that shows Chelsea Handler and she was being interviewed and she straight up said the one group of men that she sees that's not intimidated by and she said we already know Chelsea Handler been out here but she said the one group of men that's not intimidated by her or her success and actually encourages her is black men and like that's a universal but there's been like a really cruel way this society has dealt with black men and gaslighting them and lying to their face that so much of the data is now proving otherwise and because we have easily accessible microphones and cameras and stuff like that it is becoming more cheaper to record yourself and to film yourself more and more non-black women and the data is proving that black men are the most egalitarian. Black men are not easily shaken about women's success or any of that, including black women. But they couldn't have that as the main narrative for the
Yeah.
past few decades
And
because you needed black men to be the boogeyman, insecure race traders.
and
But
Z.
more and more data is saying otherwise. Go ahead.
And the other thing is too is like we were talking about when B Jess was on here. We also enable and teach women too, and kind of make them a little bit more self-reliant in a lot of ways. We enable that.
Well,
We don't handicap them.
if we're going to be fair, it's because the social, political, and economic position of black men dictates that they move about in this world and in this country in particular differently than everyone else. And so I agree with the Roger Report when he said this. Ain't no better parent than black men. There is like who else, including for your girls, because we don't get the privilege of being the model minority. We don't get the privilege of being women. We don't get the privilege of being children. We are the epitome of the outside group, the outside male, right? So like that just allows for us to move different,
The designated
right?
outside male.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Am I coming through now?
Yeah, you're clear. You're clear.
Yeah, so a lot of these women, they want the benefit of roles without participating in roles, which is what drives me crazy. Like that's what makes society work. That's what makes community. Everybody has to have a role or duty that they undertake and to perform it. And what they want is basically to get all the benefits of shit without participating in it.
That's a social
I think.
contract.
No, I think you're right. I think everybody's going to be put to test. I think you got to be careful what you ask for on these things. I think everybody's going to be put to the test. I don't know if we still live in the environment where you could keep popping that shit, get what you want, and then try to make a U-turn on the shit. I don't know if we live in that world anymore. I don't think we live in that world anymore, right? That
I mean,
like I mentioned the drying up money and them drying up the liquidity in the system. I've mentioned it a couple of times, and I'm still even trying to grapple with what that's gonna mean going downstream on everything. I mean, like everything from your social programs to your banks just handing out money, to organizations and initiatives that would go to women or LGBTQ or whoever the hell. Like, yeah. I think black women in this kind of sense of resentment because they're not white women. I think that's gonna get quashed. That's gonna get quashed real bad. It's gonna get quashed real bad, and it's not necessarily gonna be black men to do it either. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Actually, kind of piggyback off that point, I went to the coin shop because I'll be messing around with that silver, silver and gold and stuff. The guy, the white guy who
let me
owns the
get your
shop.
address for research purposes. Go ahead. I'm playing.
Nah, the white guy who owns the
Put it in
shop,
the
he's
back
like,
chat.
the funny thing is the guy who owns the shop, he was like, man, he had somebody try to sell him some stuff and he needed cash. And he was like, there is no cash here. Like he went to like 2 or 3 different banks. He needed like $9 grand. And he had to go to 2 different banks to get $9 grand. I'm like, yo, that's crazy. So like even for white folks, like the money's not there for them either. So we was, oh yeah, niggas ain't got no money. No, baby. Nobody got any.
So I posted something maybe a few weeks ago at this point. Is it a month yet? I don't know if it's a month yet. That said 40% of, I think it was millennials and Gen Z. These are adults are getting some type of their parents are paying some type of bill. And on average, get this, Black Rule, get this, everyone, right? Parents of millennials and Gen Z, if I'm not mistaken, I can't remember what age they put on it, but I'm gonna just say millennials and Gen Z because it encompasses both of them. On average, it's something like $1,300 a month.
Man,
you hear me? So like that, I'm saying that to say you're right. We don't got it. Include the white folks don't got it neither. Like I be joking with BGS, but not joking when I'm like, yo, we waiting for y'all to die. Like Mr. Z's not was already spoke to Mama Z and Papa Z, and lady first generation immigrants, and we ain't come from no rich family, so Mr. Z don't got nothing like that. And yeah, so with that, as a generation, millennials and Gen Z, we really are waiting, and Gen Z gotta wait a while because they're the parents of the Xers. I mean, they're the children of the Xers, excuse me. But yeah, we really don't got it, and the white kids don't got it either. Right, the white kids don't got it either. That's why their parents are paying for shit up until they're in their goddamn 40s and shit. Right. So yeah, no, and when you find out, and I think I came in the door when people first met me. I was saying I worked at a firm. I worked with attorneys and paralegals, and you would be surprised how many paralegals and attorneys. These are grown ass 20-something, late 20s, 30s, 40-something year old folks, mainly white, who parents are paying whole bills, child support, paying for the Audi, and you look at these people and they look like they live in the life because they making 80 grand a year. Yeah, but that 80 is that 80 is actually 110 because mama and daddy is paying for shit. So yeah, you're right. They don't got it neither. Even 9 grand at the goddamn pawn shop or jewelry store. Yeah, they don't got it neither. They don't got it. Yeah. That's it. All that just to say that. Look at Mr. Z being along with it. But yeah, not just said all that just to say that. But go ahead, continue.
Oh no, that was kind of it, man. It was
my bad. I'll be doing that sometimes. My bad.
It's all good though.
Yeah, man. But no, look, I'm becoming more and more of the mindset of some of the stuff like we said before about how this might have to go down because this thing is clogged right now. This is not sustainable. That's why I say that shit so much because it's really not. And I don't know where we go from here because you can't have it where 15 and 10%, if you're lucky 20, but 15 and 10% of Americans are going to be the ones living, and all the rest of us are going to be what? Right? Like I don't know how much of the quote unquote American dream is going to be the thing to keep people from coming for your neck. Right? Like that aspirationalism that the entire system is built off of. I don't know. And you're not necessarily greasing the skids for enough people you can even use as a buffer. Like, look, this person came from poverty and they made it, like, yeah, one or two, but like not really. And like all the systems are locking up and showing that everything from I think they show something like all the Ivy Leagues, like the are coming from the like the top 20% for the most part, which we already knew. Like it always feels like that. And this is kind of a function of nature in general. With that, if you claim to be a democracy and you claim this American dream and you claim we don't have class or caste in America, if you claim that there's no classism and all this other stuff, if you claim that, which you do, America, then you gotta mean it. And apparently, it's looking like you don't mean it. I don't know. This don't look like it's gonna end well. I'm just saying.
Well,
Shout out.
it's been a slow grind to this point. The lies and the distortions. It's all been imputed. In getting rid of the unions. A very regressive tax code, and when I would say, and not even just the federal tax code, but taxation generally across the board in this country is very regressive. Certainly, the hoarding of wealth in certain families and certain communities across generations, and in some cases even across centuries. It's inevitable. You would end up with a de facto aristocracy. It's inevitable because everything is being concentrated in such a way in which you'll have a few very fortunate or super talented few who manage to jump a level or two in the class structure. But it's kind of inevitable that we'd end up in this place where it's going to kind of grind to a halt. Now, like I say, in some ways, I kind of see it to be a good thing because I do think we went too far with the fantasy of the fiat money and the borrowing and the trickery regarding the monetary policy and interest rates. It was all a kind of a shell game, of manipulating of this and tweaking of that and whatever. And it was all disguising the fact that we had a system that did not effectively, in my view, reward real productivity. And we have not rewarded productivity real productivity in this country for many, many, many years. And in fact, we've created ways in which people do or add virtually zero value and become billionaires. I mean, maybe an ultimate example of that is the hedge fund business, where you make billions off of 1,000th of percents of trades that never actually happen. So I think it's kind of inevitable that we would end up here. White people in their, as Lyndon Johnson described zeal to be white, we're all too willing to allow and enable where we are.
As long as they can hold on to that, they were willing to destroy everything, including their children. That's what we are. And I love throwing Reagan in older white folks' faces. I've done it before in real life. I love doing that shit. To remind that, no, y'all voted for this. I just want you to know, 40 plus years ago, y'all voted for this. You voted for it twice, and you encouraged the bullshit that came from it, right?
And we have, even like you used to have real effort to have separate industries and separate corporations, and there was a real, I mean, that was a real issue in this country, and it was. I mean, there were lots of very, the people behind these policies were wise. They understood the corruption of titanic entities combining their resources together. And Reagan, you mentioned him. You know, I mean,
Clinton backed him up with the
came
bullshit.
through the door. You know, regulation. We're gonna not regulate this, and we're gonna deregulate that, and all of that. And so then you're combining, you're creating these mega structures economically in the banking industry, mega structures in the IT industry, mega structures in the oil and gas industries. There used to be dozens of gasoline stations or distributors. Now they're fucking like basically 5 or 6 of them. And everybody else is some sort of derivative of one of those 5 or 6 mega oil companies. So this is where we are is inevitable. The destroying the unions. You know, how do you're not going to have any decent sort of employment policy in the United States without any real union presence. Just can't.
Add on to
It won't
that.
exist.
Add on to that, and then you got it after this. Vince. Add on to that. Better. Black Rule. I was about to say better. Black Rule. Not only did you kill the unions, then you move a lot of those factories not overseas, but from the Midwest and from the Northeast to the South, because not only were you trying to kill the unions, but you also wanted the states that would allow for quote unquote right to work states that there was no type of protection. The boss could come in and say your shoe color is not the right color and you're fired. Right?
And
that's
then
it.
you created this fallacious, I say treacherous competition amongst the states to then corrupt the other states to compete for those industries and those businesses. You then corrupted other states that had previously been more supportive of employees. So it's been it's not, if you're old fart like myself, it all really is kind of clear how we ended up here. It really is. You see all the pieces over the course of your life, all coming together.
It all came down to this moment. But no, I ain't want to say too much. I wanted to ask.
She said that too.
Long time. Yeah. But not I wanted to say, like, when you brought up the oil people, like people how they had oil and stuff like that, it kind of shows like the changing of guards. Like I do a lot of like looking into like chronology of time and stuff like that and everything. But like it shows how like the industries change, where those megalithic millionaires and how they was doing things went from oil to technology. That's kind of like when you look at it, and this kind of esoteric level, but going from the age
cook
of
like
Pisces,
white people? Oscilla.
It's kind of like going from the age of Pisces to the age of Aquarius. From oil, you know what I mean? Oil is being gold to technology and information being gold. That's all I want to say.
Hey, mama cooking for them white folks out of here. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, that's
hey, yo, you unmuted. But let me read this from L's Active, and L Active and Jay Stone. I did not forget about you. I saw that comment. I did not forget about you. And L's Active says, how you quote unquote give up on marriage when the men initiate the process? It can only mean the men gave up long before. But once again, they have to put that on in my bag for your back. But yeah, no, they have to empower the women with that type of rhetoric. It can't be what it actually is. You have to put the power in the women's hands, and you have to show the men. And this is how you know, like, there's this very dangerous game that I would say the elites are playing with the rhetorical empowerment of the women over your average and your working class man, right? I think this is done on purpose, to be fair, right? Whenever we have a conversation about men and women, it's always the women are sugar and spice and everything nice, and the men are messed up. The men are immature, and that I the question then becomes, who does that help? That framing, who does that actually benefit? But to be fair, it doesn't even really benefit the masses of women. Maybe a handful of elite women, but who does that type of framing help? Other than the elite at the very top.
I think all of it is about we say it's female empowerment, but really it is about enabling the most suckers to get all of their money. And the women are the bigger suckers. So while they frame everything like pro women, women are good, women are strong, the future is women. What they're really doing is saying, no, these bitches are dumb and they're spendthrifts, and we got to get them away from these men, because to the extent that we get them away from these men, we can take all their money from them.
But
That's a fact.
Here's pushback on the narrative, though, right? How we were saying, like, women, like, necessarily playing their role, or doing what they're supposed to do, or being useful, whatever, like that. It seems as though part of their role too is to be a consumer, which is that they're doing to making niggas buy Birkins and all that other dumb shit.
No, it's not.
Well, I mean that's the point I'm making. Because look, if you get married, and you got to pay bills and you got to pay for children, you can't be talking about buying no damn Birkin bags. That shit is crazy for 98%, 99% of human beings. I mean, I'm talking like serious like we like making a family, and we're going to send them to some decent schools, and we're going to get a decent home. You can't sell that bullshit to people who thinking like that. You gotta break people up. You gotta, and in particular, you gotta get the women away. Like even the student loan crisis. If the if black people were more married, you wouldn't have that many student loans, because most guys would have been putting a check on that shit. We can't borrow $200,000, baby. We can't borrow that. I mean, we can borrow maybe 20 or 30. I can kind of see us paying that off over time. We can't borrow no $200,000 for you to get a master's degree in English. Can't do that. So many things that certain people, a small factions of people, benefited from. This whole thing and this whole quote empowerment thing and them talking crazy as hell is really a function of, let's do everything possible to enable these idiot females to make us billionaires. That's what this is really about.
I want to back up Black Rule by reminding everyone of the story that we spoke of maybe a couple months ago. It was a darker skinned younger sister. She had a couple of kids, or she at least had one kid, and she went out of town to go meet up with some dude that looked like he was moving. He was making a couple of dollars, and he pretty much stood her up. Like, she flew out to see him, and he pretty much stood her up. And think about what Black Rule said of, like, if you're married, if you're in a relationship, if married, then this is not a thing. You have kids, you're traveling to go meet up with some dude because you saw his IG, his Instagram, and it looked like he was making major moves. And so you over here, and you're older than him, and you're throwing yourself at him. He sees you in person, or you DM'd him, and he sees how you actually look, and so he's kind of giving you the cold shoulder, and now you're trying to blow up his spot because he had you pay for your own ticket, you had to pay for your own hotel, blah blah blah. But the whole moral of the story that you missed while you trying to go on and on him is that you're leaving your kids to go chill with a man you don't even know, so that you could what, baby trap him, or so you could throw the vagina on him, and then
And
he
think
could
about all the foolish money that is spent living that kind of lifestyle, and from both the men
exactly.
and the women, because since the men don't have women and wives and a stable situation, they're not focused on making the wisest financial and economic choices. They're focusing on convenient shit to set up to get ass and have fun, and maybe have a nice car and that kind of stuff. So the whole situation is set up to liberate the women, so that women will themselves spend a lot of money and create circumstances in which the men spend a lot of money. And all of them are spending money on something for which does not at all make them economically competitive, because it does not make you economically competitive to get red bottom shoes. It make other people who are selling the shoes economically competitive. So I just look at the whole thing. That's why when you have these entities, your Richard Reeves and all these jokers talking about stuff, I'm like, well, but see, you all aren't going to really tell the truth about why things are the way they are. It has been set up for certain factions of people to become enriched and to be empowered, politically, socially, politically, geopolitically, in many instances. And so you can't reform a system when the people who pay for the maintenance of the system is control of the policy, is control of monetary policy, is control of the fiscal policy, is control of the tax policy,
It's a
is
paradoxical
control
issue.
of the political system. They're in control of everything, all the decisions. And here's a perfect example of what I'm describing. Now, Trump made all this hoopla about the tariffs, right? But now, what was it, yesterday or maybe earlier today, he carved out this little caveat for the cell phones, for the smartphones. Y'all see that?
And
Y'all
computers.
see
I
that?
didn't see that part. I did not see that
Yeah,
part. Nope.
carved out a little part for the cell phones,
And computers.
picking winners and losers. That's what they do. Picking winners and
That
losers. That's what
that
they
sounds
always
about right.
do in this country.
That sounds about right.
No,
Go
no,
ahead, Vince. You were trying to say something. Oh, go ahead. I'm kidding. You got to go ahead.
Curse you KMS?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I forgot what I was going to say anyway. So,
Okay. No, Uwe, you're absolutely right. But the quote name and what he says constantly on here, what's the truth to the narrative? I mean, they want to.
Good point.
I mean, they're honing out to the fact of all they have, unfortunately, left is the truth. And the truth is that we need these women spending because we think these women are stupid, and you can tell they're stupid by what they're spending on. So we can't. We know to save this society, we got to give the women back to the men, but we can't just yet. We're gonna try to get the last little bit of money out of it.
they're being edged a little.
Yeah. But
Let me say this to what you say, KMS, and to what Black Rule said. So, talking about Dr. Richard Reeves, he had a conversation with Ezra Klein. It got to be over a year ago now. I've covered it before. I'm gonna cover it again because exactly what you said, Black Rule, and to what KMS is saying. As you watch, and to me, this interview, he went through like withering detail, like, okay, this group dropped off this way, they went this way, this number this person is that, and all the picture that it painted was that they literally moved the men out the way and put the women there. Like that's all you hear as he's speaking is they literally said, okay, we're gonna carve out the top 20% for whoever is there, which is the men and women, and then all the rest of you just get how you live. And we're gonna keep on putting our thumb on the scales for the women. And the picture that is painted is that women are the buffer class. And when I cover it this time, because I know how to work YouTube, not YouTube, but StreamYard's better, I'm gonna have y'all are gonna see what Mr. Z is saying, because I want y'all to hear it out of Richard Reeves' mouth. But by the way, he's not gonna say what I just said. But when he's done with what I cover, you'll hear it. It's literally using the women as a buffer class, and that's in America and that's in the UK. I don't really see how there's any other interpretation of it, but we'll see what I cover.
I think I think they're worse than the buffer class at this point. Now that I'm really thinking about it, I think really they're just cautious. I think women are just cautious. I mean, because I go back to, Kajani Brown Jackson. She was for the Supreme. She went for the Supreme Court, and they were reviewing her, and they kept on grilling her on what a woman is, and she couldn't give an answer.
I remember this.
At first, I was like, nah, she's just being politically naive and ignorant. But now that I think about it, what is a woman? I mean, they have no accountability. They really have no responsibility. Women don't even know what they're supposed to be doing at this point. Apparently they can do everything. So they can't do anything. And it's to the point the only thing they really consistently do is spend and run up debt. I mean, Black Rules mentioned it. Black Rules an accountant. Women take more out of society than they will ever put in.
But
the contract was
what is America built off of?
debt. I'm sorry to cut you off, but that debt and consumerism. That's the whole thing. That's what the debate about tariff is right now. You messing with the consumer, but the 70% of the market is consumerism, and who's the biggest consumers?
So we're really, and when you expand out on that, we're really in a conundrum because all these other countries like, hey, we need America to be America a little longer so we can pull our money out. And then America's like, hey, we need to have these women in this position, regardless of how detriment it is, because we got to still pull our money out of them. It's a gigantic Ponzi scheme. And I think what it is that they really can't tell the women that you were put in this bad. What we did is that we weaponized your own chaotic nature. We weaponized it and then prophesized off of it. And you're in this situation, 45 and alone, got a master's degree in basket weaving, can't find no man, cantankerous and fat. Not because you were socially engineered that way. I mean, once again, I'm not giving any sympathy to these women. I mean, you ultimately you're accountable for what you believe in. But still, when you really look at it from 10,000 feet up, it is very nefarious and wicked. And the thing is that they know they can't sell these women off to men. And let me go one more step further with that. No one has any issues with 95% of what Andrew Tate says. They only have issues with the last 5%. The first 95% of what he says, everyone agrees with. Men need to be competent, competitive, and accountable. You're a man. Any problem in your life is your fault. You need to maximize your potential to the nth degree. The part that almost got this man killed is the last 5%. The last 5% is the trade-off, which is, okay, now that you built yourself to be this man, you need to leverage that to get a woman to get on your program. Here is the problem. These women do not know how to get on programs anymore. Because like my rant a couple hours ago was, they don't know how to be responsible. No one's giving them any consequences for not being responsible. Society isn't. And that's where everyone's the deep shit. The technocrats need for men to be asleep a little longer. Problem is that the Novocaine's wearing off. This dude's waking up. He's waking up to realize that, hey, man, all this shit society's asking me for, what am I getting out of it? I'm getting a cantankerous woman who thinks she's a boss, but's not accountable, says she wants to follow, but's not responsible. I'm not getting anything out of it. She ain't even having kids anymore. What am I getting? What am I getting to be 6'5", blue eyes, and in finance? Not a goddamn thing. Hold on.
Good song reference.
I mean, and not to toot my own horn. I'm saying this as a man who ain't never had any problems with women. Even into the men, and trust me, some of my guy friends the same boat. They're not getting anything out of this either. Like Jason Black, for him to say that, oh man, y'all need to get somebody. So some of his boasters, some of his boastering, some of his braggadocious, of course, a lot of his condescending, but some of it's the goddamn truth. He don't want to deal with them either. I mean, it's a feast of crumbs. You get all the women who ain't shit.
Once you resolve the sex element of it, it's all lost. There's no love, there's no children, there's no companionship. It's all, once you resolve however you deal with your sexual issue, however you deal with that, and I'm sure there are some creative approaches to it out there. But once you resolve that, it's all negative. I don't see as a collective, it's all negative. Go ahead.
Okay. And Black Uru, once again, you what you did was excellent. A couple days ago, a tour de force. I watched it literally 4 times in a row. Excellent. But let me put the stake in that coffin you just built. You're right. If you take everything and strip everything relative to the thing, the only thing they're providing is sex. Let me ask this question you already know the answer to. Is a woman's sex worth me being in a relationship with her? In this day and age, no, it isn't.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no controversy there at all.
No, but okay, but let me
look. If I were a single man, I'm sure I've said this before. I'd have a couple of hookers. I have a couple of hookers I see.
Yeah.
A couple
Oh yeah.
times a
Yeah.
week. That's it.
Yeah.
That would be it.
No. I'm no. Me and you could for line.
Yeah.
I'm dating.
I mean,
I'm
that
not
would be
dating.
that in terms of any sort of intimate activity with women. That would be it.
No,
That would be it.
I'm dating. I'm dating. Hold on. I wouldn't date. I would be, man, because you know what? Because it's not even about me, lying to the chick or trying to give her a ride, nothing like that. No, man, I don't want to just deal with her at all. Why? Why? I mean, outside of that, what else is she? She just a lot of
Tonight
these
on
women.
How Much Does the Box Cost? Go ahead.
No. I mean, outside of this, society, and by them weaponizing and marketizing women's chaotic nature, they've been deduced to a series of holes.
And
I'm not going to work and going home and raising a family with a series of holes.
Don't
And
forget
that's what a lot of men are saying.
I'd say go overseas and do that.
I mean, to ask the question is saying
$40 holla, $40. That's it.
to ask the
Let me
question is
say this real quick. Let me say this. I come to this conversation through the man womanness, particularly the black man, black woman road. But when we continue down this road, we end up exactly where Chris Tucker told Jackie Chan we was gonna end up. For all of you that know that reference, Mr. Z done used it before. Black Guru know what I'm talking about. When we continue down this road, Chris Tucker tells you where we gonna end up. We gonna end up in some person's office, and he gonna be like, "Oh, y'all figuring it out, right? Where we gonna end up?" I just want y'all to know. Yes, and I agree with KMS 100%. They weaponize their neuroticism. They weaponize them wanting to feel special, right? And reassure me and all this other corny shit. And it's been going on for literal decades. You can make an argument for centuries, but really for decades, they weaponize that. Whoever the theys are, and you follow this road. And yes, the women are a problem, and BGS has kind of alluded to this, and maybe even outright said it. It don't end with them. It's never ended with them. They're an issue. They're not the issue. And I kind of want to dispel this idea that if you get them to act right, then everything just magically changes overnight. Nah. I'm sorry. Just gotta burst that bubble for everybody. Nope. Actually, you get the women to act right, then you really got issues, because then you won't figure out, at the end of the rainbow, who's at the end of the rainbow, and it's the same person that's been at the end of the rainbow for like, I don't know what, half a millennia now. Yeah, that same person. It's that same person.
Yeah. Absolutely. Let me say this, and then I'll hand it to Dr. Thunder. Now, Dr. Thunder, I'll change my language when I say this. You're absolutely right. Once again, I've come full circle on this, my own personal journey. I think the women are not good because of societal reasons when you expand it out further enough, but that still doesn't negate them from the fact that there is no good women out there. That's not what I said earlier in the stream, but that's just the same sentiment. I say it out of complete respect for Dr. Thunder. I don't want that. I don't want this dirt on you, man. But thank you for coming up.
Dr. Thunder is a good thing he wasn't here earlier, because dog, a storm, okay, a profanity laden storm. Let me read this real quick, and then Doc got it. I promised Jay Stone I was going to read the super chat. Give me a second, Dr. Thunder, before you go. There we go. And Jay Stone says, and I'm going to read the rest of you guys super chat. Jay Stone says, black men better talk to Gary Stevenson before they give up on marriage to black men. I'm going to look that up, because I think I know what you're talking about. I think that's the one that I referenced. But and like I said, that really messed me up, bro. Like that clearly Mr. Z hasn't been married, but I don't know if I've ever been angry enough to consider deleting someone, going back, making sure it's done, and then spitting on them. And this is supposed to be my wife.
Oh, I remember that story. Oh,
that's the danger of. Again, that's when we were talking about that. That's the danger, in my view. To me, that undercurrent exists in almost any relationship you have with a white American. And no, I say white American. I don't know if I necessarily have that fear if I'm married to a German woman. you know, or
Oh no, you know. Trust me.
or Austrian woman. And now I'm not saying that there aren't issues with those women. I'm saying in America there is a particular kind of racism and a particular kind of entitlement that white people have with black people that when things go bad, then that that entitlement, that demon can be activated, and it's a very vengeful demon. It's a specific kind of demon. It has a specific kind of history that is specific to America. So it's not just racism. It's that whole thing about you are a nigger and I'm supposed to reign over you. How dare you define me? How dare you try to put yourself in some position above me? So it's great when we loving each other, but nigga, when you try to leave, that demon gonna get activated.
I mean, we saw it with the African brother a couple years ago, right? So it's not just, and I agree with Black Room. It's not just though what we're not just kind of giving Black women this warning. It's the men too. We and
Yeah,
the
no,
rumor
I feel the same way. It's
Jonathan
different
Majors,
only
aka
because the women actually, in a way, can be even more dangerous because the woman herself might kill you, or the society might kill you because you with the one.
Yeah, yeah. And one more example. And I don't know if it was ever confirmed, but the other example is Botham Jean in Homegirl. The homegirl that was supposed to be the cop, right? The rumor has it that they had a little thing, even
No
though she was
way they
supposedly
were not.
engaged.
I will never believe they were not involved. I will never believe that. And they covered that whole thing up.
Awesome Gene.
The Nigerian guy who was murdered in his own apartment by some white woman who claimed she was confused by where she was.
Oh, that she was Haitian. She was Haitian actually. It was Haitians.
He was Haitian. I thought he was Nigerian, but my
No,
bad.
No. Botham Jean, no. Botham Jean was some type of Caribbean. He wasn't Haitian descent. He wasn't
I
Haitian.
thought I thought he was I thought he was Caribbean because
He was from one of the Caribbean islands. And he was up here. He had a really good job and everything like that. And rumor has it that yes, she was engaged, but they was doing their little thing, and that's why the neighbor said when she was on the knocking on the door, she was like, "Open the door." Like, and you don't say that to someone you don't know. If you're drunk or you work, but the excuse was she worked too. She was tired and she had worked so much and was exhausted, and she just happened to go to the wrong room on the wrong floor, the wrong apartment on the wrong floor. But that's not what you say, according to the neighbor. That's not what you say when you're exhausted and you went to the wrong room on the wrong floor, or the wrong apartment, better yet, on the wrong floor. No. That's
Now,
what you say
this
to
is
the
what I
lover that
think
told you
happened.
he was done with you. Go ahead.
This is what I think happened, and this is the cautionary tale for you BBC gunslingers out there. I think he was hitting that bottom, and he caught the time when she got tired of it, or for whatever reason he didn't want to do it no more, and she felt insulted because she's a white woman in America, and they had an argument, and she killed him. And see, to me, that's the danger of dealing with white women. That the very reason why she might be attracted to you is the very reason why you could end up dead.
Yep.
Yeah, if I can jump
Go
in.
ahead, Doc. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've talked frequently on my platform about some of the pitfalls of Becky's. There's this Becky's always better than Keisha kind of narrative, and I'm not sure that that's actually true. Now I would argue that there are more Beckys, so you have a higher percentage chance of getting a good Becky, perhaps than a good we'll say black woman, we'll say. But that's a different issue. I mean, good women have always been rare. That has always been the case. If you go to Proverbs 31, there's language about a virtuous woman as being valuable like rubies, and of course, rubies are rare. That's what makes them expensive. So this has always been a challenge, and at least the Abrahamic religion spent a lot of time attempting to rein in and control dark feminine. So that's been a constant issue. Now you add the environment to that, and then you have what we have now, which is which is bad. Now, I think one thing that goes missing, in Mr. Z references this, and he just got done referencing this also, but is what's actually animating all of this, the reason for all of this. So you could say, for instance, all the laws change, and so now Keisha's acting right. That still doesn't actually fix the issue. That doesn't fix the issue, because those forces that have put things in play, that have created this dynamic, are still there. The Wizard of Oz is still behind the curtain. So you still have to address that animating force. And unfortunately, Keisha doesn't recognize that all of this supposedly lapping dusty ninjas in a single bound. All of this supposedly doing so much better than us in Black Girl Magic. Oh, all of that, that figment of their imagination is actually designed and has been weaponized against Black men, because that's the real target. So all of this stuff that's going on, all of the goofy language about Black men not going to college and everything else, and Keisha's taking, is spiking the ball and all of this stuff. Unfortunately, they don't recognize that if Black men are the target, they're also the target, but they're just not as big a threat. So they're just being used to get at us. So that's a part of this conversation that it seems to me that we don't talk about that nearly enough. I think it is better for views, clicks and views and things, to make this a sort of a Keisha kind of bashing kind of session. But and don't get me wrong, because folks do need to take accountability for their part, and not recognizing what's actually happening. But really what's happening is they're being used to get at us. Now they're willing participants, don't get me wrong. But that's the real issue.
I think just to speak to that, I think they know. I think they know what the real deal is. I think you don't take a woman a couple of phone calls to mention to the police, and then there's about 8 cop cars out front of her house, and they're beating the living blackness off her boyfriend because she said she got a paper cut. I think they know that the Black men are the target, but the problem is that it goes against their narrative. It goes against their narrative of intersexual feminism, of them being an oppressed class, because they're only standing. The only soapbox they have remaining to stand on the fact that they are the most oppressed. We are the worst. We are the most disenfranchised. So you have to give us America owes Black people, of course, but they owe us a bigger slice because we are the most oppressed. They have to stand and unfortunately die on that hill, because if they speak the truth, which is that it is the person with the gun in their face that the one that society is afraid of, thus more oppressed. Then that goes against their narrative. And then ultimately they get less benefits. So I do understand your point, but I think these women are at this point, I believe they're nefarious. I believe they know. I think not only do they know from
They don't care. They don't care about you either.
Yeah, I'm gonna differ somewhat with you. I don't totally disagree with your sentiment. I'm gonna differ somewhat because I think you're giving them a certain credit that I'm not willing to give them.
I'm not giving them a credit in the sense
No,
of
yeah,
they're that intelligent. I'm giving them a credit because I'm giving the credit in this aspect, Dr. Thunder. You being oblivious of the law does not absolve you from the consequences of it. So you're benefiting from this. I'm going to make the assumption, even if it's just an assumption, that you know you're doing this. So I'm
yeah.
I'm actually giving them no quarter.
No. So the credit I'm talking about is the credit you're giving them is you think they know better. So what I'm saying is, well, just go with me. I don't think that they necessarily know better. Now, I think some know better, and there have been some that have been quite influential that have known better, and for the sake of their own personal gain and whatever demons they have haunting them, and just the need to lie to themselves, to make their life somewhat livable. I think that there is that, and I think that there have been some that have peddled in that and have benefited greatly. But as far as most of them actually being really aware and actually knowing better, I'm not sure of that. I think that people can have a pang of conscience and they can recognize something is wrong, but haven't done enough digging to understand the nuance associated with it.
I will say this is my counterpoint, and then after that, I guess we can agree to disagree.
Sure.
To quote Dr. Martin Luther King, nothing is worse than willful ignorance and conscientious stupidity. I don't think they're willing to look. I don't think they care. I don't think it's a thing of that. Now, I don't think it's an ignorance I don't think it's an ignorance as one you give a child. I'll grant a child ignorance because they're children. But this is an ignorance as in I know something's wrong. I do. I know in my bones this ain't right. Why is my community like this? But I won't go on Google and chat and check Chat GBT on why the black community is up.
It's kind of like the argument. So the argument that you're presenting is kind of like, why are there still morbidly obese people, or like people that are overweight, right? Like we know what you need to do to be somewhat fit, at least to extend your life, rather than using your phone to watch, whatever twerking videos or whatever. I don't know what they're watching. But rather than some feminist propaganda, you could be watching a video that was telling you, hey, here's, push back from the table, here's some things that you should eat here, you should prioritize your fitness, X, Y, and Z. But understand that person knows that there's something wrong with them going for donuts and not doing the necessary next steps, but they still don't know the complete story because they haven't turned that rock over.
You don't. Well, I will. Let me push back again. Then let me push back again. Then to me, it's Occam's razor, and at this point. Okay. Do you know the inner workings like of a dietitian or physician? No, but you obviously know that. Hey, man, if I want to lose some weight, maybe I should not eat French fries. Now, does a woman understand, bell hooks, Pauli Murray, the Great Society, the white supremacist social structure? No, she doesn't. I'm not expecting her to do. But however, so I think she should know that she has a master's degree, but her son can't read. and how that might be problematic. So once again, I'm going to say it's a willful ignorance. They don't. I don't need you to know 100%. I really just need you to know 80%. And
Look,
80% of it.
I'll go with willful ignorance. I mean, that's what I'm spelling out.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I don't know how well thought out this behavior is. I just think that there's a sort of gravitational pull, and if you don't do anything to fight against it, this is what happens. As opposed to people purposing to, hey, let me do this list of specifically toxic things just because I want to.
Can I offer
after
can I offer a not an alternative perspective, but and this is something that's been said, I think here, maybe BGS has touched on this. I think what informs the behavior, the treacherous behavior of Black women to some degree, and again, I don't know if I'm disagreeing with either of you or taking a side on your debate, but I think there's an undercurrent of blame that they place upon us for being men, and thus being it's our fault that they're in the position they're in. And because we failed them, and I'm just going to use that for lack of a better terms, it justifies their treachery. And that's why you hear them say, well, if you were this, or if you earn more money, or if you put me in this position or whatever, I would do that. And so I think that informs it creates a certain desperation on the part of some of them, a certain treachery, or a certain sort of blind, I'm going to do for me and mine, damn what happens to you, because you did not do things as a group of men. You did not do things differently to put us in a different position, and therefore I can do whatever I need to do to prevail here. And I think it informs their behavior with, whether it's the worship of white people, and in particular of white men, the black girl magic, the effort to specifically separate themselves from black men in any meaningful, critical way. We got more houses than you, we make more money than you. Very often it's not necessarily true, but it's just this overall kind of, you fail, and therefore then I'm allowed to do whatever I need to do in order to succeed and prevail. That's what I kind of see happening.
But Black Uber, I agree to that, and let me play devil's advocate to a greater point. Let's say everything that Black women think about Black men is absolutely true. That we are the worst parts of the Bible. Okay, leave us alone. Now my problem is that you want to it's almost like car insurance for like a 24 or 25-year-old. I'm still co-signing on your car insurance, but you want to go out there and do whatever you want. No, I'm not going to be your insurance plan. If I'm that horrible, leave. Why do you keep following me? Leave me alone. Because here's what I'm not going to do. And I'm speaking on for every Black man on the planet, definitely every Black American man. If you think I owe you a penance, fine. It's not into perpetuity. I'm not your insurance plan. I'm not your backup plan. If you think I'm wicked, leave. And I'll speak to something. I'll speak to something personal. It's funny because I believe they're full of shit. Because I'll tell you this. One of my uncles, street dude. He was one of the few people I ever met that woke up angry. He was born mean. And he had some girlfriends. And he had some girlfriends that are literally terrified of him. He was a mean person. They left him alone because he was truly wicked. So I call bullshit for what these Black women are saying. But I'm going to hold it to them as if it's true. If we're horrible, leave, because I've seen horrible men and women leave. Women they don't go off child support for them. They don't go off the alimony for them. They are just glad to be gone. I'll end right there.
I'm looking at some of the stuff that's in the chat too. I hope it's understood that I'm not giving anybody a pass. I am just discussing the psychology and the process, the logistics of this, obvious treachery. So I'm not giving anybody a pass on it. I'm just saying that it's easy to focus on stuff that seems to be right in front of your face when actually what's animating it is not going to go away, even if they straighten up and act right. That was the that was sort of the central point that I was making.
I totally agree and understand. And this is a debate we're having of nuance, but the overarching objective. And I'll speak to
on today's episode of Simple Conversations on Mr. Z's channel. Go ahead, KMS.
I know, Dr. Thunder, I totally agree with you. We disagree on more of the slighter nuance points, but I think my overarching point, and I'll speak for behalf of several men here, is that the problem that we see with Black women is that, okay, it's a problem. You can't not see it's a problem right now. I don't need you to know the inner workings of how we got here. What I need you to do is, if we're in a hole, the first thing I need you to do, woman, is stop digging. And they keep.
So I understand what you're saying. I just, I'm an academic. I just see a lot of situations where people just don't know basic stuff.
Yeah,
they know. You think they know. They should know by now, but they just flat out don't know.
No. I understand. I build systems for a living. You give me some men, some money, and some plans. I can get it built. Whatever you want. The first thing, say there's a leak in the tower. The floor is flooded. Very first thing I tell the person is, okay, find out where the flood's coming from. It's coming from this pipe. Okay, follow the pipe to that valve. Okay, shut the valve off. That's the very first place we need to start. That's the very first place that black men collectively are begging Black women to do. If you want us to stay here, the very first thing we need you to do is shut off the nonsense valve. Stop digging. Just stop. Then we can go forward from there. We can actually build from there. But here's the problem. You won't stop. And it's at this point, it's not an issue of willful ignorance. It's not. You got women, van life, living in their cars, kids dying. I mean, kids dying of cold in parking garages. Come on now. At this point.
I mean, can I say this? The society is kind of unthinking and is messed up. I mean, this is what you have people that will tell you, in my situation, it's a running, I tell my wife I'm not going to get her a Gucci belt. She doesn't want a Gucci belt, but I have co-workers telling me to buy her a Gucci belt. And they're like, oh, you're being mean. She cooks for you every day. I said, but she doesn't want, well, why would I spend my money? Why would I put myself in a financial situation? These are my co-workers. They know what we make. And I said, why would we do that? Why would you want me to be in a negative position where it's something, but you should do it because she's good to you? Yeah, and I'm good to her, but I'm not going to go and break myself on
that
something.
Ain't right. You know your wife deserved that nigga trinket. Shame on you. Shame on you.
No, she's not getting it. She's not getting it.
Let me say this real quick. So let me say this. So real quick, Vince. I missed the entire discussion. Talk about record streams. I missed the entire discussion between Dr. Thunder and KMS. So I'm gonna have to listen back to my own goddamn stream to hear that discussion. Yeah, that sucks. I can't even contribute.
I just want to say this, Dr. Thunder. I hold you in the highest regard.
You don't have to. You don't have to say that. I'm enjoying. Listen, I'm enjoying the conversation, the back and forth, and I think that more than not, I agree with you. And as you said, it's just a matter of I mean, you could say it's a chicken or the egg. You could do that, or you could say it's a very nuanced a part of this. I'm looking at some of the chat, and it's interesting. As much as in the Black Manosphere and on my own platform, on your platform, Mr. Z, that we get into nuance and talk about nuance. There are so many that just as soon as you say anything, they just jump to, "Oh, you're defending Keisha."
Mm-hmm.
You know, or like this. It's like, no, I don't think anything that I said was defending Keisha.
Let me kill it. Let me kill this, Dr. Thunder. Let me just say that what we all know, and I'm gonna just say it, and y'all gonna say no, but we all know it's true. If Keisha drowning, you gon' save her. You're gonna swim out and save her. And even if you can't swim, you gonna drown trying to save her. And that's about 75, 80% of y'all. Somebody tell me I'm lying.
See, not everybody trying to be like Jack. Okay.
No, I'm hysterical. Now that's funny. I got the reference. Titanic. I got it.
No.
Look, but go ahead.
Wait, I'll say this. I'll play the fool. Yeah. If she jump in the water, I'll play the fool. If she jump in the water, I would definitely try. I would try to save her. But here's the whole thing, though. There's preventative care and there's palliative care. Palliative care is me jumping in the water to save her. Preventative care is me telling her, hey, you need to go take some swimming classes if you can't swim. Or better yet, why don't you not jump in the water if you can't swim? But here's the problem. The problem with preventative care is that it's rules. And as you know, rules rules are tied to responsibility. And responsibility is one acting on those rules. And as you know, no one can tell Black women anything. So in
your
I'm not
scenario,
jumping in the water.
In your
I'm not jumping in the water.
The problem is you can't make her do the palliative care.
No.
She can't make you do the palliative care.
No. She can't make.
She will shame you.
Yeah, no. I was doing that as more as a thought experiment. I ain't jumping in the water either. But what I'm saying is there's preventative.
Yeah, she cannot. I misspoke. You cannot make her do the preventative care. To give you perspective, you cannot make her not get the $200,000 student loans.
No,
you cannot make her buy that car that you and she knows she cannot afford.
Shout out to G.
What you can do,
you cannot make her not get her box started out before she's
But what you can do is be a 5% ninja and bail her out. That's what you can do.
Let's say this real quick, and then we're gonna throw it to Vince, and then we're gonna get right out real quick to what Dr. Thunder said. And you can be a 5% nigga. She can overlook you and then come to you with a kid or two, and then you can save her, and then she still divorce your ass within 5 to 8 years. Well, you're doing pretty well. Maybe it won't be 5 years. Maybe it'll be 12. Maybe she'll give you 12 years.
She'll give you her 30s.
And here's the problem. Then I'll shut up. The problem with the palliative care thing is that first off, palliative care is expensive, and second off, a lot of people can't do palliative care, and then even that, more people who can do it, there's even less people who would want to do it because they figure that's stupid. What the hell are you doing in the water if you can't swim? So I was more or less doing that exercise just as a think tank thought experiment. THOT, not THOUGHT. But yeah.
But Z, I would say 70% of the people would buy that belt, and you have to get a woman who doesn't want the belt, who doesn't want you to buy the belt, does not want you to buy the belt. That's when you get a good woman who wants to let you lead, and she doesn't want the belt. And even though people are telling her, her girlfriends, her friends, your support, telling you to get her the belt, that you don't get it and she doesn't get it, and y'all both stay happy.
If you
That's
want
what
to
I'm
take the
talking
lead,
about.
you have to take it from her. But other thing I was gonna say too is shit. This what? God damn it. Shit. Oh yeah. I remember I was gonna say right because talk about palliative care and how much it costs. It's been said once by a wise older man. Somebody got to pay for these hoes. So
somebody got to pay.
The government paid for them. The government can keep paying for.
But I wanted to say something before it became too far.
No, the government don't pay for them. The government take the money from you to pay for them. No, it's still your money. Especially if men are paying more into taxes than women, and women are taking out more. Oh no, you still paying. You just not piping. That's the difference.
Somebody
you paying and not even getting the bucks. Go ahead.
But I want to say something before we got too far, and then, before we go, on that subject or whatever about what Dr. Thunder was and KMS was saying about like we troubleshooting a little bit, right? We kind of seeing like we seeing what sticks of some of the issues. One of the things I saw through my studying is one of the issues of abandonment or perceived abandonment, or the perceived abandonment from women to men, especially black men and black women. And one of the things I've read through studying is and I'm gonna read it right now. Bipedalism started the evolutionary of early human ancestors, but primitive feet from the original bipedalism were still suitable for climbing trees and not suitable to run fast on ground, especially for pregnant women and small children. Pregnant females were vulnerable to the ground without protection. As a result, the interdependent specialists for the division of labor were evolved to protect vulnerable pregnant females. During the human evolution, the interdependent specialists of the hunter-gatherer society consisted of the fertile homemaker, fertile explorer hunter, and Z probably like this part, and fertile leader mentor. So all that to say, everybody does have a role in society and how things go. But the part
you have a fundamental flaw, a hole in your whole argument, sir. There was one word that you used a couple of times. I want you to think of what word I'm talking about. There's a word that you used, and that's not the word they're using. And it says everything.
Pregnant?
Interdependent.
Interdependent, yeah. No. That goes
ding, ding, ding.
Things that's very important to what I'm saying. That's not a flaw what I'm saying. That's an emphasis. That's a very
no. I'm low key joking with you, right? But like that. This is what I'm saying. They're saying independent. They're saying and what you're hearing now. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But now you're hearing. When I mentioned Khadijah the other day, she was like, a hyper independence thing, and on the fringes for some of the more intellectual, they're admitting that this thing is hurting them, but you could tell they ain't gonna let it go. And I think that's okay, bro. I think that's okay. Go ahead.
That is that female version of John Henryism that we talk about, where it's like, I'm not gonna act like I'm hurt. I'm not gonna show no pain when I'm hurting. I'm not gonna show that I need what's that word you use about the care? Not preventative care. I need to start using that word. Palliative care.
Preventative? Palliative.
They're denying the fact that they need palliative care, and they're gushing blood and all type of stomach acid and all type of menstrual blood everywhere and all type of stuff where they act like everything's okay when it's not. And I think it's a certain wound of perceived abandonment. Maybe it's a father wound, maybe it's a mother wound, maybe it's generational trauma, and they're trying to act like everything's okay when it's not.
We got Raul up here. He'll explain in a minute.
Yeah, because he's the OG. He's one of the ones who shout out to you, Raul. You're one of the other academics who drop quotes and stuff like that. I commend that. But it's just one thing I think that should be discussed a little more, amongst us about that whole concept of the feeling of abandonment or the actual abandonment and what comes from that, and how from slavery onto those relationships about and that's why I put in the chat too. To hell with you. That's the kind of example of that feeling of abandonment in our community and stuff like that, where Will Smith's father had left and stuff like that. Who's to say women don't have the same feeling or whatever, or when or reaction to a son, or however in that family aspect. And I yield.
Hey, if I can say one last thing, and then I'm gonna drop down. I just wanted to respond to something in the chat. So this is just so that people understand what I meant when I used that analogy. Ray is saying that it's a false equivalence. Losing weight takes time and consistency. Looking up stats is instant. That's not really what I was saying, though. I was more saying, even if you look up the stats, putting that in play and actually acting on them, then we don't have a false equivalence. But we're not talking about false equivalence or not. That wasn't the point. It's an analogy. In an analogy, there are going to be factors that are not equivalent. That's just what happens. There's no, you can't. Otherwise, you have to talk about things that are exactly the same, and that's not something that exists on the regular. It also wouldn't shine any light on the principle that you're trying to that you're trying to bring out. So no, it's not a false equivalency. The point is, if you know better, and you use your technology to double down on the debauchery rather than to do research to help you get to a better situation, that's a pretty common human kind of thing. It's just laziness. It's just gravitational pull. And I see that as being pretty similar when you start talking about even studies, statistics, double blind, peer reviewed, all of this information that's out here that has disproven even stuff like the gender pay gap, or even just basic stuff. But you still have a lot of people, and it's not because, I don't think it's really because they know better, but they're being defiant. I think some are doing that. But I think that the propaganda has been so effective that you're talking about the stuff that we're talking about in this community. We're like barely a drop in the bucket compared to how much just poisonous, toxic, stuff that's out there that's being said all the time and has been repeated over and over for 60 years.
Let me say this, Doug. I'm gonna cover something I've posted a couple of times, but we kind of spoke on it on a surface. That's not true. But I haven't spent a whole stream better yet covering this. Black Rule might know what I'm talking about because we spoke about it twice, or maybe actually 3 times. I'm gonna cover the advertisement that was pushed to little girls, kids in general, but little girls in specific, the materialism, the consumerism, the supposed middle class lifestyle, but it really wasn't middle class, it was more upper middle class and rich. I'm gonna cover that, and I'll email you and whatever when I do that, because I would love to hear your feedback on that, because it speaks to what you're saying, right? Number one. Number two, I want to say something to Vince. Vince, so when you were speaking about trying to hold on to their ego in the female John Henryism, and shout out to LAR for the term aggressive begging. This is what it looked like. And y'all give me a second.
Niggas be so quick to let me take you on a trip. Let me take you on a trip. Pay a fucking bill. Pay a bill. Pay a goddamn bill.
Always begging. Damn.
Can we get on the phone? No, get on the phone with billing. Don't talk to me. Talk to billing.
Well, them bills be kicking y'all ass.
And that's what it looked like. If you want to know when we say swaggy begging or aggressive begging, definitely aggressive begging, right? This is angry begging. That's what it looks like. She's clearly in dire straits, but her ego won't let her just admit that you're starving. So what she's doing is trying to say your manhood is in question because she's hurting. Yeah, that's it.
I have no. I really, to be honest with you, I have no problem with that. Okay, yeah, you need your bills paid. Okay, I get it. I have no problem with that. I mean, look, most women need protection and provision. My only problem is what am I getting for my protection and provision? That's really the question that men are asking. What guarantees are
you? Yo, man, why are you expecting to get some validation?
Well.
Let me say this, KMS. Let me tell you what you get. You real quick. You know what you get? You get the bizarro looking fucking Chloe Bailey. That's what you get in her car, aggressively telling you what to pay for. That's what you get. Bizarro looking Chloe Bailey that don't even look as good as Chloe Bailey. That's what you
get. And I'll say this once again. Is once again, I have no problem with her, wanting to present the bills first. I understand the situation she's in. I actually really have no problem with that. So the whole thing about it is that what women want, I mean, once again, it goes to the 95% of what Andrew Tate says and the 5% of what Andrew Tate says that people that want society wants him to put him in a box. For me to be able to provide for a woman, provide for a woman, I have to be, capable, competent, competitive, and accountable. I actually have no problem with doing that. I actually have no problem doing that on a high degree. But the problem is that I'm not going to be Genghis Khan, so Genghis Khan's wife can be like, "Oh, aren't you happy to be on my team?" I'm not bowing to Genghis Khan. You ain't gonna. I have no problem.
I remember the super chat. That's why I'm laughing. I'm remembering the super chat.
That sounds like being a cuck.
No.
You
I'm
get
not,
nothing. You lose.
No,
Hey, sir.
no. I'm not going to be a cuck. I'm going to be Genghis Khan. So you gonna be whoever the fuck I need you to be, or you just ain't gonna be here.
Position of the other guy paying.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Not you.
Hey, and this will be my last. This will be my last thing, and then I'm gonna jump down, Mr. O.
Dr. Thunder, pay a bill. Dr. Thunder, pay a bill.
Right.
No, I'm playing with you, Doc. Go ahead.
Yeah, I pay all my bills. My wife doesn't have to work.
Yes, Dr. Thunder.
Anyhow,
You good for it.
Mr. Yeah. So, Mr. Z, do you have a Discord?
No, I do not. Shout out to PK. PK, don't say nothing in the comments. Don't say nothing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Why don't you have a Discord? You should
God
have
damn
a
it!
Discord.
Now I'm getting reamed by Dr. Thunder. I know.
Listen. This is why. And my shows are mostly automated at this point because the folks in my Discord, they post so much stuff. Let me tell you, you should have a Discord. It'll make your life a lot easier. Get yourself a Discord, and it's free, and it's real easy to set up.
PK, if you listen in the comments, don't say nothing. PK, don't say anything.
All right, I'll see y'all later.
I will. Look,
all right, bye,
I'll say it, and then we gotta have Rael after this. Look, PK been telling me to start a Discord. I don't know, for like 3-4 years. It got to be at least 4 years. It's not even 3 years. It got to be like 4 years. So yeah, there's that part too. So okay, all right. I hear y'all. Go ahead, Rob.
Peace of the panel, peace of the chat. Shout out to the brother.
What's going on?
Who gave me shouted me out earlier. I don't know who that was.
That was me.
That was Vince.
Vince. Okay. Salute, Vince. Black women are what, 70-80% Christian in America? About 70 to 80%.
Yeah, I think something like that.
Probably is what they claim. Probably, I would say maybe 90%. That religion has the moral foundation for what a woman is supposed to be. Plenty scriptures in there for what women's role are supposed to be. No black Christian woman could ever say she doesn't know what type of woman she's supposed to be. Period. It's impossible. Like you literally, you cannot say that as a black Christian woman. You cannot say you don't know how to be the proper woman. I mean, the good book tells you literally and explicitly what kind of woman you're supposed to be as it relates to your men.
But Rod, it takes the right man for her to start acting like that.
Hold on. So let's go back. So let's go back in time, because this is where history really matters. You know, I don't know how many people in here had access to their grandfathers or their great grandfathers, but I did. I had access to my great grandfather, Christian man, master carpenter, built houses for our family, 6th grade education, raised a family. Wife was a stay-at-home mother, was a homemaker. All of those things. Those men paid the bills. If they didn't pay all of them, they paid majority of them. But in many cases, they paid all of them. And what did black females say in return? They said they didn't want it. They said they didn't want those guys. They had those guys. So any notion of trying to judge black men on some like, oh, you're not paying all the bills. That's a cop out. That is one of the biggest trolls in U.S. history. If black men fall for that, because if you go far back, you don't even have to go far. You can go back maybe 1-2 generations in your background in America, and you'll see uncles, you'll see grandfathers, male cousins who did all of those things. And as soon as they put Mary Tyler Moore on TV, they said, "No, I want that instead." Okay? And so this is just a circle jerk that is used. This is just one of the circle jerks that's used against black men, because ultimately what it comes down to, because first of all, the economy of the 1910s and 20s and 30s is not the same economy as we have now. So many of the arguments that they try to make are really, really purposefully used against black men to feel inadequate. And then what does that make black men do? That makes black men want to go out there and work harder to prove otherwise, which is exactly where they want you to be. Like you don't have to go out there and kill yourself for women, specifically the same women who said they didn't want those kinds of men. Why do you have to go out there and kill yourself by yourself? First of all, your wife is supposed to be your helpmeet, your helpmate. Like no other group of women are saying this to their men as a collective response. Are there certain types of females in these other groups that echo the same silly crap? Yes, because you can see this even on the continent. But in a general sense of thought modality, no. And this is a circle jerk that a lot of black males do, not unwittingly a lot of times, because they want to, because we're up against a lot of propaganda based on things like slavery. So for example, oh well, y'all couldn't protect black women in slavery. Like, okay, well the Irish couldn't protect their women against the British. When the British start whooping up on the Irish behind, what happened? They got shipped to America. Many of the products that they were producing in Ireland, like the bacon and the cotton and all of these things, were being shipped on the same boats coming to America that they were shipping the poor Irish on when they were, especially in the aftermath of the potato famines that they went through. They were poor, dirt poor. And those women did 50-50, 70-30, whatever it took. All of a sudden now, these females who are not used to having any privilege in this society, the only privilege that they have is the faint attempt at what looks like a privilege, and that is really being white adjacent, being able to get your butter biscuits in exchange for you depressing the potential strength and competence of the men in your group from shining forward. Because we have seen when black men are left alone, we tend to be able to compete with anybody on this earth. That's a fact.
Also getting their biscuits buttered.
So my point is that black men are going to have to learn how to not internalize female-centric propaganda coming from the females in their own group, and also pushed by males who want to curry favor with these types of females too. Because one of the things you're going to have to recognize as black men, seeing the females BS is easy, and that's pretty easy. All you got to do is just use your brain and just pay attention. Don't use your feelings, just use your brain and use logic. The thing that you're going to have to really worry about more so than anything are the males who they might agree with you on the outer, like, general conversations, but what they do behind closed doors and the conversation that they have with their women behind closed doors, many times can be an utterly different conversation. They could be literally throwing you under the bus with the women in their group. A lot of times, this is what happens. A lot of times, males will go back to the females in behind the scenes that they're trying to curry favor with,
And they'll say, man, you know, my boy, man, Jake, man, he was over there, man, talking about women, man. And, you know, I mean, there's some things I agree with him, man, but I just think he just goes overboard. And then the female, she'll give her approval of his position so he could keep what he has. And that just is a lot of black males that's out here. They'll sell you out behind the scenes, even within your own family, especially within your own family, when you try to take the reins of leadership. Because the truth of the matter is, the previous generation's responsibility is to prepare the next generations for the leadership. Once they're gone, you take over and you keep it going. But what's happening is, and what has happened, even when there are males around, a lot of them are too weak and cowardly to actually stand up to the females in your family. And they'll actually isolate you. You be thinking it's the women that's against you in your family. That it may be true, but the persons or the people that actually let them actually have the power in your family, typically a lot of times is the older or previous generation of males in your family that actually co-sign them being the ones to hold the power in your family over you, when you're much more qualified to lead the family in the right direction, because they're not even leading from their generation. They have become subservient and cowardly, and they'll do it while going to church on Sunday singing songs in church too.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. And when the culling happens, it'll be them snaky ass niggas that'll be the first to go. They're the worst.
Hey,
So y'all,
heads and
so y'all
shoulders
gotta
don't always
keep.
got to be attached. I'm just saying. Go ahead.
You said what, Z?
I said head and shoulders don't always have to be attached.
Yeah, and this is why I have been saying in this space for a long time, even before I came to this space. In order to move forward as men specifically, and ultimately as a group, if you choose to use a particular subset of women in the group to move forward with, you first have to figure out who you can't move forward with. That's what Nat Turner did. Before Nat Turner did what he did, he had to identify the people they couldn't move forward with. That's the first thing he did. And that is that, and this is not just, unfortunately, your interactions with females is going to be political. It's been politicized. When you decide to talk to a female out here, you're going to have to accept that there's an aspect of talking to her that has become politicized, and you got to be prepared and aware of that interaction. You got to be supremely prepared, actually, because more than likely your interaction, especially when it comes from our group, is going to be a dance from the very outset of who is going to hold the power. It's not like that typically in other groups. When I've dealt with females from other groups, it's not that song and dance like that. But in your group, as far as black men are concerned, a lot of times your first initial interaction with a black female is going to be a dance on who is in control. And you're either going to stand on business and speak with force and conviction and authority, or you're going to kowtow to the female. And if you choose to kowtow to the female in that initial interaction, she's going to expect you to be that kind of person all the way through as long as you deal with her. So first impressions do matter the most. So if you're not prepared to put the force down, don't pick up the lightsaber. Don't pick it up. Because
Get her on your
this is what's going to
program.
happen.
On your program.
Plain and
Get her
simple.
to help you on your program. She has to be there and willing, not forced, but willing to be on your program and help you and support you. And she's supposed to do that willingly with a smile on her face.
Yep. Z, Officer Faulkner is in the.
He's up. I bought him up already. Let me read this real quick. And
Repeat that
Southern
last part
purchases.
one time. Real
quick. Let me read this. And then Tony Runner got it, and then I know Charles is up here too. Southern purchases real talk Chinese and Indians, and I should have read this a million miles years ago, but real talk Chinese and Indians are taking over Northern ATL Atlanta. Whites don't like living amongst them. Yeah, the competition is real. Like, bro, I'm not. In their mind, you're raising your kid to be CEO. I might not be raising my kid to be CEO. Your kid is studying 3 hours a day. I might not want my kid to study 3 hours a day. I want my kids in sports. I don't want to maybe necessarily put them in some music lesson, right? So like the white folks, yeah, that competition real.
Well,
You could pop all that
here's
shit
the
towards
other
go.
here's the other thing about white people, and if you spend time, dealing with them, socially, if you got kids that go to school with them, that kind of thing, they generally want to be the preeminent social influence in the environment they're in. And what's also happening is as you have these other people on the super chat, Chinese people, Indian people, I don't recall.
He said Chinese and Indian. You have it right. Chinese and
Chinese
Indian.
Is not only do you write, you have the academic, the scholastic competition of which they very likely cannot keep their children very likely cannot keep pace with the Chinese and Indian peers. You also have them not completely dominating the social environment. Now you got different languages, you got different foods, you got different religions, right? And white people are not comfortable having to share social space like that. They're not. So that on top of the competitive thing is going to be a problem for them for sure. In America, they are not accustomed to giving ground socially.
Let me do this real quick. I gotta run through some super chats. I let them get way too far. And talking about what going to what Rael was saying. So no placeholder says she said I walk in the room as a virtuous woman. Talking about Teslin, right? So hey, every time you see Teslin, she got a scowl on her face and she barking. But she said she walk in the room as a virtuous woman. I hear you, no placeholder. Hey, hey, whatever. Okay, lady.
What does
All
that
right.
what does that phrase mean? What does that?
I don't even know what she mean by that. I don't know what she means by that.
I mean, I thought,
But
is it a biblical quote? I don't. It sounds like a very purposeful phrase.
If he's talking about Tesla, because if I recall correctly, yeah, when BGS
it
played,
just sounds like something that would mean something or be some sort of reference to biblical or fictional.
Yeah, I
It's
think
a
it's
very
biblical. I think
bold
it's
statement to
biblical.
make, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's biblical.
Yeah.
Yeah, and let's move along. Yeah, I don't know what she means by that, but MS Delta guy says they don't own the houses, the banks do mortgages, and going back to what I guess once again Tesla saying more mortgages and putting your house up to get them out of to get the men out of jail, bruh. Yo, for Tesla, this should not be your references. Isn't Tesla an attorney? Isn't she an attorney? I think. Tesla, why are these your references? Tesla, you should be with
You
I
know
don't
how
know.
many black
Yeah.
female attorneys are cavorting with cookies, man?
Oh no! I know what's happening,
Man.
and I wouldn't be surprised if Tesla is one of them. That's not my point. Is this shouldn't be her reference because in a well-ordered community, she wouldn't be with a guy like that more than likely.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. So why is that her reference? Because she is probably, or she has probably engaged in or indulged exactly what she's saying, Black. Just saying that. Why is that your reference? Oh, black. But essentially, she pulled the black women on the backbones of the black community in a very long-winded, aggressive ass way because that's how Tesla moves. And remember, before the election, when she barked on the dude when they were having the conversation about Trump, I still remember that. That's just how she tried to bark on Larry Elder when they had the conversation on the Breakfast Club. This is how Tesla moves, y'all, particularly towards black men. Yeah. Anyway, y'all go ahead and get Fannie Willis's younger sister. But anyway, moving along. Crack myself. And Eric Denman says, black women are masters at controlling the narrative. I don't know if they're masters at controlling the narrative. I think there's a lot of sabotage and thumb on the scales for them.
I think it's even more simplistic than that. They only had the narrative. They were the only one. It was only a one-sided argument. Black men never had the platform to be able to articulate.
I agree with that part.
They had a
masters
one-sided. It was one-sided. They were the only ones who were allowed to speak very often, or only a particular pro-black woman narrative was considered to be presentable. I mean, look, let's face it. The only reason we're even having these conversations is by virtue of the existence of social media. Without that, their narrative is still the narrative.
They're masters. They're masters at manipulating black men's love, not only for them, but for the idea of a collective black community concept. That's the only. That's the only thing that's keeping black men here at this point. That's it. That's the only thing that's keeping black men here.
And you know what's interesting? You know,
I think pride also. And so go ahead, Tunnel Runner, and then we'll get Candace. But go ahead, Tunnel Runner.
Well, actually, Charles Faulkner. Charles Faulkner has been here.
Oh, I was going to say, because I was just talking about something with the ideas of male spaces vanishing, right? I would say this. I was telling people this is the manosphere is more than just a space, right? It's not just barbershop tech. It's more of a think tank to influence like policy and influence people's political leanings and so on and so forth, right? But it's like as feminism progresses, you'll see.
At first, I thought that was Tunnel Runner. My apologies, Azriel. That's you going. My apologies. Go ahead.
It's fine. So as more male spaces are eliminated or they're imposed or encroached upon by women or what have you, that's where it's like, okay, and this is the space where this will be the last, not as the last like potent space of where men could just shoot the the ish, as they would say. And the irony of it all is that out of all the spaces that men have left, this is one that women usually don't want to encroach upon, because you have to debate your argument. You can't just control the narrative, right? This is not a place where there's some kind of funding, or you have to go along with whoever your handlers are. That's why a lot of guys they'll come on shows on TV and they won't spill the woman the real truth, right? Shout out to like people like the Matthew Hussies, the Ace Metaphors of the world. Those type of people, they're not gonna. Those people can be bought. You can't be bought in a virtual space where everyone has autonomy over each other. I mean, over themselves, right? And if a woman were to approach and say, "Hey, I don't like what you guys have to say," then you have to prove that what we're saying is wrong. And that's why a woman will never come into the space. They'll talk at it, but they won't talk to it. If that makes any sense,
Yes. And let me say this real quick. Mr. J Matt says they just opened the Pauli Murray Center in North Carolina. She is celebrated in some circles. Yeah. Hey, shout out to BGS for presenting us with that clip. When you heard Pauli Murray admit it, we gave it to white feminists because hey, they're gonna be the ones to break down the door, and we just gonna be here. Wow. Oof. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
I wish Pauli Murray would still be here so I could tell her how much of a fool and a failure she was. But all due respect, of course, she's a fool and a failure. You believe the same bitches that put you underneath their fucking foot, make their children suckle from your breasts, are gonna look at you as equals? Oh yeah, by the way, for everybody who's missing. And
your background is trash right now. That internet in Baltimore is dookie, brother.
Nah, he going 60 miles per hour down Eastern Avenue.
Actually, my internet's great. It's probably that fucking alligator that you got the antennas on top of. Now, once again, make way for my rival worm. But here's the fact of the matter. The bully only has power when you let them do what they want. But there's no repercussions and consequences. What consequences do you have for black women? Here's my thing. The first hurdle that black men have to really overcome is being the trash man of the dating world. Why do you accept certain shit? Why do you accept this shit? Well, we could change them. You can't change a goddamn thing. Some of these bitches don't even change their underwear regularly. So if Felicia Rashad can't check these bitches, I mean Claire fucking Huxtable. Can't tell these bitches to stop dressing like whores. Who the fuck you think you're gonna do? And here's the craziness of it. When America's favorite mom, believe it or not, America's favorite mom and dad in the 80s of all places was a black couple.
Cosby's.
Even for white people.
Even for white people. When I mean America, I'm not just saying black America. America, probably the planet's favorite group. You got a woman who could dress in a goddamn burqa and still look 99% better than any woman walking the planet in her day, and still look so elegant and damn near 80. She didn't even have to show nothing but a smile, and she captured every man's attention in the room. See, it's not the fact that these bitches are physically unattractive. It's the fact that they're emotionally unattractive. Nobody wants to be around a goddamn...
Wait, Charles. Wait. I need you to go into that emotionally unattractive. You got to go into that one. Go ahead.
Emotionally unattractive is that a woman is supposed to bring inspiration and love and kindness and all that courageous shit. You're supposed to be the reason why men have slayed dragons and climbed mountains. Every time you hear a woman speak, it's with such hatred and vitriol. Because their emotional basis is so misconstrued to their damn selves that every time they talk about what black men can't do, they're really talking about what they failed to do. You don't take care of you black men don't take care of your kids. Bullshit. You don't take care of your kids. And here's the facts. Black men leave relationships. Bullshit. You leave relationships. Here's the facts. You're so emotionally bankrupt that it festered and infected every ounce of your fucking being. So much so that the only way to get rid of it is to eradicate the virus in totality. You can't even think of one positive aspect of yourselves and damn near your men. It's like I told people years ago. I'm not talking about the dude she sleep with. Let's look how she treats the dude she birth. If something's birth is not worth you cultivating, then why have it in the first place?
That's a bar, by the way.
That is a bar.
That's a bar.
I'm gonna tell you.
Talking about yeah, that's a bar right there. Goddamn.
Yeah, you better quit this shit and give me my credit.
That shit.
No, I'm giving you your credit. We don't give Baltimore niggas credit. Who are y'all? Fuck.
Yeah, it's called the football team that smashes yours every year. But anyway.
Yeah, ain't nobody talking about the Dolphins right now. Just a point. Go ahead.
So when you think about this, right? A man is who he is by what he can do, what he can protect, what he can destroy, what he can conquer, and what he can distribute. If there is no woman who's going to come down here after I built civilization and teach proper culture, what good are you? And this is the fact of the matter. This is the one thing black men are afraid to really say. We got some goddamn losers in our female sector of our society. You are a fucking with the fucking boot, not even the fucking Gucci foot and shoe. With the fucking size 13 combat boot on the back of black men's neck. We managed to be better fathers than even the reigning class of people. We still out-earn our women, even though they have degrees.
Have you heard my stupid campaign? My black women.
No, Charles hasn't heard it. You got to give it to him. He hasn't heard it.
I'm gonna tell you. I'll sum it up in one thing. These motherfuckers are too goddamn dumb to even qualify as stupid.
No. They're you need to listen to what I said. No, they're stupid.
No, I said they're too dumb to qualify as stupid. Because they're stupid ignorant.
That's worse. That's actually worse.
Hey, wait. What Rael hasn't heard it neither, I don't think. Go ahead. Go into that, Candace. Go into it.
All right. Well, I mean, there's 5 laws of the human stupidity, but the third law and the golden law is that a stupid person is a person that not only hurts themselves but hurts others around them. So that is the golden law of stupidity. The very first law of stupidity is that people underestimate how many stupid people there are. The second law of stupidity is that a stupid person is a stupid person regardless of status or station. Like Ebony K. Williams is stupid, but then again, the chick, the Section 8 chick is also stupid, regardless of status or station. The third law of stupidity, the golden law of stupidity, is that a stupid person does things to harm, does things to harm themselves and also harm others. And then I can't remember the fourth rule of stupidity. No, the fourth rule of stupidity is that smart people underestimate how many stupid people there are, and that kind of ties to black men's guilt in this regard. They can be saved. Nah, they really can't say because it's the stupid people are like roaches. You see one stupid person, there's probably like 50 other stupid people there as well. And then the fifth rule of stupidity is that stupid people are the most dangerous type of people, which also explains what black men are doing in regards to black women. A lot of black women are just stupid. And I got those laws from what was the Human Laws of Stupidity. It was made by Dr. I don't have the book in front of me, but it's a 96-page book. You can find it on Amazon. It's a good read. But so I
Rayo looking it up right now.
I say that they're stupid.
I am.
Just from those 5 major laws or 5 major definitions of stupid. They are stupid. I mean, they hurt themselves and also hurt others. And when I say they hurt themselves and others, I mean just look at single mothers. I mean, they literally killed the term. Who wants to deal with?
Wait, give me a second, Candace. Give me a second because I gotta pause you for a second. You're the reason I started saying they single-handedly destroyed stepdaddy culture.
Yeah.
You're the reason I started saying it. But I feel like I've heard it said multiple different ways from different people, but it's not until you said I was like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean they did. I mean, but I want to say this to Charles Faulkner, and I do agree with you on this. I wish you would expound a little more on this as far as women not being inspirational to men anymore. I don't think they are. I think women killed being muses around the same time they killed chivalry, because I think women right now what they want is they want a man completely built. Well, bitch, if I'm already there, what are you going to aspire me to be? I've already done it. It's like it's like going to the winner's circle and have one of the Triple Crown horsewomen to be a champion. Bitch, I'm a champion. What are you aspiring? What musing are you to do? Only at the point, only thing you can do right now is what the fuck I say. So and they can't even do that. They can't even be responsible. These chicks are fucking losers. And there's a societal aspect to it. But once again, to quote the Roger Report, I mean, I gotta hold you to what you believe in. So Charles Faulkner, I mean, I know I know the Black Manosphere is the tip of the spear of thought of the think tank as far as these ideas go. And that being is that we are harsh with each other as far as critical analysis. Everything's heavily vetted. But no, man, there's people out there who agree with your stance, and I think it's slowly growing because society can't afford for these broads to be stupid anymore. Either you're gonna get on the program or you're gonna die in the streets. And unfortunately, I mean that literally.
I think you're right about that part. I think when I look at Elon and JD Vance in particular, especially I think because of JD Vance's familial history and because of his Indian wife and him seeing what structure looks like, I think he's on that exactly what you just said. Like, oh no, like I'm not the Democrats or the Republicans old bitch. I'll let you starve. I think JD Vance is on that. Y'all gonna get on some man's program or y'all gonna starve.
The second when JD Vance walked out there with his Indian wife, all that said what time he's on. I'm passport.
Yeah, but I said that when I first saw JD Vance, I was like, oh, that's a white manosphere dude. He's a white manosphere dude. I don't care what y'all say. I don't care. He's a white manosphere dude, and we know that they listen to those type of people because Barron listens to those type of people.
Oh no.
Dude,
That
he
was
was out there talking about cat ladies, man. You know he
no
listened.
no
Yeah,
no.
you're right. Yep.
But hold on. His wife was a shot across the bow to those white women because he's like, look,
Yes, I agree. Yep. Yep.
he like, look, bitch, I don't give a fuck about you.
Yeah.
I
I agree.
went to Yale. I can get a white woman, and I
Yep,
did.
Yeah.
same thing with Trump. Same thing with Melania. Eastern
Yeah, I agree.
European. Same thing.
I agree.
Same
Yeah,
thing.
And
but here's the interesting thing about Vance. Not only is she Indian, she's not even Christian. She's Buddhist or something. So she's totally unplugged from this white Christian shit. They're not even playing that shit in their household. No, she's still very much an Indian woman in her actual living. It's not this manufactured, I'm Indian, but what's her name? The bitch out east.
Nikki Haley.
Yeah, she's
Nikki
not
Haley. Yeah, Nikki Haley. Yep.
She's not the Nikki Haley Indian. No, she's an Indian.
Well, you know,
You
there's
mean
a whole
Nikki Haley who
history.
had multiple Nikki Haley who had multiple white dudes pogo sticking up and down her while her husband was deployed? Anyway, go ahead, Ron.
Yeah.
There's a history with even going back to when Britain was colonizing India. There were this became a big issue to the point it went to the actual parliament. What was happening was the military guys were going to India, and you got all the the tantric sex and the Kama Sutra and all that type of shit. They was getting
They're getting turned down.
They were getting turned out, bro.
Turned out, and then you gotta have basic sex with the white woman when you go back to England. Have fun.
Man, you can't go back to that white woman after that tantric sex,
man. Let me tell you something, Rube. Let me tell you something, bro.
So that's special patriarchy or that's something different?
Hold on. It got to the point that the military officers' wives, started complaining about the junior level people, the lower level, the grunts, dealing with the Indian females there. So what happened was they started complaining, and then it was a case that happened. Some stupid white dude ended up like abusing this chick really bad. They used that as the impetus to push because they went to parliament. They went to parliament because they used that as a ploy to go to parliament. And basically
some aristocrat chick, some baroness or some bullshit like that.
Yep, some shit like that. And they basically outlawed the military men in the British military from dealing with the females. It was to the point that they were bringing ships over of white women to force the white dudes to deal with them. That's how bad it was.
Damn.
I mean, to be fair, man, if you haven't tantric sex literally for 48 hours, it's hard to go with the missionary.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you can,
that's a big ass. That is a big ask.
I think if you can get into a crop of Indian women, I think it's over. I think you can probably do okay without those white women over there.
I mean, it's like, man, I done busted a nut. I done seen 4 or 5 guys I ain't never seen before. Yeah,
I done seen Christian, all them dudes, man.
Military games, and I was with the old chaps back then.
And shout out to a Split Gym replay game. Shout out to a Split Gym, and thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. I know you caught them by now.
I saw Burma, Shiva, Krishna, and they would cheer me on.
Kali.
That's the reason when I wrote this chick and her sister, I remember her name was Tangelina.
No.
And for some odd reason, my chap, I had to go back to my pasty face wife and tell her I ain't coming back no more. I am down with the.
They wasn't going back to the Virgin Mary, bro. They wasn't going.
Nah, man. I can't go.
My good being, I was down with the brown forever and a day. And
I can't.
The only bad thing about it was, good chopped, is that neither one of us wore deodorant and it was musty. But that's how I like my sex.
Oh man, it's stank, man. I mean, but it's hard to go back to tea and crumpets after that. Tea and crumpets a missionary position? Fuck out of here. What?
That motherfucker went from tea and crumpets to cognac and Black and Miles. God damn, he passing around blunts and shit.
Yeah.
So that's like, you know what? Like, why do these niggas fuck with these project chicks? And I'll be like, oh, go fuck that project chick real quick.
But you got it. But that's what I was saying earlier. Like, if black, I'm pretty sure every dude that's up here that's either had a girlfriend or wife or is still married. I guarantee you, if you ask or anybody in the chat, like being with a female in our group, the duration of it only lasted as long as it's lasted because you was willing to stay in it the most. Like, men are the ones that actually carry the relationships, especially from an emotional standpoint. That's the facts. And that's what
I'm in a relationship right now, Raw. You're right. I'm in a relationship. Babe, if you're listening, you know it's true. Yeah, no, you're right.
No, I'm saying, like, for real. Like, even though they like to come out with all this talk about being the most emotional and all that, like, no, you're the most illogical.
I need a man that's emotionally intelligent.
Right. So what I'm saying is that it's the same thing with the black community stuff. Like, we have seen some of the most idiotic pro-black dudes say some of the dumbest shit we've ever seen. It's because they really believe in that. Like, it's opium, but they really believe in it. Whereas a black chick would be she'll be pro-black, but you look at her history. She done got touched by all types of white dudes. There's a lot of dudes who are pro-black. Ain't never touched no white chick. They ain't never touched no non-black chick ever. They never touched
an angel.
Bruh, it is real like that. And I'm saying, like, they know black men really value the concept of a black community. And it makes sense. I mean, obviously the slave experience, all of those types of things, like, that was a hit against our masculinity. So of course, like, we're gonna try to go hard to protect the group. But the problem is that you're dealing with a female who does not consider, she only considers the group important to advance her own selfish interest. She's not trying to advance the group. Vivica Fox and Lisa Ray and all of them, they proved that to Ice Cube. They said they were separate. So if you're separate, then you fight your own battle. But the problem is that they want to be separate while black men fight their battles for them, especially on the political front. That's why we've seen a lot of them talking about, like, oh, you black men that's voting for Trump, like, you know, Maxine Waters coming out trying to shame black men, because they don't deal with you because they like you or love you. They just need your bodies. They need your vote. They need your labor, your emotional labor. If anything, man, the emotional labor that black men give black females could make black men fucking billionaires. I mean, because black men give black women a lot of emotional labor, and so it's like they don't understand that they're really giving up their soul, because you're giving up so much and you're getting nothing in return just for the physical presence of somebody. But that physical presence is somebody who don't even like you. They despise you.
Number one.
Go ahead. I think, was that Vince that was trying to speak earlier? Who was that trying to speak?
Oh shit.
It was Black.
Okay, let me read this then at this time then real quick. And Bruce on Wayne says crocodile wrestlers, Aquaman, Met Gala, and Made in America. I mean Made in Florida. I said Made in America. Well, Florida is the Florida of Florida. What? What did you just say? South Florida is the Florida of Florida. Now everybody that's been in Florida know what I just said. Yeah, no, the crocodile wrestlers. Look. We ain't gonna let Charles start stamping what Florida is. Nobody care about Baltimore, Bizarro, DC. Anyway, and Philly. Anyway,
actually,
hey, we're gonna leave DC alone, okay?
Yeah, socks wearing motherfuckers. But anyway,
I don't know what you said, but
nobody. Yeah, tell Mr. Z. Nobody gives a fuck about the bootleg Crocodile Dundees down there. Okay, that's all.
I mean, I don't know if we have anybody to replace him yet, but Ghost Rider says society sold education to black women as a status symbol. The diploma became a flex. Exactly, and I think that expanded out past black women, but it definitely is a flex for the sisters to say, I got my degree, and I don't really. This is the thing. What does the degree have?
it's a rhetorical question, but what does the degree have to say about your ability to stay and maintain a relationship and not be an insufferable asshole? Does the degree imply or suggest or infer? Does the degree give any type of anyone any idea that you are not a condescending, mean, rude, entitled, snarky, wannabe white woman brat?
Yeah.
I mean, if that's what you're trying to say with the degree, then maybe we can have a conversation. But if you're just trying to throw the degree out there to say something else, then
because when she said she has a degree is a compliment.
Actually, the degree says the exact opposite. The degree says I have a right to be an insufferable, snarky asshole.
Yep.
Yeah.
I got it. Opposite. It not only says it says that I can do all of those things because I have the degree.
I gotta send you
I
some.
can be nasty towards you. I can be arrogant.
Go ahead, finish with that Black Maroon, and we'll have who's trying to speak right now.
No, let the brother go ahead. He has something.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, no, I was looking for my some things, but I gotta send you screenshots, man, because I'm gonna send it to you. Maybe you could do maybe a show on it, but like, so for example, anytime you like, I'm on social media a lot, so like for example, I'm on Instagram, and let's say I'll put out a premise of someone, or I'll disagree with something that just put in the post that's very like anti-male or what have you, right? And then I literally had a Black woman say, I understand, looking at your comment, I can understand why there's such an educational gap between Black men and Black women. And they immediately, you know what I say? Check this out. Hold on. This is what did now. I'm going. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna go to my my chat room, my DM. What I DM'd her. I said because I DM'd her a picture of my acceptance into the MBA program, right? Because as soon as I got my bachelor's degree, and I said, "Watch how you talk to me." That's all I'm gonna say right now. And then this is what her response was. This was on Friday. She said, we can go degree for degree all day. You don't have the degree yet, but you're walking and talking like you do. So before you fix your mouth to talk about someone, watch how you make sure you're on my level. Good day, weirdo. Mind you,
she said it don't count.
Yeah, she's like, oh, we could go.
Let me put it to you this way.
Yeah.
Let me put it to you this way. You know my response would have been.
Charles, let him learn with that, and then you got.
Yeah. No problem, Chuck. But it's like I already have the degree bachelor, but she's like, oh, we could go degree for degree if you want to do that. But it's like, okay, your premise was, oh, the reason why you made that statement is because there's such a wide gap. And then I say, I'm like, on the contrary, I can show you proof. Not only did I have my bachelor's, I'm already doing my master's. And he's like, oh, we could go degree for degree. It's like, why are you trying to compete with me? First,
yeah, that's the word that I thought about too. That's the word that popped into my mind.
I'm telling you, I've done this multiple times too, and I'll literally DM the screenshot of me getting accepted into the MBA program, and then they just block me because it just disproves like, yeah, go ahead.
You know what I would have told her for my response? This is what my response would be. Well, there's such a wide gap. I understand there's such a wide gap. That's why you had to get a degree to qualify to speak to me.
Right.
I didn't get my degree. You had to get a degree to actually qualify for it, Charles. I would have been like, look, here's my thing. You got your degree because you suck your professor and a nerdy kid off. Okay, I get it. Most of you chicks, let's tell the truth. You didn't do none of your math classes. You can't hold a conversation above a 5th grade level at best. Now, I've typed longer term papers in high school than most motherfuckers did in college. 40 pages typed on a typewriter. How many written? Now, when you look at this shit about their degrees, I'm like, what's your degree in? Sociology. Get the fuck out of here. You useless piece of shit. Like, this is.
The gap, I'm gonna tell you, I would have been like the gap in between your legs. Anyway.
I thought Charles was gonna actually say that shit.
That's what I wasn't gonna say. I'm like, Charles, you went the other way.
No. You know why? Because it's too easy, like her. But it's It's really too easy because they pride themselves off of degrees, but you still act like a waving bitch and a whore. I thought you're supposed to be in the upper class. You're trying to punch down when really, let's look at this. You got a degree, but did you get the degreed man? No.
But that's the funny thing about that interaction that he's talking about. These are the same females that get on TV and say there's not enough educated men.
Let me do this real quick.
This is literally one of their arguments. That there's not enough educated black men to go around. As if you need a whole bunch. As a woman, you just need one guy. And that female pretty much showed that it has nothing to do, like, the reality of the situation is that whites, especially white males and black females, have a serious problem with black male competency.
I agree. Yep.
Because white males obviously are seeing black males as a threat. Like that's just on the battlefield of just men just competing. But the black female, she has a problem with it because a black male competency automatically brings about black male authority. And so now you got somebody that you have to come up under the leadership of by definition. Like, because men don't follow women. So that is something that she does not want to do. That's why she likes to deal with guys that she can manipulate and control. That's why you'll see a female, a Harvard Law School graduate, black female, dumpster diving in the projects for black males. Because she can control that. There's no authority there. You know what I'm saying? Even a blue collar black man is going to bring authority. He's going to bring authority. He's not going to sit there and say, "Oh, well, you got a degree from Harvard. That means you're supposed to run this relationship." No, he's going to be like, "No, this is me putting my foot down, and you're going to be brought to heel." And so that's really what the issue is. So they'll rather side with the person who has had to steal so much from this very black man that she doesn't want have authority over, because we can look at the past and we can see a whole bunch of things that black men created that white men stole from black men. So it kind of makes you question the notion of them being superior if they got to steal from these lowly black men.
That's why they invented the patent office, so they could steal your shit.
Right.
Let me do this real quick. Let me do this. Rob, how many degrees you got, or what's the most advanced degree you have?
Right now?
I stopped my master's program because of business. I was in a master's program for instructional design and technology, but I stopped.
Okay. I've been in multiple debates with Rob. Ryan read book after book. He ain't never thrown no book in my face, and he ain't never tell me about no degree. You got into a back and forth with a woman that you don't know online, and this bitch want to talk about degrees in educational attainment.
It happens all the time, all the time on social media, and like literally.
And after this, you got to Vincent.
Yeah, I just literally DM the thing, and then they'll start cursing or like, "Oh, you're a weirdo." But it's like, mind you, you're the one that said I was uneducated. I'm just showing you, like, hey, I'm DM. You can't say I try to hit on you, because then people are like, okay, let me see the screenshots, and all they're gonna see is the is the acceptance letter that I got from my masters. You know what I mean? And like, I mean, I got plenty of other proof of other stuff. Like, if you ask, I'm gonna tell you this last point I'm gonna make.
Go ahead.
If you ask the average black woman today, who do you think makes more money? They would more than likely tell you they think is black women than black men. I agree.
But let's do this. All we're saying is this is the constant reiteration of ain't I a woman. It's the constant that's the everything that you've been saying, Azrael, for the past few minutes, and what Ross said, it's a constant ain't I a woman. And it's particularly the part where Sojourner Truth was talking about how she can outwork the men. That's what we're saying right here. That's what black women continue to tell society. That's what the black women are the backbone of the black community talk is about. It's that.
If they're the backbone of the community, then the community got osteoporosis and scoliosis. And it's funny because
spine like a snake. Go ahead.
I've been that motherfucker like looks like a whip. Like, I mean, I've seen it in the police department and the military. We could do just as work as the men. Okay, lift these handbags. Oh my God, these are heavy. Can I get a man to help me? I'm gonna tell you one of the most shameful times in my law enforcement career. I'm coming from the station after using the bathroom and dropping off some reports. We got 3 female officers at a vacant house asking for a male officer to come to the house with them. And I'm like, don't you bitches all got guns, 40 caliber pistols, or 42 rounds apiece? What the fuck you need me there for? Well, you notice the kid. Bitch, you are the protector. You asked for this role of protector. You
And not
don't want to
on
do your
protecting
job.
certain XX chromosome style. Go ahead.
Let me just tell you, Charles. To me, a female police officer, a female firefighter, that's free money and a free employment and free pension.
That's actually a free pussy.
Well, yeah, from your perspective. I'm just saying
yeah,
for them, for them, it's free income and a free pension.
especially if they get promoted. Yeah, there's one chick. She works for the county now. And this is how simps ruin everything. The t-shirts are coming out this summer.
That's a pretty good t-shirt, actually.
Yeah, I think so.
Now,
hey Charles, you better clip this shit, dog.
Yeah.
I mean, for real, you really should train like that.
Let's say that because that's gonna be very popular this summer.
See, you know it's fucked up. You know it's fucked up. Every time I do my live streams, one, I better see about 200 people. 2, I'm giving y'all a lot of my best material, and you, AB, god damn.
Hey, I'm still in that shit. I'm about to get rich and act like I don't know Charles. Go ahead.
I will come to Florida at 400 meters, motherfucker. But anyway, I'm going to tell you now, simping is such a disease that I've seen this one chick who's like a 6.
That's another bar, by the way. Go ahead. I gotta cut you off for that one. That was another one. Go ahead.
And I'm going to tell you, this bitch, and now she's a sergeant in the county, and she used to have these simp-ass cops write her reports. And she tried to come to old folk to say, can you help me with this report?
Jesus Christ.
And I looked at her and I said, bitch, there's not one bitch pretty enough for me to do extra work for her. Now, you could go skimming along and take your little batful eyes and go take your black Snow White looking ass back to the street and do some goddamn work. Like, I'm sorry. This is the reason why I said earlier, a lot of you young niggas need to go through bodies. I'm sorry. You know why? Because you build your immunity up to this stupid shit. The first piece of pussy I've seen motherfuckers 18, 19, 21 years old join the military, meet a girl at MEPS or the station. We gonna get married. You only need a bitch for 2 months. Yo, you that hard pressed for pussy that you willing to propose to a bitch you barely spoke to?
But Charles, it's for the plot. We're doing it for the plot.
Get the fuck take that plot and kick it the fuck to the moon. Take that bullshit and get it the fuck out of here. I mean, John Wayne, that motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here, Pilgrim. Get the fuck away from here.
Let me read this real quick, Betty. And I said, Betty, let me read this real quick, Charles. And Betty, you says, corporation consolidation is a big part of the TRU unemployment rate is over 24%, and workers' wages are flat. There's no jobs because a couple of companies. Yeah. Corporate consolidation, antitrust rules that haven't been followed. I don't know in like at least a good 2 decades. I mean, have we heard any? I remember when AT&T and who was trying to merge, and it was like, nope. But ever since then, I don't know if I heard. I think it was singular, right? No,
yeah.
What's the thing? It was a T-Mobile. Either one of those. Yeah, you might be right.
It was T-Mobile and Boost merge, and it's funny.
Ever since then, I haven't heard anything about it. So, are big companies not trying to merge anymore, or are they just turning a blind eye to the shit, or like what's going on?
Well, if you go back to the Black business class, this is how a lot of these ultra-national corporations were able to actually ascend to those positions. Because when you look at Walmart is basically a mom and pop uber rich
international corporation. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. It's a mom and pop store. But the problem is that when black people turn away from black businesses, remember they did videos about how to extract the black dollar. That was a code that they were trying to crack.
Yeah.
So in a lot of ways, integration was actually what helped crack that nut. Because then the black dollar started spilling out into not just the black dollar, but the black talent. Because the more you lose black businesses and money siphons out of your group to build up other groups' businesses, then that talent pool is going to gravitate towards where the labor is in terms of necessity for companies. And so this was a lot of the mentality that existed, especially when TV really changed a lot for the psychology of black females in our group, because it made them. And then you got to factor in the black females who used to go into the homes of white people and clean. So they were fascinated and infatuated with getting what they thought was better, because they looked at white people stuff as better. But if
They
you
were
look
second
at
to the TV.
right, but if you look at any pictures of black towns and black cities, man, those were pristine environments, man. They were very clean. They weren't raggedy looking. Like, if anything, when black people went to the projects, black people made that stuff look completely horrible. But in black cities, man, you think you're gonna mess up a black man's town that they built with their hands? You think you're gonna tear that shit up? Man, please, no, you're gonna get your ass whooped, like, or worse. They're not gonna let you do that. And so the modality of what black was became something that was looked down upon, even when it comes to economics. And so now the same people are all these years later complaining about, well, white people got all of this stuff. And it's like, but how did they get it? It's because you gave it to them, because you let your dollar leave your group. That at one point in time in Black America, the dollar used to circulate amongst more hands inside its own group than any other group in the United States, including small hats and whites and Asians. That's the facts. So this is something that really has not really been talked about, because the political class of black people, ultimately, which is ran by the females, they do not want to admit the betrayal that they did towards the black business class, who was actually trying to carve out their own niche for black people, so black people will be less dependent on whites, because it makes no sense to come out of slavery and still be dependent upon white people. Like, it makes no sense. You need your own. And so this is something that's not really talked about, because the group of black people who are in control of the black political establishment don't want to have to tell on themselves, because they will be the ones that will be primarily most responsible for actually the money leaking out of the group and actually helping build up white people shit.
Yeah. Let me read this real quick. And Gregory Scotland says, "Hey Z, we have black women coming on social media saying if they were a man, they would get with a baby mama." Anyway, that men should want that. Look, I am not about telling black women what they should want. I'm about telling them whether they can get it or not, and what the likeliness is about. If I care to do that. But at telling you what your appetite should be is a whole different conversation. The fact that they have the ovaries to try to dictate anything over here, how's that been working for you for the past 6 decades or so?
Not too well, I guess, because it's the same way you ruin a childhood memory. Do you know the name of Winnie the Pooh's grandmother?
No.
It's Pooh Nanny.
That's such an elementary school joke. That's funny. That's funny.
Hey, get out, bro.
Yo!
Get out, nigga. Nigga, you old one, nigga. Get out, nigga.
No, I gotta woo for that one. I gotta woo for that one, man.
It's just like his cousin who just came out of jail, Pooh Shiesty. I mean,
who let the 40-year-old have like 6-year-old friggin' dad jokes? This is
it's 43, get right, April 1st. Woo! And You know, I texted that to my ex yesterday, and she called me after. She said, "I'm so glad you texted me while I was in the car. I was squealing like a goddamn pig." She
That's
said, "I
just
would have been
funny.
at." She said that was so funny. It caught me so fucking off
By the way,
guard.
don't let Xi Jinping hear you say that though.
So let
For
what?
all of the people that know the joke, yeah, they make fun of him. They say he looked like Winnie the Pooh. He banned goddamn Winnie the Pooh out of China. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. I'm
Wow. Are you
not
serious?
No, seriously, no. Xi Jinping, you can ain't no posting no Winnie the Poohs. They think you making fun of him. I'm not joking.
Oh my
Yeah, no
god!
serious shit.
Oh my god, that is funny.
Hey,
That is
don't
funny.
you can if you're ever on the Roger Report stream with hot sauce, and you can't bring that shit up. By the way, but he might get taxed for that shit. So yeah.
Oh my god!
Wow.
No serious
I'm
shit.
sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like my friends, I text my friends that shit, and they said, "Yo, you need to go to hell for this." They were like,
That,
they were
that Pooh
like, "When
Shiesty
are you
part was
thinking
funny
this
as
shit?"
fuck too. By the way, that
Oh
shit was
man, I
funny
even
as
got a
fuck.
mask.
Wait, did
I
he
even
have a
got
mask
a.
on?
He had a mask on with a Uzi in his
Is the
hand.
Shiesty mask?
Yeah, that was
He
hilarious.
got the shiesty mask with a Uzi in his hand.
Oh
Yes.
man!
Oh my
Shout out
god.
to where's Shiesty from again? Is he from
Is he
I think
from
Baltimore.
Chicago?
Chicago?
No,
I thought it was
I don't know.
Chicago, but I might
I
be
thought it
wrong.
was
I'll be
Chicago.
hey
No.
no offense to Black Maroon, y'all, but everybody walking around here with masks on, I'll be like Chicago.
You know, it's like shiesty
It,
mask on
it,
and shit. Like,
it's all the young kids doing it, man. They do it
Yeah,
oh
everywhere.
my
I know
god.
nowadays. Yeah,
I hate it
definitely.
when my godsons and my nephews, my young nephews come over the house and they got them goddamn masks. I'm like, nigga,
It's
I'm about to
because
shoot you.
they used it they used it in replace of using the mask during when
The
they
Oh, he's from
had
robbery.
Memphis. Thank you, Spain Man. He's from Memphis. Okay.
yeah
Okay.
they used the mask because y'all wear a mask. They start using that, and of course
Mm.
they just carry.
I have
Oh
one
God,
question for you
hey,
folks.
I don't want to
I,
incriminate myself. I'm gonna have Charles read this one. Y'all ain't gonna get me in a war with Mr. Black. Go, Charles, when you get a chance.
be like Jason Black and fatten your pockets so you can trick off on a 10. Ding, 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 ding.
I ain't say it, Jason. I didn't even read it. Charles, that's why I made Charles read it. I should have had Law read it too, but I made Charles read it.
I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna say about me? I already had niggas come
He
from.
won't say anything about you. It's my channel.
I
He
had
go
No, he
after
would.
me.
He would. He would say
I
you're
had
part of. He would say you're part of the white supremacy structure since you're a cop. That's what.
Oh boy, stop it.
Yeah.
and I would tell and I would tell him
Very few things in the black community are blacker than the black manosphere.
and I would tell
I
him
said it the way I
and my
meant it, by the
response
way.
and my response to him would be, you're part of the fuckery of the female gynocratic power struggle. Stop taking their money. Well,
Yeah, I'm gonna just leave that right there.
Yikes.
see, there's the reason why I can speak openly because I get paid by black men. I speak. They pay me to say what the fuck I get to say. I don't have to hold. Let me put it to you this way: when it comes to my vernacular, there are no strings on me. There's shit that even I'm the type of motherfucker.
Oh, Shaq's from Philly? My apologies, Charles. Keep on.
Like my major, actually, my major, which was a white guy, knew how intelligent I am, and it was this LGBT person at the station trying to give this speech and be kindly gentler to transgenders. But you guys don't understand. And my major looked at me, and I looked at him with a smile,
That's just funny, by the way.
devilish. And I said, "So, ma'am, sir, whatever you want to call yourself." What all due
Intolerant,
respect.
Charles. That's intolerant.
Yeah, so is lactose. But anyway,
that was funny. That was quick too. That was funny.
I mean, and I asked him, so you're gonna sit here and tell a black man in America how much you're discriminated? That's like telling a fucking cow or a bull, I understand how to be a cheeseburger eventually. The fuck? Like, you can't out discriminate a black man. We so far bottom. Satan is building a staircase. God damn.
Charles,
Did anybody ever watch? For anybody that watched anime and anybody that watched One Piece, there was a part where they fought. Goddamn, what's the
Magellan.
fat ass ghost guy? No, not Magellan, not
Oh,
Magellan. The fat
Moriarty,
ghost.
Moria.
Moriarty, Moriarty.
Gecko
Yeah,
Moria.
and one of his like underlings was a girl, and she brought the
Corona.
worst fear out of you or something like that. With
Yeah,
something along that line.
she could
Yeah,
spook
it's
people. Yeah,
Corona.
she could.
She has a hold on me.
Hmm.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
could
okay.
spook.
So if y'all remember when she tried to do that on what's his name Usopp, and he was like, "Bro, I'm always down. You can't do that. I'm always depressed. Like I'm always down." And that's like black men. Like whatever the world thought us, we're like, we black men. Like, bro, this is
Like
K-pop. What's next?
it's like if a black man, the only creature that could get in trouble for breathing oxygen.
I
Oh,
literally
black
though,
man breathing and get his ass. Black man, oh, you got a degree? Fuck you, nigga.
nigga, are
Like,
you
god
happy?
damn,
Is that a smile?
nigga,
if you go,
who told you to have dreams and accomplishments? Pow.
Dreams? Wait, no, it's worse, Charles. What you just
Can I
said.
catch you reading?
Who? Literally. Wait, you have dreams and you accomplish them? Oh, how dare you?
You know, it just reminds me when a black chick tries to insult me and tell me about myself and all this other shit, and I had to stop her mid sentence. I'll be damned if a partially botched abortion looking bitch is gonna tell me how
Ooh,
to live my life. Now,
God
now,
damn. Better you when you say goddamn in the background, better you. This is a perfectly good time to say it.
like, God, like people be like, Charles, my friends be like, they warn people, don't get him started, don't do it. Like he's got one in the chamber. He's like, no, it's in the holster, but it's in the chamber. Like, bitch, like let's look at you. You got more baby daddies than the fucking Patriots got Super Bowl rings. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, you're 300 pounds. You're 5'2".
Ooh,
You look
you
like a
just
stunt
decided.
double for.
Why you described the bowling ball just now?
I
That's what you
mean,
just described.
the bitch. If you saw the bitch face, she looks like the stunt double for Rumpelstiltskin. I mean,
So like I said, a bowling ball. You just described a bowling ball.
I mean, this is the reason why I think black men need to actually have that audacity. Stop being nice. You know, I look at Pop the Balloon and shit like that. And I look at the clips and these bitches. If a bitch say I don't like the shirt he wore, that's where I pop. Like, bitch, the shirt is not attached to me. I could actually change it. Like,
can you change that face though? That's what I would say there.
and this is a bitch who looked like she got nothing but jail tats. Look like a goddamn 4-year-old etch-a-sketched her back. So what the?
Why where do you get this shit from? Where do you get a 4-year-old etch-a-sketched her back, nigga? What?
Like, I mean, if you think about it, how the fuck can you be? How the fuck can you be?
Etch-a-sketch, nigga. When's the last time I thought of an etch-a-sketch?
Like, I mean,
where did you get that from?
Like, I mean, if you really think about it, some of these motherfuckers that be on Pop the Balloon look like they did a hard time in San Quentin. Like, god damn. Like,
that's
the one
not the
bitch
point, Charles. The point is that you had the unmitigated gall to bring your ass as a black man up here in front of a bunch of black women. Clearly, you're not named the super attractive black guy of the month, and you had the nerve to think that you qualify for any of them. So they have to remind you that you don't qualify for any of them by saying some of the worst, meanest, most dismissive things possible, even if they're saying it in this tone right here.
I'd be damned to be insulted by a bitch wearing open-toe shoes and her feet are doing gang signs. I'd be damned with that. How come every time you walk you throw it upsets? Like, no.
In KMS's 5 Basic Laws of Human Stupidity PDF. Type that into Google and complete the booklet. It is on file in the Internet Archive. You're welcome in advance. And there you go for Rob. There you go.
Well, they want they need.
Doctor specialist.
Let me say this.
Cardiology may be closed today.
Oh, go ahead.
Uh-oh.
hold on. Let me say this. They need your sense. I'm going to say this as clear as I can say this. Black men, they need you to have an inferiority complex to maintain or be able to get control over your behavior. Okay? They need to be able to control how you view yourself. So, for instance, this is something that I have heard from Black females since I was younger, like even in high school. You know what I'm saying? This goes back to even like my dad's girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? One day we were talking, and she was like, "Junior, you just know you the shit. You just know you the shit, don't you?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" Now, mind you, at this time I was like 16. This woman was in her 30s. Okay, she was like, the way you just walk around like you own the world." And I said, "Because I do." And she just started laughing. Now, when I was younger, I really couldn't understand what she was really saying. But when I got older and reflected on it, I understood exactly what she was saying. Your presence, the sense of who you are as a man, women can smell that shit on you. Okay? They can smell when you're strong, and they can smell when you're weak too. If a woman says to you, based on her dealing with a guy, "Oh, well, men manipulate women, or we don't know these men," that's a lie. Women know exactly who they deal with. They know who they want to deal with. And a lot of times they're able to get you to play a Captain Save 'em role because your natural inclination is to protect women as men. That's just your natural inclination. It's biological. That's across the board for all men in all societies. But the problem is that they're typically dealing with men based on false premises. Okay? Most of the time, they're not asking about the moral stance of a man. They're not asking about who he is as a man. Like, if he fits a profile, if he fits a certain type of status, that's enough for them. So,
Rob, wait a minute, Rob. I'm sorry to cut you off. Wait a minute, Rob. Wait a minute. Does he make her Johnny wet, and what is his status? Nigga, what are you, Rob? What are you talking about?
Yes.
That nigga
What
said,
are you talking about? No, I'm joking. I'm messing with you. I'm being serious, but I'm joking. Go ahead.
On one part, Rael, number one, this motherfucker doing the theme song of Shawn Michaels in 16. He thinks it's cute. He does. He said, And dude, my boy Rael sound like a Ronnie Laws record. You gotta love that shit. Have you ever looked in a face of age? Now link your reach.
I
will quickly answer.
Go ahead.
I will quickly answer that because it goes back to what I said about audacity. You're not supposed to have it in our community. You're supposed to be always subservient. When you see a guy who's not subservient, who's not in the submissive role, or as we call it, the bitch role, it's foreign to people when you actually know your way, your destiny. You're the captain, you're the master, you're the man. That's the reason why I love combat sports, because I can dominate you mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually.
And it's fair.
There's no missing. Yeah. And see, when you look at my son and myself, he reminds me so much of me. He's so preoccupied with his thing that a bitch has no boundaries on him. There are no strings on him.
Exactly.
And this is the part where I tell a lot of black men, find your masculinity without the confirmation of a bitch.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And that's the hardest thing.
Let me do this, y'all. I'm gonna have to end out in like 5 minutes because y'all know Mrs. Z been reckless this whole entire time. Super reckless. But now I gotta come to end because Mrs. Z got a we're not gonna incriminate ourselves. So yeah, so let me do this real quick. And then you got it, Charles, and then Ra, and then we'll end out. Leon says, KMS, it costs $5 to insult me. KMS didn't respond. I didn't bet. And then KMS says, insult Leon, the Henry King tax. And because I seen how Leon look, I'm gonna just say
Leon, old Aaron, the plumber head looking ass, and there you go for that. So for all of us that remember, talking about what Charles was talking about with Pop the Balloon. Everybody that remember the brother Aaron, the plumber, he was on another one that I have to watch. The more hood Pop the Balloon. I gotta watch that because he was on that one, and I saw a little clip of it. I gotta go find him. Yeah.
I might do me a live stream later tonight myself. We gotta continue
I'll
the
try
conversation.
to be part of that, but y'all know me. Like the reason why you don't see me that much, Charles, and everybody else is outside of my
because
streams. It's because
you're
my
hiding
schedule
from
has changed, and
and you're hiding from immigration.
No, I was born and raised here.
Man, you ain't shit for that, bro.
I never claimed to be.
I was definitely born and raised. Look, that Mr. Z is walking around free with his balls out. Look, because we don't gotta fear that. That's one thing we don't gotta fear. Now, if he starts saying, "Yeah, I'm exporting all of y'all and you're deporting all of y'all and your children, even if you're," because both of my parents are citizens now, so they're both naturalized. So I mean, if he starts sending out the first gens, then I'm out.
You know, you'll be like, God, I'll be like, well, God, sorry, mom and dad, shit, it's comfortable.
No, they gone too. I mean, they were naturalized, but still, like we just out.
But you know, once you naturalize, they can't touch you. So unless you commit such a heinous crime, but I'm gonna end it. I might do a live stream tonight, see how I feel. But this is an interesting conversation. It's always good. You know, I am so lonely because really, a black man is the loneliest creature on earth. You can't have enough intelligence. You can't have enough money. You can't have enough solitude. You can't have enough authority. You can't have enough self-respect. You can't have enough dignity. You can't have enough. You can't have enough. You can't have enough to be a goddamn human being. Okay.
Oh no, you're not gonna get that. You're not gonna get that from America. That's one thing you're not gonna get.
And see, by the way, Mr. Z, if you don't cut up my liners, because goddamn, I bet you a lot of these one-liners I've been hitting, they're gonna get 100,000 views.
Look, man, look. You asking for a lot. You asking for a lot.
I'm tired of wasting my good material on everybody else's shit. You know,
That's your bad.
You're lucky. Oh, trust me, it comes. Get away my mind where God bless me every day.
Them shits was killing me today. You got me today.
I'm
this nigga's etch a sketch. That shit killed me. God damn.
You got it. I'm gonna end it off with this, folks. There's and I actually trademarked this one, so fuck you, Z. The motto I think going forward should be "My brother, my champion, my savior."
I remember.
That is what black men should look at each other from now on till time immemorial.
Agreed.
We are all we got. Ain't nobody rescuing Superman. You're somehow gonna have to figure out how to kick that kryptonite down that drain. We've been doing a damn good job for it. Your women ain't gonna your women are not gonna pray to the Holy Ghost. When it comes to your women, I want you to realize one thing. When you and your enemy pray to the same God, only one of your prayers get answered.
Wait, say that again. Say that. Wait. Say that last part again. Run that back. When what?
When you and your enemy pray to the same God, only one of your prayers get answered.
Say that. Yep.
Yeah. Let me say.
Go ahead, buddy. You go ahead, and then we got Rob. I'm Rob to be the last one.
All right.
Well, it's actually I'm trying to get in for a while, but it was in relation to the super chat and the question you asked about the mergers.
Let me see if I could find it. Go ahead.
We're going to see more companies merging. A lot of y'all probably don't remember, but a few years ago, I think it was like 2010, 2012-ish, GE, General Electric, and Honeywell were trying to merge. And that would have made them the largest contractor. And what's happened with a lot of mergers, it hasn't been the FCC or any U.S. regulatory body that's been shutting them down. What's been happening was the EU, because they operate and have substantial operations there, has been stepping in and vetoing a lot of those trades. And what's been happening is over the decades, the U.S. has been putting pressure on the EU to roll back some of that antitrust enforcement. And you start to see in certain industries, like in particular HCM and others in like entertainment, where Disney acquired Fox Studios and different things, where there are serious mergers and acquisitions happening, and those mergers, the true rate basically is it's the total rate of unemployment. It factors in everybody looking for work, so there's no bullshit where you've been unemployed for over a year, so we're not counting you no more, and it counts people who are underemployed, and as well as those who are impoverished. So it's been over 24% since the top of the year, and it's been ticking up. And what's been happening is you see these companies consolidating, and because you're going from an industry that used to have, just say, like 6-7 major players, now it's consolidated down to 4. Now it's consolidated down to 3. That used to mean 500, 600, 700,000 jobs. Now you got 3-4 companies, and there's only 300,000 jobs there. And you're going to see that more and more, because a lot of those antitrust provisions were very flimsy to begin with. But now that they've been doing this campaign abroad and taking a hammer to that shit, it's gangbusters now. And you got the president business in there too.
Yeah. I have issues with him, but it's really Elon, bro. It's y'all know Mrs. Z's politics, bruh. I look, hey, the Afrikaner with his Atlas shrugs ass ideas. I don't know. I mean, hey, what? Hey, all I can do is shrug. Let's see where this goes. Where this goes, nobody knows.
The thing, well, hold on, but the thing is that this is what I keep trying to tell black people. Like, sometimes, like, we be involved in people's shit we don't need to be involved in. Sometimes we need to let white people fight their shit out together and step the fuck back. And this is one of those times, because what's happened is that many white Americans specifically have recognized and have learned that there is tiers to whiteness. And what I mean by that is they're recognizing that, just like in the days of old, you have the European elites, and then you have the rest of the white folks that came up under that. It was like that in feudalism. Colonialism was literally the exporting of the vagabonds and the dregs of European societies. So as long as they were on par with the crown, basically, it was all good. But then when they started shipping these jobs out, you can't. It's like slavery. You can't fight. You can't compete against somebody who was working for free. You can't compete against that. And so what they're realizing is that, damn, we've been kind of used as a pawn, and they're over here comfortable. Nobody's trying to get to them. They gonna get to us because we've been doing the dirty work. So now it's like, we should have never followed that plan like that. We should have never followed behind them, because that has left us exposed. And that means we got it. If white people are shooketh, we are definitely shooketh. So we got to put ourselves in a position which we can. We have opportunities in the quote unquote developing world, in places like Africa. They want to do business with us and things of that sort. Matter of fact, I try to tell black men all the time, like, if you're looking for fertile soil, like, yes, feminism has hit over there, but you're talking about over almost 1 billion women there. Like, there's no shortage of a woman you can find from a proper family, from proper culture, values, and all of that. The question is, can you be happy without Keisha? Can you be happy while you know Keisha is suffering? That's the real question, because she is who she's going to be. But there are other women that look like you, that share your genetic outlook, or genetic disposition. Are you prepared to make that choice, to say, you know what, I didn't try my best to build a community with this particular female, but she just don't want it. But this woman over here, she wants it. And the funny thing about it is, if you actually talk to females in Africa who are actually living there, which is what I actually do, you will see how much they actually look at Black American men as gods. They look at us as gods over there. Every time you talk to one of them, you're gonna hear them playing some either black men singing R&B or some hip hop, some Chris Brown, some Jodeci or something. Like they literally idolize what we are. So we have a good reputation in places unlike Keisha does. Keisha doesn't have a good reputation globally. We got problems nationally, but internationally, we can fit in a lot of different places, in places that Keisha can't fit in because she doesn't have the right cultural framework. They have been cultural in a lot of ways. They have been cultural colonizers, and what I mean by that is they have used the colonizing mentality against the men in their own group, which the men in your own group are the ones who are supposed to build the culture. So you can't have a culture if the woman who is supposed to be the first teachers of that culture is undermining the actual men who are supposed to build the culture. You can't have it. It's impossible. And so black men are going to have to understand that concept. Don't feel guilty being happy because you don't have Keisha. Choose your own happiness first, period. Don't think about the group. And I'm going to say something that a lot of people might not even want to hear. Don't even think about the children. Think about you first. And then everybody else comes after you.
I'm not going to let nobody say nothing after that. We going to let Rod's word be the benediction for today, right? In place of Black Guru. We going to pause right there. Love to check out other Black men content and the non-man content. This is better about that part. But no, we don't let Rod be the last words on that. Y'all go check out other Black men content, other non-man content, and y'all have a great rest of y'all day. I don't know what to do with that. Yeah, we're just going on that. All right, Rod, and then the rest of the panel, like better you and Vince already done. All right, y'all. This is y'all.